These are bullets all day long. They got the Knight of Pentacles, the stress. He shot himself. There's the
family attorney says the 23-year-old died from a gunshot wound to the head, and the manner of death was suicide.
I don't know what he used. I know it's a rope involved. I don't know what he used that rope for. Let me see. The secrets. He's taking the secrets with him. You see the secrets? He's not giving y'all the information. Says y'all don't need to know it. You know, he'll go out with the secrets with the high priest there. He might be found on a Wednesday too. Ace of Wands. So I have no doubt in my mind they're gonna find Brian Laundrie, October 2021. I'm telling you, he's still.
Hello, my loves. It's TTNG, the Tarot Medium Goddess here. Thank you so much for being here. Please do stop what you're doing and like this video. Go ahead and subscribe. Don't forget to tell me what you think about what happened in this case in the comments below. And do show your girl some love and share the video. I appreciate every single one of you. It's true. I love you, boo. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. This is going to be an open panel, so if anybody wants to jump on, here is the link. It's pinned to the top of the panel or to the top of the chat. Hello, Carla. I apologize about the sketchy reception that we were dealing with earlier. Thank you. Number 6 with liking the live. Thank you so much, Carla. Nice to see you here. Guys, comment what your number is with liking the live. Where are you commenting in from today or viewing? Hi, Sharon. How are you? Hello, Hot Mess. Nice seeing you. So we're going to get started. You know, Chris and Seth had a heated debate during the live last night, and we're going to speak on that. I wanted to go straight to the part where Seth and Chris really got into it, right? Because it was really fueled and fumed, and I think it was no need for that much animosity from Chris at all. However, we're going to start a little bit in the beginning before we get to the part with Chris and Seth, so we could just go over some of the beginning of the live from Web Sleuths, right? And we'll discuss a little bit of what they had to say. Yeah, they sure did, right? So let's get this on the screen. Let's discuss. So we have Seth's PI here as well.
Was the last time that Sebastian was seen by people other than family members?
It's my understanding it would have been the people at Texas Roadhouse.
Let me know you can hear everything.
Which was Sunday.
Yes, Sunday.
See, I thought it was Saturday. I thought it was Saturday night that he was last seen.
Yes, he does.
Saturday he was at Costco.
Chris definitely knows how to gaslight.
And we confirmed that with that receipt. And then Sunday was a day full of activities.
Right.
Yeah, so the last place he went before he went home was
Chris is very disrespectful.
Okay, so that's the last confirmed sighting that we have where it was people, you know, the people that weren't related
right
to Sebastian.
Right.
Okay, and again, everybody,
you can see just from his disposition there, that was definitely not the ideal place for Sebastian to be at all.
He has just vanished. I'm just stunned because he's on camera apparently taking some garbage out, and there's cameras all over that neighborhood,
Yes.
but nobody has seen him leave.
No.
Now, if you have been following this case, you have seen
Let me
Chris
know if you can hear
Proudfoot
this well.
and Katie Proudfoot. Katie is Sebastian's mom,
Mhm.
and Seth is Sebastian's father. Chris Proudfoot is his stepfather.
Right.
What can you tell us about his, I guess, alibi, you would call it? When was Chris seen last? He was out of town. Can you run that down for us, please?
I don't know when Chris was seen last, besides the source that tells us
Good.
he was at
Yes.
the job site at 5:15 a.m. on the 26th, which was about a little less than an hour before Sebastian was reported missing.
Mm-hmm. He was where? A little less than an hour before he was reported missing?
He was at his job site at St. Jude's in Memphis. He's
February 26th, okay.
a crane operator.
Right.
When he was last seen, though, before that was 8 p.m. His vehicle was seen after that at his RV, but him physically being seen was 8 p.m. the night before.
But the police have never indicated in any way, shape, or form that they thought Chris had driven home or there was anything nefarious, correct?
They haven't indicated much of anything. Honestly, they've said that the family's been cooperative, and that's it. They dodge questions about timelines and alibis and things like that.
You mean the police do?
Yes.
The police do. So
she's saying that law enforcement hasn't told them much, just said that the family, the Proudfoots, have been cooperative. That's about it. They've been pretty much vague, I guess, in the conversations with Seth's private investigator and Seth. Could it be that the Proudfoots have family members that work for law enforcement?
you can't really be sure of anything. And Sherry Berry, what Chloe is going on is a vetted source that said that he was at his job, and then his truck was seen at the RV on, was it Monday morning, did you say?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
And
he was seen
he was seen, okay.
at his job site at
On Monday.
5:15 in the morning.
Okay. So, Sherry, nobody's cleared. The police have been very clear about that absolutely nobody has been cleared, basically. But they haven't said that anybody is a suspect either. And so that's, again, Chloe, licensed, very well respected and experienced private investigator.
Oh, okay.
You must get frustrated when the police won't.
Extremely frustrated.
Yeah, when the police won't release anything. So, but let's continue on here. I want to talk about Seth for a little bit.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about Chris and Katie and about their lie detectors and all of that was going on. It was very contentious there in the press with Seth Rogers, Sebastian's bio dad, and Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian.
Okay, Devel, I have you added to the live stream, so until you're ready to speak, you can mute it. Yeah, I'll continue to play.
Stepfather.
Okay.
Well, recently, Seth and Chris talked together.
Right.
And they have decided to work together.
Right.
However, Seth came out and said that if people basically didn't like it, they could F off.
Right.
And that has been talked about quite a bit. I think I understand what Seth was doing. It was out of frustration and all of that, because there was a lot of drama between the Proudfoots and Chris and Katie and Seth, and there was lots of back and forth and accusations, and it was really ugly there in social media.
Yes.
And so I don't know. I'm assuming it was Seth that approached Chris and said, "Hey, let's stop this. Let's concentrate on Sebastian."
Well, actually, Chris came to the vigil before it started.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he approached Seth.
Oh, he
not,
did? Okay.
not the most recent one that we did last night, but the one last weekend. I was not there yet, so I cannot speak on what was said.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I know he made that statement. It
Let's talk about that.
rocked the boat quite a bit.
Yeah.
People were really mad.
A lot of people were really upset about it. Talk
And
about that. What did he really mean?
My discussions with him, and just from knowing.
Okay, before we go on, I'm going to speak on what Carla said because that's so true, and I said that before. Chris said instead of calling 911, Chris called directly to the sheriff's office. This was 6:30 in the morning. Sheriff's office doesn't open until 8 o'clock a.m. Who did Chris call? Who did he call? Because answer machine is on until 8 a.m. That is so true. And I think they need to stop avoiding this question. And Seth needs to get his private investigator to push this question. If you have a good private investigator, and I'm not saying she isn't, they say that she is an excellent investigator. So this is the question that needs to keep getting pushed till you get some serious answers. And we need to know exactly who she spoke to. All right. And they need to go to the person that they were speaking to at this time in the morning and verify that this is who she spoke to this time in the morning. And I believe they say they were on the phone for a few hours, and get that testimony. Because if they were not speaking to who they said they were at this time in the morning for a few hours, then there's reason to say that, she was lying for some reason. And then that's where we can go turn it into a criminal investigation, because things are not adding up and the math's not simply mathing, right? So if you want to turn something from just a regular investigation to a criminal investigation, that's the way you go about it, right? That's the way it gets forced into that. All right, it's simple. All right, let's continue. Otherwise, they'll keep trying to pull the wool over your eyes. And things keep getting delayed, dragged on, and they keep playing you like you're stupid. All right, let's continue.
What kind of verbiage he uses anyways. My impression is that I know that everybody has not everybody, but a lot of people have a bad opinion of the Proudfoots because of social media.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to get some backlash about this. But this is about my son, so F anybody that's going to get in my way.
Right. Right.
So,
And
I mean,
that's what I thought he was trying to say. But then
he's never told me to F off. He's never told his other private investigator to F off. He's never told his volunteers. He was not speaking to people that were helping him. I know a lot of people thought he was. That wasn't the case.
I always felt he was talking to the drama people in social media.
No. See, we're not the drama people. People are simply saying, or people that speaking against Chris, they're not trying to create drama. They're just simply wondering why, if you have a missing child, are you leaving the house where this child comes up missing from and go hundreds of miles away? Why aren't you searching for your son or your stepson, right? Why aren't you equally pissed? You have people that didn't give birth to this child, that's not a step parent to this child, and they're going, tracking their shoes, their boots, their heels through the mud to find your child. Like, why aren't you equally upset? The child didn't come from that person's womb, but yet they're looking for that child like it's their child. They're losing sleep for their child. They're more emotionally linked. Like, you see tears flowing from their eyes as if they gave birth to that child, right? Or they had some attachment to that child. That's why they're upset. They're in it like they see Seth, the biological dad, doing everything that he could for their child. But we're not seeing those attachments with the stepdad. We're not seeing that come from the biological mother. So of course they're upset with Chris, and it's not that and the biological mother, because we don't see that same stuff coming from them. Right. But I also understand the need for Seth to say, hey, I'm going to try to do my best to work with these people, because I don't know what else to do at this point. And if anybody has a problem with it, then, you know, forget them, because I'm going to try to do what's in the best interest for my son. Because at this point, I'm about to like lose it. So I get that still. But all right, let's continue.
That are causing all these problems,
Right.
you know, and will come out with these ridiculous live streams saying crazy things. That's who I thought he was talking to. And the people that would give him grief for wanting to work with Chris Proudfoot.
Right.
rather
And
than
he
getting
got a lot
angry.
of grief for it.
Yeah, he did. And so that I'm glad we cleared that up, because I understand where he's coming
Yeah, her
from.
sister
I
works
do,
for
'cause
law
it's all
enforcement.
about Sebastian. Who cares about this other drama crap?
Right.
You know, it means nothing. And I want to say something to everybody out there. Nobody is prepared to be thrown into the spotlight, let alone during this day and age when all of a sudden you have social media and you have everybody and their dog commenting on you and what you're doing and what you say and how you look and everything, and making accusations against you that are not true. It is so hard to absorb and to deal with all the while.
It's not accusation. It is truth that they did not spend days searching for their kid and their stepchild. It is true that they took off to Yogi Bear campsite with a missing child. It is true that other people, even across the world, even across the country, even across the continents, from South Africa to East Africa, to West Africa, to Australia, okay, to the UK, to Malaysia, all right, to California, just everywhere on earth has shown more care about this child than we have seen come from Chris Proudfoot, from Chris Proudfoot's parents, from his family members, and from the mother who gave birth to him. It's not false accusations. That is truth. The only parent is Seth Rogers. That's the person who we seen put sweat equity into this child, into this boy, into looking for this child, into raising funds to be able to get a private investigator onto this case, and to get anybody to help on this case, So he's the one that we've seen has done the most for this child. He is the only one. What do they have to hide?
While you're trying to look for a missing loved one, it is a horrific
We're
situation.
not gonna sugarcoat it over here.
And the fact that Seth has held up as well as he has is amazing. So, and again, please tell him we will help him in any way possible.
Chris don't want to answer to
This is Boodaboo. He's a good boy.
Hey, Nani.
Crystal Piesky wants to know, was the camper ever checked? I take it you're talking about Chris Proudfoot's camper or RV?
Yeah, do not have confirmation of that.
So we don't know. We have to assume that on things like that the police have checked everywhere. You would assume that they have looked all through the camper. You would assume that they would have looked at Chris's parents' RV or camper.
No, we can't assume that. You know why we can't assume that? Because I've seen in many cases, I can't name them, but you can research them, that cops and law enforcement have gone back to the same places that they have looked several times. People can put in the comments or in the chat, and they looked several times, and they went back, and the person was there. The child was there. All right. And it's one case that they've looked several months for some reason. And one of the kids were like, I think it was more than several months, down in the basement behind the staircase or whatever, some crazy odd place or whatever. So, and it's not the first time it's happened. So we can't assume, right? And this isn't coming at her, because I'm sure she's a lovely person. She's covering this case. I'm just upset with Chris, okay, and his family for how they're acting. My me being upset, my animosity is not to her. She's covering the case. She's doing a great job. My animosity is towards Chris and how he's coming off to everybody.
But again,
I have no
and to Katie Proudfoot for not doing enough.
Yeah. You have no idea. You have no idea. We just have to assume. We have to assume the police have done their job in that sense. But let's talk a little bit now. Chris has a petition up,
Right.
and it is a petition to get the FBI to take over the
Seth
case.
has a petition up. Yeah.
Seth, yeah.
Oh, we know
Seth
it's not Chris.
has petition up
Wait.
to get.
You should know better than that now. Did she say Chris had the petition up for FBI to take? Why would Chris want to be caught out on being the reason why Sebastian, quote unquote, got gone? It's not Chris would never do that because he's not the one putting effort in this case. It's the biological dad, Seth. We have not seen Chris put that much energy in there. Again, this is not to her. Okay, very sweet lady covering this case. I'm just upset with Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot. Because I believe, and it's my opinion, that, all right, allegedly, they are the reason that Sebastian has disappeared.
Get the FBI to take over Sebastian's case. How come?
Well, the FBI has been involved.
Good morning, Simone.
But he wants
Pretty
them
picture.
to take over. I think he's just frustrated.
Mhm.
Thank you, beautiful.
Which I understand.
Right.
Because we haven't had any results, you know.
Right.
So I understand his frustration. And I think that's really it, is he wants another jurisdiction to take over. I mean,
Mhm.
above TBI and Sumner County. But yeah, they've been involved. I mean, Secret Service has been involved, and
Right.
yeah, I mean, a lot of other jurisdictions have been involved with the
Hello,
boots on the ground
Regina.
searching
I
as
rolled
well.
out the carpet for you, the red
Mhm.
carpet.
So, but his goal
Love
is
you, Regina.
to have them take over.
Okay, that's good. Well, that's good. I don't blame him. You know. Also, somebody just asked, did Katie have a boyfriend? And no, there's nothing like that has ever been stated. Okay.
I mean, it's been stated, but I've found no evidence of that. And
Right.
it's honestly not something I'm focusing on.
Sure.
Because when I've seen it stated, who are you even? Like, who
True
are you
caller.
that's saying,
Right.
you know?
Right. Exactly. And that again, you know, this is about Sebastian. Now, here is a question.
I think it can matter whether she had a boyfriend or not, because for some reason it's a connect the dots thing. I don't know how it could matter because I'm not the private investigator in the case, but I'm sure in certain cases things like this do matter. Okay, I'm glad it's not my job to figure out how or why, but I'm certain in certain cases these things do matter somehow, some way, right?
And again, Sebastian, according to Katie, disappeared sometime in the middle of the night, but supposedly there is no Ring camera showing Sebastian leaving, although there is Ring camera because the neighbors all have Ring cameras.
Yeah, I've mapped it.
Yeah, tell us about that, and then we'll get to this question. You actually mapped the Ring cameras.
I mapped, the first 11 minutes of the dispatch. Once dispatch started at 6:39 a.m.
Mhm.
for Sebastian, there's 11 minutes that were released, and then had a great volunteer transcribe them for me, which took her a very long time because it was chaos. But through that transcription, you can see where they're saying this address has the camera. I spoke to them. They looked at it, all this. And so I made a map just from that dispatch. There's probably more cameras than that. It was only the first 11 minutes, and there's a lot of cameras.
But yet the police have said that there is no footage of Sebastian. Have they actually come out and said that to Seth?
I was actually watching one of the older press conferences. I think it was from the 29th of February. And they were, the look on their faces first.
Please like the stream, guys, to push it out there. I really appreciate every one of your likes. Let me know what number you are once you like it. Thank you.
Well, they were just baffled. But they said they haven't had any confirmed sighting of him on camera or at all.
Crazy. That is just, it doesn't make any sense. But anyway, I apologize. That crunching you hear is my dog, Othram Tex Bug Nugget the First, chewing
I
on
always
his.
expect your dogs and her frogs.
Yeah,
And
the dogs and the frogs. It's all, and the cats, all part of it here. Stephanie Hodge says, so did Sebastian unlock the door and go out, or what? Was the door locked when she got up, or was it unlocked? Do you know what the situation is there?
Katie and Chris have both said at different times that also in the initial dispatch when they're calling out the details to officers say the door is locked. I wasn't there.
Right. Well, but here's the thing.
And Katie's also said that Sebastian has a habit of immediately locking the door behind him. That was stated after everyone was really confused about that.
All right, guys. So we're gonna get up. We're gonna. I don't know what they say in between the fight. I'm gonna fast forward to where Chris comes on, and then we're gonna fast forward to where Seth comes on, so we can move forward. Right? Yeah. Is this charging? Hold on 1 second, guys. No, it's not. But I'm going to get it charging in a second. We're going to fast forward. I heard there's something called Wi-Fi jammers, which can jam somebody's Wi-Fi, which would cause somebody's Ring doorbell not to work too as well. But anyway, let's move on. Actually, I'm going to play a little bit of this while I look for my charger. Give me 1 second.
Angela Conley said, did he take the bin, I think you mean the trash, out before or after Chris left to go to work? I think Chris was already gone, right? Or no?
And Chris has said that he had not seen Sebastian since early February.
Right, that's right. Yeah.
So Chris was not.
He wasn't
not there.
He wasn't there. So,
right.
Anyway, so what's so frustrating about this, Chloe, is how could he have disappeared if there's no footage of him? Here's the only thing it could be. That's either a mistake and there is footage of him, or he's still somewhere in the house. I mean, I don't know what else it could be.
Yeah, I mean, so I walked through the construction site, which people that have been following this case closely know exactly what I'm talking about. But it's right next door to their subdivision. Probably half of the subdivision next door has been built, but then there's still like a big construction site in the back. So I walked that last night, actually, after the vigil at like 9:30 p.m. And it's very dark in the construction site. You definitely need a flashlight. But once you get into that subdivision, it wasn't as dark as I expected it to be. I'm not saying that means a Ring camera would pick you up. But there's a lot of, a good majority of the houses have some sort of lighting on. And I'm assuming it's always like that. I don't know if they're turning them on now because of what's going on, but a lot of them have, the uplit stuff on the brick or floodlights or porch lights. It's a nice neighborhood. So I didn't need to use a flashlight to walk through the neighborhood to be able to see.
And I'm telling you, with Ring cameras, usually they have infrared, so you can see somebody. Mine do.
Yeah, but it does depend on like the sensitivity settings you have on your camera, how far it is from the street. Which these are not huge lots. I would have to pull up a parcel map again, but I wouldn't think they're more than like a 1/4 acre. So they're not large. Right. So the houses are not super far from the road.
Yeah, that I don't know. This doesn't make any sense to me.
I would love if a neighbor would say, who is that woman walking through my neighborhood last night? I would love if I would have gotten caught on camera. That would have been really interesting.
That would have been very, very helpful.
Yeah.
Okay. As somebody pointed out in chat, let's just say hypothetically, and nobody's making any accusation here. Could Sebastian been put into Katie's car or truck without
All right,
any
after this,
sort of
we'll move
camera
on to,
picking him up? Is that possible in that house?
Chris.
So she parks in the garage.
Mhm.
Always.
Mhm.
So,
And-
but I mean, she'd probably have to drive down the street with her headlights off, I would think.
Because they would have said her car left, but her car did leave at some point, I would assume, you know.
It left, I mean, we know she drove through the high school, like
Mhm.
she said.
Right. So, but, so there is an entrance from the garage. It's not a detached garage, right?
No, it's not
Okay. So hypothetically, again, not making any accusation, but hypothetically,
right.
okay, let's talk about it.
So let me go ahead and address a few things to help y'all out.
Okay.
Because Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't.
All right, guys, I'm trying to get to the part with
Heather has
Heather
been
is the only one. Heather is the only one who has reached out to me or to my wife.
I
So for you
actually
to sit on this show and sit here and
month or
give
so ago,
information that you have that you don't have all the answers to is a problem.
Okay, well, Chris, help us understand, because I know Chloe, and Chloe wants to help her really quickly so everybody knows it's you. But I don't know how long you've been listening.
Long enough.
Okay, you sound angry. Talk to me.
Oh,
What?
very.
31 minutes in.
Talk to me. We don't want to get you. The last thing we want to do, Chris, is cause problems between you and Seth. I swear to God.
Well,
So
I understand that, but let me.
First of all, let me say hi to Leslie from Scotland. Hi, Leslie. Ancestry says I'm 1%. I'm 1% No, actually, I'm 2% Scottish. What's up, Leslie? How are you today? Welcome to the live. It's nice to see you. We'll continue down. All right. We have Chris on the live. Well, in this live. So let's continue.
Help you with something.
Okay.
Okay, a lot of the information that I've been listening to on your show, coming from Chloe, the questions that are coming through people, it's very sickening and disgusting, to be personally honest with you.
Okay, let's talk about it.
So let me go ahead and address a few things to help y'all out.
Okay.
Because Chloe, you're the PI. I haven't had a chance to talk to you. You haven't even called me. You ain't done anything, first off.
Heather
is the only one. Heather is the only one.
Please hit the like button, guys.
Or to my wife.
I
So for you to
actually
sit on this show and sit here
month
and
or
give
so
information that you have, that you don't have all the answers to, is a problem.
Okay, well, Chris, help us understand, because I know Chloe, and Chloe wants to help. And the last thing Chloe would do is want to put out misinformation. And the problem is...
Okay, I understand that. So let me just smash something real quick.
Okay.
Okay, first and foremost, anything that goes on between me and my wife is not a damn bit of anybody's personal business. I don't care what you think. I don't care what y'all got to say. That'd be like me splashing all your business out to the world.
It could be somebody's business, because what if it's the person that somebody was having an extramarital affair with, why Sebastian got gone, right? Why he's missing. So it could be technically everyone's business. Technically speaking, it could be part of the investigation.
Okay.
It does not matter what goes on in my house. We're looking for my son. That's real simple.
Your stepson, right.
It doesn't matter. Stepson, my son. All the kids are treated as if they're your own.
It does matter. And no, he's not treated as if it's your own, because if it was your own, guaranteed, you would be out there looking for him. You would not be on you would not be at Yogi Bear's campsite, right?
There is no title, a stepson, a son. It does not matter. That boy is loved by me just like he is my own. Just like he's my own.
Okay, Chris, may I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I've been doing this for a long time, and let me tell you why people are asking personal questions about you and your wife. Okay, it's because of the situation in which Sebastian has gone missing, and they're wondering if whatever happened between you and your wife, does it have something to do with Sebastian going missing? I swear to you, it's not to be nosy. It's not to be rude. It's just trying to figure out what happened to Sebastian. And
Okay, so let me make this even crystal clear for you.
okay,
And everybody out there that's got all these negativity, disgusting comments and questions that y'all think you know anything about, when honestly you don't know a damn thing. And that's the problem. You assume, you speculate, all this crap. You have no idea what me, my family, my wife, everybody involved is going through, to include Seth, his mom, and everybody else.
okay.
Because it's the vile, disgusting crap that comes out of people's mouth. Yes, I'm a very pissed off stepfather to this whole situation.
Okay, and I understand, and I hear what you're saying. But again,
So let me help y'all with something. 'Cause
okay,
y'all said some shit that's really, y'all have no, it's really none of your damn business. But since you brought it up, I'm clearing.
okay.
My parents didn't go to Alaska 2 days after he went missing.
I don't think
Why my
anybody said
parents
that.
went to Alaska was
That is
because
fine.
my stepfather went for work.
Okay, nobody said they went 2 days after he went missing.
Oh no,
They
it's
said,
out there. Trust me, because I have
Okay, I
terabytes.
did not say that.
nobody
I didn't say
said that
you.
here.
I
Okay,
said people.
okay.
Now I have terabytes of videos of Seth on here saying some vile stuff. I've got videos of everybody and their comments out here.
But
Trust me, what I'm bringing to you is not that I'm just pulling stuff out of the air.
I understand. No, and Chris, I'm glad you cleared that up. That's a
So,
good.
and by the way, they didn't go for a month.
Okay,
They went for 2 weeks. My stepdad went on business. My mom went with him, but it's really nobody's business.
well, but Chris, let me, and please understand. I swear to God, I'm coming from a place of understanding because I've been doing this for years. Okay, here's the thing:
Dynamic.
when you ask the public for help, they're going to look at everything
Doesn't
and try and
sound
figure
like
out what happened to
he is telling the
wanna-
truth for one iota, period.
I want to say something what VA Dynamics just said. He said, well, TBI and local law enforcement fell so far. And I feel that's true. And I feel like, and that's so far, guys, that's not going into the future. And I feel like a lot of times people don't like when we correct, say, law enforcement when we haven't seen progress with law enforcement. Like, that's looked as a negative to state the facts. There's plenty of times that they do amazing and an outstanding job, but there's times when cases go unsolved for quite some time. Like, look at Summer Wells. You're still waiting for that case to get solved, right? And cases grown cold. So, and some people don't like when you speak out on it. Like, why is it so bad to speak out on stuff when we're not seeing results, right? And we have Katie Proudfoot, the mom of a child who's still missing, saying that law enforcement is doing all that they can. You have a missing child here. Heck no, they're not. Even if they were doing all that they can, a missing mom never says that. Are you kidding me? No way. The mom of a missing child would never see it as that. Matter of fact, she wouldn't even be able to think right to see it as that. Her mind is so messed up, So VA Dynamics has an excellent point right here. Devel, what were you saying now? Please weigh in. Devel? All right, so I think we lost Devel, but we'll continue with the video.
to Sebastian. And let me from an outsider looking in, it's okay. His parents left town shortly after. Was there a reason? Did they take Sebastian with him? It is speculation that I am sorry it's hurtful to you.
Look, And realtor Lulu says this case has me crazy. And we haven't seen what we have not seen is Katie be crazy. She looks like she's totally fine. You know, on the surface she does, right? Everybody else is emotional. From Australia to the UK to France, everywhere. Africa, everywhere. people are thinking about this. It's become part of their life. Like everybody's adopted Sebastian as their son, as their brother, you know, as their nephew. But Katie Proudfoot, she's gone on and moved on with her life already. We have once again Janice McCall, mother of Stacy McCall of the Springfield Three. She's been missing her daughter since 1992, and she still hasn't moved on. She's still looking for her child actively, right? And Katie Proudfoot, she's already bounced. She's gone. And that doesn't raise red flags. And that's people that's creating drama with Chris Proudfoot because we speak on this. It doesn't make sense. It hasn't even been a year. It hasn't even been 6 months yet. And it looks like Katie Proudfoot has already gained closure. We're not bringing drama. People are not bringing drama. We are bringing common sense to the forefront. Something doesn't look right and their feet stink. All right? They have foul feet. Right? It's something wrong in this.
And I understand it. And that's why it's important that you clear it up. Just clear it up. Nobody's trying to be hurtful or mean. I promise you. We've all been asked.
Faye, thank you so much for being number 21 on the like button, pressing the like. Guys, press the like button and let me know what number you are. I'll flash it across the screen.
Asked to help find Sebastian. And this is what we do. We try and think outside the box. We try and ask questions and think outside the box and figure out what has gone on.
But
it is
your
not
problem with thinking outside of the box does nothing but cause speculation. It causes people to call in tips that don't mean anything, that you're taking sources away from the investigation. Because
Katie has Annette has a huge point. Why is Chris not screaming it that Katie is innocent? Why isn't he? Why isn't it? It should be easy for him to say.
Because Joe Schmo down the street thinks that my family owns a cemetery. We own a funeral home. Like, where in the hell do you get up with this stuff?
Okay.
Not you. I'm saying the public.
And so Chris, that's why it is great that you're here, because we want to clear this up and help you get it out. And I'm going to tell you something, Chris, when it comes to the general public, they're always going to be calling in crazy tips and doing crappy things. And all we can do is say, that's not us. We are not doing that.
Well,
But
It doesn't
and
matter,
I
though.
did want to clear
That
it
does
up.
not matter.
I
Doesn't
did
matter
want to clear it
one
up,
iota.
Chris. I
Chris?
did reach out to you on March 17th, publicly and privately. You responded to me publicly. You asked me to ask my question publicly. I did. You didn't respond. I reached out to you privately again. So I have reached out to you.
Where in the public? Where?
I reached out to you on Facebook. I reached out to you on Facebook Messenger privately. You've never read my message.
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but a lot of the bullshit that I get in Facebook.
No, that's fine. That's
I'm
fine.
not-
I just want to make it clear
Can I explain to you?
yeah.
You send me messages along with thousands of other people.
I understand that. And that's why I took it public. And you did respond to me and ask me to ask my question publicly because you wanted whatever answer you were going to give to be public to clear it up.
Did he say you send me messages with thousands of other people? But these are literally like the PIs. See, this is different. These are the private investigators that Seth have in charge of finding Sebastian. This is totally different. He's acting like he has no clue, like he's oblivious. He's acting like he doesn't want to help in this case. He's acting like we're dumbfounded here. What's going on?
What's the question?
And you can see he's a very intelligent person, and he's acting like we are the stupid ones. What the heck?
That you asked me. since I neglected your question.
And
What
that's not
was
what
your
I'm
question?
saying. That's not what I'm saying. I want to make it clear
He gaslights and he's narcissistic.
that I haven't not tried to reach out to you.
And Chris, I know you're mad. God, I can feel it. I can hear it, and I understand it. You've got to believe me when I tell you this. Please, if you can dial it back a bit and get us some of these answers and let us help you clear up this bull so it doesn't interfere anymore. And like I said, you're always going to have crazy people interfering and coming up with rumors, and it's so maddening and frustrating, and I hate it. It pisses me off more than anything, and anybody that knows me knows
It
that.
pisses you off? You're not in our shoes.
I know.
You haven't been in our shoes.
Okay, well, you don't know that, but I haven't been in your shoes and missing a child, no. But believe me, I can understand what you're going through, and what I'm saying is we can help you, Chris. We can help you, all right? Anybody here in this chat that asked about a cemetery, it's because somebody else brought it up. Just tell us.
Exactly. And my question comes back to, where do these people come up with this crazy crap?
That's $1 million question. I don't know.
Yeah, online.
Let's clear it up. Let's clear it up for you. Let us help you.
You're saying, I believe, Chloe, you're saying online. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm sorry, I said that. There's a lot
That's
of
Stacy. Yeah.
crazy people online, and just to let you know, I understand you get a lot of messages. I reached
Please
out
share,
to you
guys.
when Sebastian first went missing too, to see if we could help in any way. So
Yeah, but Chris, I understand your anger, but I'm telling you, please let us help you, okay? We're not here to point fingers at you or whatever, but the problem is, and this is what we were talking about earlier, Chris, when the public is asked to help and then no information is provided, then people, because of social media, and social media is here to stay, unfortunately, this never used to be a problem, never, until social media, and it's terrible. I will be the first one to admit it's terrible, but let us help you clear it up, okay? So you don't own a cemetery and you don't own a funeral home. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, everybody stop with that bullshit. All right.
Here, let me add this to the thing. We don't own a private plane. We don't own 78 pieces of property.
Mm-hmm.
We don't own a private yacht. What else do you guys want to come up and say that we
Yes,
don't?
Leslie.
Like we're millionaires or something. Like we've got this money growing off trees, which, by the way, it'd be great if we did, because I guarantee you we wouldn't need anybody's help because he'd have been home by now.
Right. No, I understand. No, I completely understand. Okay. But understand, when the public is asked to help with social media, this is what social media does. And it can be your
worst nightmare.
or your best friend.
Yes.
And let us help it. And I can give you examples. I can have you talk to people that have said, yes, the people at Web Sleuths, they've helped us. They've been great. Okay.
Yes.
But hey guys, I understand why Chris is angry, because it's coming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Horrible crap about him. Okay. And his family. I get the anger. So we're going to help you. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to let my cat out before she drives everybody crazy. So I apologize. So hang on. Chloe, is there anything you'd like to say while I let my cat out before she drives me nuts?
I will ask the question. I'll actually read you the message I sent you. This was March 17th. Good afternoon, Chris. I wrote this in.
Yes, Ray, he was angry. If you haven't heard this, wait until Seth comes on. It gets worse. He gets enraged when Seth asks very specific questions.
In a chat you're involved with, but I'm worried it may be lost because there's so much chatter. First, let me say I'm a Tennessee private investigator and have been praying and actively bringing awareness to Sebastian from day one. His case is near and dear to my heart. I had a question. I know Sebastian went to his dad's every other weekend or so. Did you come home on those weekends? Not a specific date, but just in general. Or did Katie come and stay with you? Are you often gone during the week? Just curious about Sebastian's day-to-day dynamic with his parents. And then I messaged you again after I posted that question publicly. You asked me to post publicly, and I did, and then I wasn't answered. And I said, hey, Chris, just messaging again. So it'll be at the top. I know you said you get a ton of messages.
So, and again, we understand that you get a ton of messages.
So
We absolutely understand that. Is there somebody else in our chat room? I can't see it.
Heather.
Heather, do you want to come up? I guess she does.
I'm here.
Oh, she is? Okay. Oh, hi, Heather. I didn't see you there.
Hi.
Okay.
There's a lot of talk. I didn't really have a chance to say hello.
And this Heather is the other private investigator.
Yeah, I know who Heather is.
Okay. Heather, would you like to say anything?
Well, so I spoke with them earlier today, and obviously, as you know, Mr. Proudfoot did message me and ask for a number so he could come in, and I think that it is past due. I think that it's a good thing for Mr. Proudfoot to address some of the allegations that are being made. I would like to have the opportunity, like I said to him earlier today, it's good for us, Chloe and I, to have access to them, to be able to, when we get this information, instead of having to go around them to other sources to try to get the answers to those questions, to actually be able to come to him for those answers and try to clear them up directly. So I'm glad he's here. I really am. Even though he's
I am too. I'm thrilled. I'm
even though
absolutely
he's
thrilled.
angry, I'm glad he's here, and I've spoken to him before, and he's been very upset with me before. But once he calms down, I think maybe we can get somewhere. Maybe we can get somewhere.
Yep.
Okay, so let's address something real quick with your
Okay.
viewers who say I'm drunk and belligerent. No, I'm just a pissed off dad. So let's get that real clear.
Hey, everybody, if any, okay,
Here he goes with trying to get sympathy from everybody.
mods.
So if you want to keep your comments and that's how your audience wants to play this game,
No.
then no, I'm not going to clear up anything or turn the chat off. If you want to clear this up, let's get it right. And let's take all the stupid people out of this equation and answer
You
the.
could tell he's a bully. Like, he is a bully. Can you imagine how he was with Sebastian? He can't even talk to people properly and stuff like that. And if it's causing him too much stress, he doesn't even have to look in the chat. You know what I mean? Oh my God.
Deals.
Okay, Chris, hang on. Mods, if anybody says anything rude about any of our guests, I want you to ban them. Kick them out. Okay?
It's like this. If you ain't got nothing factual about me to say, keep your mouth shut.
Well, okay, but Chris, they don't know if it's factual.
Exactly. So
That's-
that's the best recommendation I can give them.
Well, but they want to ask questions, and let me tell you why.
Questions are one thing, not a statement where I'm belligerent and I'm drunk. Because guess what, folks? I could read the comments that you post.
I know. And I'm telling everybody, if anybody says anything rude, they're booted from chat. Mods, if you could boot them. Stacy, could you get Ping over here to help us? Anybody?
And the other part of this is if it's
I got it.
nothing in regards to Sebastian,
Well, guess what, Chris? You can't stop my subscribers and my viewers' comments from flashing across my screen, because they're going to keep on flashing, keep on posting, and I'm going to keep on flashing them.
I really don't give a shit, people.
No, and I agree, Chris. And I mean, I don't know if you heard, I didn't want to discuss.
Wasn't that funny? After I unmuted it, after I unpaused it, his comment after that, oh, that was too funny. All right. I'm going to keep on flashing your comments across the screen, though, guys. So keep on posting.
Oh, I asked a lot of questions, and she wouldn't discuss it. Absolutely.
I think it's semantics at this point. He's been missing for 2 months, and I don't know how his bathroom habits are going to help me find him.
Exactly. Mind you that children with autism do have bladder and bowel movement issues to control themselves. But I'm not really worried that people can't read and do their own.
Well, but Chris, let me
read
tell
stuff.
you.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and care about that either.
Let me tell you why that was brought up. Okay, it's because of what Seth said. Seth said at his house he didn't need
Yes,
it.
you are correct. No, you are correct. You just hit the nail on the head.
Beverly, thank you for being number 36 to like. Guys, please please like and tell me what your number is. Thank you so much, Beverly Cole. I'm going to keep on going with Chris for a little bit, and then we're going to catch up. We're going to fast forward, and we're going to get to the part where Seth comes in the room, so we can get to where it becomes really heated with them, right? We're going to speed up through this momentarily.
You just hit the nail on the head. Seth has opened his mouth. He has said a lot of things he probably shouldn't. And he needs to learn how to close it, because quite honestly, none of that.
He said a lot of things he probably shouldn't, because maybe he did a lot of things he should have done. Maybe he's done a lot of things that you should have done, but you didn't do. Probably because you've done a lot of things that you shouldn't have done. You and Katie.
Thing to do with finding Sebastian.
Right. And you know what? But Chris, let's keep it that way, because Seth has said he is not going to do that anymore, and he hasn't.
Bullshit. Let me explain to you why. That Sunday when I went to that vigil and spoke to Seth, very calmly, very
Oh, thank you so much, Regina. You're my mentor too. I love you so much. Thank you.
Respectfully, we were having a good conversation while everybody stood behind me and would snap the little pictures and stuff. Heather came up in the conversation. She saw us. It was not a aggressive conversation. It was actually a good one. But see, it wasn't 3 hours later. Seth was on YouTube on somebody else's show, sitting there. He's blaming Katie, my wife, for Sebastian's disappearance. Now, unless you got cold hard facts, which you don't open your mouth. Because all you're doing is making an ass out of yourself, because you're assuming.
Say that everybody is grieving and handling this situation differently. I won't comment on if I agree with any of.
Maybe because Katie can't give him any good details about how Sebastian became missing. Maybe because he has a lot of questions for Katie, because she was the last person Sebastian was in the care of, and Katie can't come up with any type of answers to give Seth any type of peace of mind. Maybe that's why, and he has every right to question Katie. You can't tell him, the father of Sebastian, how to handle this. Shut the heck up, Chris.
The ways that people are acting at this point. I do think, in the last week we've been trying to
let your daughter come up missing and see how you handle it. POS.
Build a bridge. And I know it's difficult and it's not going to be just clean and perfect, but I think we can all just refocus and try to not focus on the other things people have done that make you angry.
So here, let me explain to y'all something that y'all don't get a chance to see, because unfortunately we're meeting on a very bad circumstance. Okay, but Seth can contest to this. So Seth comes to Tennessee. He gets his job in the security force. He wants to be law enforcement. He has had a dream.
Guys, what Chris doesn't know, if you haven't heard this yet, is Seth is listening to this live, and Seth is going to come on this live shortly, and that's where everything is going to just get really, really explosive. So continue to listen.
Of being law enforcement since I have known him.
Okay.
There was a chance for something that came up, and I called him and said, look, I think you should apply for this. I think you'd be great at it, which is the job he currently has.
Okay.
Now, he gets accepted. He's excited. He calls me and says, thank you, man. I really appreciate you helping me that. I have been a supporter and a cheerleader for him this whole time. Okay. But y'all don't get to see that. And Seth's not going to.
The lady at the top left from Web Sleuths.
I'll tell you that. During the middle of the training, Seth decided one day he wants to call me, tell me he doesn't think he's going to complete it. But I told him, I said, look, you're going to sit there and you're going to go back in there and you're going to complete this training because your son thinks you hang the moon and the sun. So you need to go in there and prove to your son that dreams and goals can be met. I have
Right.
been very, very supportive of him trying to do these things. I have told him on Sunday, I supported him then, I would support him now. But I will not stand by and watch somebody.
He's probably a good guy when he wants to be. Everybody has, good in them. I'm not saying he doesn't. However, where is Sebastian? Okay.
Be straight up disrespectful and accuse people and say things that have absolutely
In this case, it looks like the evil is outweighing the good for sure.
no bearing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay. Well, again, I just, if I could just
Yeah,
step in.
I mean, Chris, I would love for us to refocus and talk about not necessarily the investigation that we can't talk about, but what has been done, what you understand about dog tracks, what you understand.
Okay, so maybe this is why Seth also did what he did, probably under the guidance of his PI as well, because as Faye is saying, McGarry says, I am a PI. They need to keep the line open to him, so to Chris, to eventually reel Chris in. So I guess she's speaking as a experienced PI, okay? So I guess that's all part of the plan, okay? Which is excellent. All right, DeVell, I added you back to the stream because you got kicked out. All right, let's continue to play this.
And about the circumstances, we could go on and on all night, and I know we have a lot of really big feelings that are valid. But I think Heather would agree. We would just really love to redirect this back to Sebastian, because the anger doesn't solve anything.
It's not truly all anger. It's disappointment.
No, and I'm not saying that. And I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, at this point, it's just
not helping find Sebastian.
Yeah, and it's like an energy vampire, right. And we're all.
So, Aries girl, I guess it's the cat was annoying. Aries girl Tarot, she said, yes, please do. I'm ready to sign off. Please take care of your cat. So that was Web Sleuth. She had her cat in the background. She took care of it. I know the other day my fire detector was annoying everybody as well, which I can tune out, but a lot of people have the issue where certain noises bother them. So she took care of her cat. Let's continue.
We're all tired. And I mean, I can't imagine how tired you are. I know how tired I am. So I would love to redirect back to what you know and what you think.
And then I have some questions that I hope you can answer that will help clear things up.
I'll answer questions unless it's something I have been told by law enforcement that I cannot answer. I've said that from day one, and I'm telling you now, it has not changed. So ask your questions.
Did you pass the polygraph?
Yes, I sure did, with flying colors.
And it was TBI that gave it to you?
Yes, TBI gave it to me along with another agency.
Okay.
No, that was kept quiet because it's nobody. We kept it all quiet.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's great that you're telling us now.
Right. And, Seth knew about it the day on that Tuesday when I took it, passed it. They called and told him that I passed it.
And okay. Well, maybe he was told he couldn't say anything.
No, he was told he could say something. They told him so he would try to keep his rhetoric down. That's why they told him. And I have the text message where they asked me if they could tell him. And I said, I have listened to y'all from the beginning. I'm listening to you now.
It gets really
please
bad.
Do what you feel is best.
Especially when Seth.
So you pass the polygraph with flying colors. Let me ask you this. People in chat are asking, did you tear down any posters of Sebastian? You or anyone you know?
That is a straight up.
Like, I almost want to fast forward to the point where Seth comes on, because it gets bad, guys. It gets bad. But let's try to hear a little bit more of what he has to say first.
No, and I can't believe people would think I would tear down flyers or posters of my missing stepson.
Okay,
Which,
but again,
you know, another thing
And
which
I
is
will-
kind of funny that you bring this up, because some people, and yes, they are pertinent to the investigation, have said that there's a video floating around of me tearing these things down.
mhm.
If you got it, post it. Because
Oh, I
if you
agree.
ain't got it, shut up.
And I mean, I'll say on record from myself, I have never seen that.
And I
Exactly.
also want to
Because
say,
it doesn't exist.
I'm sure it doesn't.
and I want to say on record that in my conversation earlier with Chris and Katie said she had one request of me, and that was that when I do these interviews, that I, at some point in the interview, remind people to hand out the flyers and put them up everywhere.
Please, all we're begging. I don't know how to beg you even more. I don't know what it's going to take for America, the world, whoever, to understand. We are begging you to hang posters, talk to whomever, spread the words, keep your eyes open, and when you find something, don't wait 2 weeks to make a report. Because let me tell you something, that's what's been going on. Some of the leads that are coming in are 2 and 3 weeks old.
Why do you
Instead
think
of when
that
you
is?
see something, you pick up the phone immediately
Right.
and you call the cops.
Yeah.
Lindsay, I just looked. I don't see your email. I'm going to put my email in the chat again just to make sure you have it.
Don't call your best friend and
Right.
say, "Hey, I think I've seen this kid." Don't call these investigators. No offense, Chloe and Heather. You don't call them first. You don't call Seth.
I know you have my email, though, because you emailed me before. Just try to resend, Lindsay. I don't see it.
You don't call anybody but law enforcement only, and make your report
And
immediately.
I will say, you know, we've received
Right now.
tips that maybe haven't been called into law.
Nani, you think that he's defensive now? Wait until he starts dealing with Seth momentarily. It gets out of control.
Enforcement, but we call them in. And we also received tips that have been called into law enforcement, but the person that called the tip in didn't get any feedback when they were told they were going to be called back. And so they were worried that maybe it didn't get looked into enough. So I don't
So
want you to think
for the record,
passing
right?
tips
So
to law
for the record, I think what folks need to understand, because no, y'all don't know, y'all don't have all the information that Katie and I, and some of the information that Seth has. You don't, and I understand that, and I'm sorry that we can't give you every single thing under the sun. I wished we truly could, but unfortunately we can't.
Right.
But when you do make a report and you give them a name and a number, you tell them the location, you tell them a very detailed description and everything. You don't expect to get a call back from law enforcement, period. Don't.
Mhm.
Because I'm
Okay, something came through, Lindsay. I'll look through it as I continue to play this out.
sorry, but they don't have the time to stop and answer every single callback when they're looking for missing children. Not just ours, but there's so many children out there that are missing.
Right.
So I'm sorry that some of y'all feel that you deserve an answer, but it's not. And I'm sorry, it's just going to sound rude when I say this, but you don't deserve an answer. You'll get the answer when we get the answer. The family gets the answer on a missing boy, not strangers. They're not calling y'all to tell you.
Chris, this is what I have to tell when I talk to law enforcement, and it's difficult to accept, and I still have trouble with it too. This is the way it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But again, when you ask the public for help, people are going to start looking, and they look at the last place that Sebastian was known to be. And then it just goes from there. And I'm sorry, it shouldn't, but that's how it does. And we can clear a lot up tonight. And I'm
Yes,
so
let's
glad.
do this.
Okay, BW says, Chris, are you frustrated with law enforcement, or do you feel like you're getting adequate information from them?
I'm not upset with law enforcement. I'm going to tell you right now, the agencies that are involved have thrown every asset that they have at this. What people don't understand, this has actually probably been one of the largest searches for a missing child in Sumner County history, period, and probably in the state with the number of assets. Do I think they're doing everything they can? You bet your sweet tail I am.
So true.
You can bet on it. I don't think, I mean, just short of making everybody in this United States go hand in hand, start on one side of the country and sweep through hand in hand, that's probably about, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I'm very happy with what they've done. I know there are some other folks that don't feel that way, and I'm sorry because they are not in the know. But you do have to remember one thing. They're not going to expend every single asset, every single minute of the day on one child.
Of course.
You have to keep in mind how many children are missing, and it has to be equally dissolved among everybody. And I'm not going to lie to you. It hurt. It hurt the day that they came in on day 8 and told us that they have to pull back. I mean, it ain't nothing. There was more of a gut punch to take than being told that. I mean, it
I can imagine. I mean, that's because you're not expecting them to say that. You're not expecting them to say, yeah, we're going to pull back and put less.
I do expect that, but here's the thing. I'm also a realistic person. I would love for them to expend every aspect and every asset and every single second of the day finding Sebastian. That's not realistic.
Yeah.
It's not.
I want to read you a comment, and I like this comment from Brittany Cole. It says, sometimes you have to block out the noise, Chris. The public will do what they do, and that's the truth. A lot of us are just trying to offer help. It's the bad ones that you.
Michael this is so true. Michael said he is so angry and deflecting. He is trying to sell the narrative that he is a victim. What does that have to do with finding Sebastian? Exactly. Mikkel. I hope I'm saying it right. El Mikkel. Yes, that's so true. He is trying to sell the narrative that he's the victim. Exactly. And that Seth doesn't have every freaking reason to be how he is and feel how he is right now. He has a missing child. Are you serious? Are you serious? Oh my gosh. He is lucky that Seth is taking it how he is right now. There's a lot of people that would be in such devastation, cursing him out, like ready to give him a black eye right now and busted lip for the situation at hand. But Seth is doing the best he can to humble himself, okay? And trying to work with him. He's trying to bite his tongue in every sense of the word. But let's continue. And Lindsay, I got your message. I will try to remember to share this before the end of the stream. Thank you so much. All right, let's continue.
Remember, and not all the much bigger crowd of good people who are not doing this.
And I mean, weeks ago, somebody asked
Thank you so
me
much, Ray.
What I thought, and I had some information from court documents that could have been a lot of quote unquote tea for the internet to have. And I refused.
And everyone is saying the same thing. Where is Sebastian? Chris, where is Sebastian? If you don't know where he is, then you need to be looking for him. And also, you're talking about flyers. Why don't you get off your butt and go look for him? You know, take some leave. Forget about going back to work even for a couple of weeks. Ask for some leave if you need to do whatever you need to do to get some money to just be out there, boots on the ground. That's what you need to do. Show that you care about him, right? You called him your son. Show that you care about him as though he were your son. We want to see it. Prove it to us. The proof is in the pudding.
To release it because
Court documents on. Let me ask you this: on who? Me, Seth, Katie. Okay.
I refused to release it because number one, I didn't think it would help find Sebastian. Number two, it was a deeply personal thing. And also,
when she was young.
Yes.
Okay, so
What,
let me.
well,
I'm
let
gonna.
me finish, and I referred to the Michael Vaughn case
Mm-hmm.
where his parents got completely slaughtered
Yes, they
by
did.
the public for a very long time. And they didn't do anything to that boy. I do not believe.
They
I mean,
didn't.
now they have proof. But they just got slaughtered. And if people can say without a shadow of a doubt that they just know what somebody did, and they don't. Well, if you know, take it to the police and let's solve this.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Michael Vaughn's father even failed the lie detector test, or it came back inconclusive, etc. And there were some red flags in that case as well. So yeah, they're not lying about the Michael Vaughn case. But you saw emotions behind Brandy Neal. You saw her mother that wanted to find her son. I believe they were actively searching, and even Tyler. You saw emotions behind both of them. This case, it's a bit different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tell all the Sherlock Holmes and Watsons out there, since they have their PhDs in criminal justice and forensics and all this, since they've got it, by all means, we welcome you to the case. We welcome you to come in here and show us.
If Chris looks at this, which they are going around looking at every YouTube video about them, they're going to be forced to look at every comment that comes across the screen. Right? We're not going to delete the comments like they're doing on that other stream, which I respect them for doing so, because they had them on their show, they had them on the panel, and you can't have people disrespecting your guests on your panel. I don't believe in that, right? So I 100% support what they were doing. However, he's not on my panel, and I'm letting people, and I'm floating it across the screen, and we're going to see what everyone has to say.
I refused to release
started
it because,
buffering.
number one, I didn't think it would help find Sebastian. Number two, it was a deeply personal thing. And also,
When she was young?
Yes.
Okay, so let
me
me
finish, and I referred to the Michael Vaughn case where his parents got completely slaughtered.
Yes, they
by
did.
the public for a very long time. And they didn't do anything to that boy. I do not believe.
They didn't.
Now they have proof. But they just got slaughtered. And if people can say without a shadow of a doubt that they just know what somebody did, and they don't. Well, if you know, take it to the police and let's solve this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tell all the Sherlock Holmes and Watsons out there, since they have their PhDs in criminal justice and forensics and all this, since they've got it, by all means, we welcome you to the case. We welcome you to come in here and show us, and show these law enforcement officers that have so many years of experience that they don't know anything. We'd love for you to do it.
Chris, this isn't helping.
I know it's not helping, but this goes back to what's being asked.
Let's get people on your side, and then we can all work together. Because I know
that's just the thing. This isn't about sides. This is not about sides.
Exactly, and that's
this is not.
That's what we're
this is
trying
about
to do.
Sebastian.
It is, but if we're not,
I'm Team Sebastian. I'm team Sebastian. I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
This is about Sebastian, and you can't even say at a prayer ritual for 30 minutes. Please, this is about Sebastian. You can't even go out and search for him for 2 or 3 days. This is about Sebastian, but you can't even go hand out flyers for Sebastian. Please give me a break.
Okay, guys, let me just say, coming from the other side, you want the public's help. You need the public's help. Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there. And believe me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacey? Constantly.
Excellent job.
These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. You know, we don't have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money. We do it because we want to help. But it doesn't help.
So can I ask you a question on your show?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows. So I'm on. So the more people that come on, the more money this show makes. Love for you to do it.
Chris, this isn't helping.
I know it's not helping, but this goes back to what's being asked.
Let's get people on your side, and then
Okay, guys, I'm back. Give me 1 second.
Exactly, and that's
This is
that's
not.
what we're
This is
trying
about
to do,
Sebastian.
You know,
it is. But
are you
if we're
team
not,
this, that I'm Team Sebastian. You know, I was brought in to do one thing.
Same.
okay, guys, let me just say, coming from the other side, you want the public's help. You need the public's help. Let's not insult the public. There are asses out there. And believe me, we fight against them all the time, don't we, Stacey? Constantly. These jerks out there that pull all this crap just to get clicks. You know, we don't have advertising on this channel. We don't ask for money. We do it because we want to help. But it doesn't help.
So can I ask you a question on your show?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you the same question I ask everybody else when we went on their shows. So I'm on your show and I'm sure it is blown up. So the more people that come on, the more money this show makes.
No, I make no money.
We
off
don't make money. We're not
make
monetized.
Zero money.
It's not monetized.
And we
You're
don't
not a
take
monetary
donations.
show.
No, they don't monetize.
No.
We do not
Right.
monetize. We do not monetize. It costs me money to do this.
Yeah, and
Web
Chris,
sleuth
So
that's
the reason why I asked
show I
that,
will go on.
It's completely free,
Well,
and the website is as well.
No
right,
advertising.
so the
on our
reason
website,
why I'm asking that question, okay,
Mhm.
is because if people are true to what they say in their heart, especially those, and they know who I'm talking about, the clickers, the shows that make this money, I would love for you to make a public announcement for every dollar you've made. If you truly do this for the goodness of your heart, every dollar that you have made, you should donate it to the cause, not to your personal gain.
Shut up.
Well, yeah, we don't. Like I said, we make zero
we don't
money.
make
It costs
money.
us.
They just stated they make zero money. They're not monetized at all. So he's trying to call people out. Now, what is he doing? All right. He has some nerve to try to put people on the spot and question people. The questions we have for Christopher Proudfoot is, where is Sebastian, right? When people ask him any type of question, right? He gets in his feelings, right? He's ready to go ham. He goes ballistic. He gets irate, right? Wait till a few minutes from now, or however many minutes is from now, when Seth comes, he gets very explosive, right? He can't contain his anger nor his rage, but when somebody asks a simple question, right? But he's here ready to question everybody else. How ironic. All right, let's continue.
Money to
And
do
I
that.
appreciate it and I respect
Yeah.
that. Thank y'all ladies for that. I will give you that.
So, but no, I understand what you're saying. But again, it's just like with, Nancy Grace or with news media, they report the news.
StreamYard had kicked me out of here, but I saw somebody's comment before they kicked me out calling Christopher a liar. And it, for some reason, StreamYard like deleted that comment. I couldn't wait to get to that comment to put it on the screen. But if you want to repost that, I will flash that across the screen. Unfortunately, StreamYard deleted it. But yeah, Chris is most definitely, and Katie, a liar.
Unfortunately, this is social media. And I agree. There's people out there, and I'm not going to even say their names, but they know who they are. They do this crap to get clickbait so they can make more money, and it's disgusting. Absolutely.
Oh, very much so.
disgusting.
Very much so.
And I want to add something to that. Like I told Chris earlier, everybody that's involved in this case is under a microscope. I've been ripped to shreds. They've been ripped to
Right,
shreds.
Dumpling?
Seth has been ripped to shreds. I mean, like the public gets a hold of somebody in the
Flex.
spotlight and they dig into them and they pull up anything that they can. We all need to get on the same page and regroup and just make the decision right here, right now, to ignore the rumors.
The question was not necessary to get the focus off of him, to get the questioning off of him, so we get the topic off of questioning him, so we don't worry about Sebastian anymore, right? To be taken from under the microscope and put on everybody else. No, sir, you were the one under investigation here, right? Not everybody else, not every other YouTuber, because we are focused on Sebastian. You were the one under the microscope, right? All right, guys. Sorry about that. Hopefully that's the last time. I think I fixed the problem. We'll see. All right, let's continue.
Podcast or Web Sleuths podcast that we're on right now, we can make a pact right now. That's what we're doing right here, right?
But here's the other thing. I appreciate you want to make that pact, but you know exactly who I'm referring to. That needs to be done publicly as well then.
Well, all we can do is what we can do here
True.
tonight. So, but Chris, there's a couple of questions, and then there is somebody. There is somebody that wants to come on the panel, and I don't know if you want them on here, but let me ask you these questions first, okay? Everybody wants to know, what do you think happened to Sebastian? What do you think happened?
Guys, that person
I don't
said.
know. For the love of God, I wished I had an answer. I wished we had something to go off of, but we
Chris,
don't.
I asked Seth this a few weeks ago, and so just no thought
I'm gonna hear you out.
in your gut, spit it out. Doesn't matter if it sounds completely off the wall. What is your knee-jerk reaction to what happened?
All right, I have to read this. So Jem says he clearly has law enforcement on payroll or something. Chris doesn't want Katie talking because he's worried she'll F up everything they are hiding. Guys, and I think a lot of people are under that impression. He definitely keeps her from speaking. All right, Seth is going to come on momentarily, guys, so stay on, stay connected, okay? Here we go.
Sebastian walked out of the house, stepped off the porch, and has vanished into thin air. That is what I think.
You hear what he said happened?
What I know.
But Chris, there's a couple of questions, and then there is somebody. There is somebody that wants to come on the panel, and I don't know if you want them on here, but let me ask you these questions first, okay? Everybody wants to know, what do you think happened to Sebastian? What do you think happened?
I don't know. For the love of God, I wished I had an answer. I wished we had something to go off of, but we
Chris,
don't.
I asked Seth this a few weeks ago, and so just no thought
I'm gonna hear you out.
in your gut, spit it out. Doesn't matter if it sounds completely off the wall. What is your knee-jerk reaction to what happened?
Wait, I have to say this, guys. I keep promising not to chime in, but Joy J. Espinoza brings up a very valid point. You always have to think about this. Keep this in the back of your mind when you think, oh, was it a stranger that picked him up off the side of the road, or did he run off, and blah, blah, blah. Remember this, what Joy brings up, okay? And then we'll go back to Chris's knee-jerk reaction of what happened to Sebastian, and we'll hear him say that Sebastian just disappeared into thin air, and see how that adds up. Like, that makes sense. All right, that's what he really thinks. Anyway, Joy says, Chris, why didn't you call 911 immediately? That's what somebody would want to do, right? Like, my kid's missing. We need help here. Immediately. Yet you're on here telling people to call police immediately. Yet you didn't. You're telling people to call police immediately. Yet you didn't, right? And he seems like, oh, you're fools for not doing this. All right. So let's continue. All right. This is Chris's knee-jerk reaction to what he feels happened, guys. Here we go.
Sebastian walked out of the house, stepped off the porch, and has vanished into thin air.
Vanished into thin air. That's what he thinks.
That is what I think, because that is what I know.
But what do you mean you know?
I've been part of the investigation since day one.
Okay.
And if anybody else out there that's got some information in regards to where Sebastian has went, because last time I checked, there's not one shred of evidence.
You know he walked off the porch is what I'm asking.
I'm telling you, unless this kid is just in the thin air on my front porch, he sure had to go somewhere, so he had to walk off the front porch. Now, if you're trying to insinuate somebody was in my house, or
No,
somebody's
I'm not
taking that
insinuating
child outside of
anything.
my house,
No, I'm
say
not
that.
insinuating anything. I'm asking, do you know that he walked out your front door? Do you know?
That he went out the front door?
Or any
Is
door?
that what you're asking?
Do you know?
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Okay, thank you. I just need a confirmation. I don't play games here. So, just to make this real crystal clear, there's a back door.
Sounds so arrogant.
Every door in the house, when Katie got up that morning, was locked.
Okay.
Since it's already out there, there's a keypad on the front door. You don't need a key to unlock and lock my front door.
Mm-hmm.
But you need a key to lock every other door. And every other door was locked, folks.
So it
Did,
had
did Katie do that?
Do
And he
what?
walked out. Did Katie make sure all the other doors were locked? And could have Sebastian just walked out? Could he have walked out the front door?
Every door was locked.
so what you're saying is that the only possibility is the front door. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying the most conceivable way possible that this makes sense is that he walked out the front door.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Did he walk out without his shoes on? Is that what you believe?
My statement earlier is real simple. Sebastian walked out of the house not wearing any shoes.
Could he have been running and scared of something?
Don't know. He could. It's a young boy. It's dark outside. God only knows.
Okay. Now, there is somebody that has been asking to come on, and Gray Hughes, he would like to talk to you. Would you like
You can
him?
bring that. You can bring that man on board because I've talked to him. I respect him, and I will talk to him.
Gray, I just sent you the Facebook link, so jump on up. Okay, Gray?
Actually, this is a person that has been speaking to Chris day and night. They have a good rapport. Well, not day and night, but they've had multiple conversations. They have, and he just defends Chris, and he defends Chris from people that's coming for Chris in the chat. When you guys watch this on a replay, you'll see more about that. I'm gonna get to the part where Chris and Seth go at it, so I don't hold you guys up, right? Let me move forward to where Seth comes in. Hold on. I'll try to find that part. Hold on.
Down. Have you had, and I may have asked this and I forgot, Chris, my mind is sometimes mush. Have you had search dogs inside the house and outside?
Yes, ma'am, I have. Yes, I have. Sure have.
And what did the dogs hit outside?
Let me get this part first.
So, as you know, if anybody has followed Mr. Gray's, what he was talking about, the dog and the trail and the scent and the overlay on the picture. So, there anywhere from 13 to 18 different dogs have been involved in this search.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on day one, there was 5 dogs. 5. There's an audio dispatch tape that's been released. I don't know who released it. Whatever, I don't have it, but you'd have to dig it to find it. In that audio tape, you actually hear that the deputy sheriff does state that the dog hints toward a scent.
Right, Risa?
And he takes over off to the retention pond and the construction site next door.
Okay.
Now, other dogs did the exact same thing. Now, am I going to say every single dog? No, but I do know of at least 3 dogs that went on the same scent trail, same path. The rest of the dogs, I'm not going to tell you that they are 100% honest and perfect and accurate because honestly, dogs are only probably 25% reliable when it comes to a scent.
Okay.
Now, 8 days, I've had dogs in my house the first 8 days. In my house, outside my house, around my house, around the neighborhood. So, yeah.
So they've been there and, yeah, so they did, you're saying they did hit and they all went to that pond?
No, I didn't say all that. I just told you I've had 13 to 18 dogs in my house and around my house.
Mm-hmm.
I told you 3 different dogs hit on the same path that go to that retention pond.
Right.
I'm
That's
not going to say that every other dog.
Not every dog, but some dogs hit. Okay.
Right. So, but I want this to be crystal clear.
Okay.
So when people say every dog, that is not the case. 3 dogs went on the same path.
Okay.
That is all that we have on that. The rest of these dogs go in different directions, but it's all unreliable.
Understood. We do have a question from Michelle. Chris, was Ellie able to go in and search the cave they said had collapsed about 10 feet in? I haven't heard this.
Okay, so Ken Widener is the EMA director for Sumner County. They called in all kinds of stuff, got layouts of where these caves were. I don't believe, and I'm not telling you by the gospel,
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe they were able to get into certain caves because they were not safe to enter.
Okay.
The one that she is referring to that collapsed, honestly, we know that the one collapsed. We don't believe.
All right, we're gonna
they
try
had
to
anything
fast
to it.
forward to
Got it.
where Seth.
Got it. Okay. Let's see here. Let me get my notes. I was taking notes while we were talking. Let's see here. Hold on. Mm-mm-mm. So people have been asking, and this I don't mean to sound insulting, but people are asking, are you searching? Are you putting up flyers? That's what they're
Yes,
asking.
we are.
Okay.
Yes, and here's why they're asking that question. No, you're not going to find pictures of us out
All
there.
right, guys, I'm trying to find the part where Seth came in. So excuse me as I stroll through.
They're doing this because it's real simple. We, all 3 parents, initially were told in the beginning not to go out and search. That we needed to be available to talk to law enforcement.
Right.
Yeah.
Seth has been out there searching and doing his thing. He's had a bunch of people following him. Whether or not he chose that or these people decided to do it on their own accord, that's not for me to say. But we, Katie and I, are not going to have some big, massive search party following us around with a bunch of people that are already threatened death threats, by the way, to us. No, I'm not doing that. If you were in my shoes, you'd do the same thing. You listen to law enforcement. You do what they tell you to do. Yes, we're out there putting up signs. Yes, we're out there putting up flyers. Yes, we are searching.
Shut the heck up saying you listen to law enforcement and do what they tell you to do. Not if you got a missing child and they telling you to sit your behind in the house and not search for your kid. I am not listening to no law enforcement. Who's going to listen to law enforcement when they tell you not to search for your kid and your kid is out there missing? I don't care what nobody says. Nobody can stop me, okay? You go through hell and high water to find your child. Shut the hell up, Chris. You're not searching for the child because you know what happened to the child. You and Katie not looking for Sebastian because you got the closure you need in knowing where he is or what happened to him. Shut the hell up talking about you not looking for. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so upset with that daggone comment. I'm listening to law enforcement. As controlling as you sound and as you are and narcissistic and arrogant, you're not listening to no damn body but yourself. Okay? You don't seem like you have the capacity to listen to no damn body. I don't even speak like this. You guys know I don't even speak like that. But when somebody says stuff like that and you know who they are and you can tell how he is, the way he speaks, all right? He doesn't have the capacity to listen to nobody besides himself, all right? Egotistic piece of shit. Excuse my language, but come on now. Are you kidding me? He is not going to let anybody stop him. Let his daughter come up missing and law enforcement tell him to sit his behind down. Yeah, right. Please. You're not going to get any sleep looking for your missing child. He's full of it.
Chris, I'm sorry.
Guys, I'm trying to look for the part where Seth is on, so give me a moment.
All right. Did you just say you guys are getting death threats?
Yes, we've been getting death threats. And they have been reported to the TBI. Everything gets forwarded, screenshot, and sent straight to them.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, everyone. I have Seth on my phone, on my JBL speaker.
Okay, good.
Seth, I want to give you a chance to talk.
Good. I don't have to look for it. It came right up. Hold on. I think. Oh, Lori Shortlegs is on the live. Oh, hey, Lori. Thank you for
Hi.
being here. Hey, beautiful.
I thought I'd come up.
Yes, thank you. Just let me know anytime you want to chime in, and I'll pause the audio. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Talk uninterrupted. So please go ahead.
All right. Mainly, Chris, the communication needs to be a little bit more prompt. If I send you an email on Monday and Tuesday, I'm not willing to wait a week to get a response back. I mean, that's unacceptable when we're trying to find Sebastian, buddy.
I understand what you're saying. I respect that. But when it comes to...
Oh, guys, I want to say this, and Lori, I think she knows also. This is where Seth sent an email, or he was requesting that I think they send dogs through the property, for whatever reason, to do, an investigation for Sebastian or whatever. And yeah, and he had to get permission from Chris, and Chris did not get back to Seth. Guys, if I'm wrong on anything, just correct me in the chat or the comments. But he was waiting for permission for Chris, and Chris did not get back to him with permission. Like, why would he delay getting back to? We have an ongoing investigation of a missing child. Like, shouldn't the child be priority? Shouldn't Sebastian be priority? He keeps saying during this live that Sebastian, it's all about Sebastian. It's all about Sebastian. Well, why isn't Sebastian priority? It's supposed to be a green light at all times for Sebastian. What is he hiding? What is he covering up? Lori, if you have anything to say on that before I press play, let me know.
I don't know what to say at this point.
Okay. All right. We're going to continue.
I'd like to say a little prayer. Can I do that?
Amen.
Okay. I always say the serenity prayer, which is, God grant me the serenity to, God grant me the serenity to help me understand.
Amen.
I can't do it right now.
No, it's okay. I remember the serenity prayer. I used to always say it growing up too. Hold on. I'm going to pull it up.
To accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference.
You said it. Amen. Amen.
Very important to have wisdom.
Yes,
Don't
it is.
let any teachers or any schools or anyone somehow remove your wisdom, your innate knowledge that was given to you, your gifts.
I agree.
Okay.
The serenity prayer is very powerful.
I just got nervous there and blanked out, which never happens.
Right. And then you got it right back. So thank you. Thank you for blessing everyone with that. Thank you. And may Sebastian be found. All right, I'll continue.
You asking people to come into my house on my property who I don't know Adam from Eve, and I really don't care what certification, who can vouch for these people. I don't care. I'm going to do exactly what I have always been doing. You send that to me, we're going to review it, and then we're going to send it to law enforcement. Let law enforcement go that route, and then when law enforcement comes in for us,
hold on.
To be on your property.
Hold on, Chris. Chris, hold on one second. Hold on. Seth, what did you say?
I said the person to be our spokesman to speak for all three of us doesn't need to be on your property.
Okay,
but
you're correct. You are very correct.
Him.
I gotta say this, and I think I didn't want to interrupt this, but I think Jen brought up a great point that internal affairs need to be brought into this case, especially when you do have a family member working with the law enforcement in that department or in that county, Christopher Proudfoot's sister. So I think she brings up a great point that internal affairs and a private investigator, Seth's private investigator, needs to make sure of that, right? If they're doing a good job, which I'm sure they are, the internal affairs department needs to be brought up in this case with Sebastian 100%, right? To make sure this no stone gets left unturned and that they do the best job that they possibly can in this case.
I have spoken to him.
When?
And I'm going to make this public. I am back working, and I have work hours. I also have to sleep. And unfortunately, I'm on the opposite schedule of you. So respect that.
It does, Ray.
I will do what I
When did
can
you speak
as
with
I
him,
can
Chris?
when I can.
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
When did you speak with him, Chris?
What does that got
So
to do
wait
with
a
finding
minute. So
Sebastian?
he's trying to say that he's not going to take calls
If he's going to
during the day. Does he sleep during the day and he works at night?
Yeah, I guess he's saying he needs sleep or whatever. I guess he's getting way more sleep than Seth.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he has excuses for everything. He had excuses why he couldn't return the private investigators' messages as well, because he gets messages from thousands of other people, but yet she's dealing directly with the case. You think he would take her messages more seriously than everybody else's, right? Because she's working directly for Sebastian. There's a lot of red flags in this case, right? He needs to be
Yeah,
really,
that's a red flag to me.
yeah,
That he won't
absolutely.
get up to give an okay. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
little strange.
yeah, for sure.
Okay.
And why is what's taking him so long to give Seth the go ahead to move forward in this? You know, Seth shouldn't have to wait so long. What's taking him so long? Does he have anything to hide, to cover up? All right, let's continue.
be our spokesperson? I was just asking when you spoke with him.
I haven't come up with an answer yet. We've spoke with him. We told him we'll get back with him after we've done some consideration and talk with law enforcement. We'll get back to him and we'll let him know our decision.
So
I know you're on board with that. I do. I mean, I know you're 1,000% on board with Mr. Mathis. I got that. I'm not taking that away from you.
So, Chris, I understand like every marriage is different and husband-wife aspect. You seem very protective of Katie and her having conversations with or without you. But like I said before you came on, I do believe that Katie is the one who, and I'm not saying it's because she knows what happened to Sebastian, but she was the last person that was with him. And so she does hold the most information, at least up until the point that he went missing.
What information do you think she holds?
Well, I'm going to get to that.
Well, then do me a favor. Let's just get to it.
Okay.
Don't pour gravy on the mashed potatoes. Just serve the stuff up.
Chris, I'm really trying to be respectful, and this is a very
I am too. So please just get to it.
Okay.
No,
so
you're
we would
interrupting.
really love to hear from Katie about his body language that day. You know, we've heard from others who are, you know, not necessarily good sources about his body language at the bowling alley and his body language here and there. And so we're just really trying to pick up on Sebastian's mood because it could help us understand what led to him walking away off the front porch out the front door.
Well, that is something that if she decides to answer, that's on her. But what I know is even on video, Sebastian was having a great day. He was in a great mood. He got to go to BJ's. He had a colossal popcorn. He hung out with family. He went and played video games at strike and spare. After that, he went and had dinner at Roadhouse, Texas Roadhouse. He ate his whole meal. I mean, everything in the video, even the videos that Seth has seen, he doesn't show any negative signs of he's upset or anything like that. As far as we all know, Sebastian had a great day.
No, I mean, it sounds like a really great day. I mean, they did a lot. I was just curious, and like I said, I mean, every relationship is
Okay, I
different,
feel like
and you're
saying
protective
something.
of Katie and who she communicates without you.
I hear you. We're
Okay.
listening.
What I'm sensing and what I'm feeling is that Katie should be the boss lady here.
Right.
And I feel like there is a struggle of power in between Seth and Chris. They don't want to conflict each other. You know, they need more communication, but what's not happening is Katie is not stepping up to the plate. Like, she's the one, she's the mother. I mean, we're really not hearing much from her. And,
Right.
you know, I feel like we've seen the father's terrible grief. The stepfather, he doesn't know what to do, apparently. He's just up in the air with everything. And we're not hearing a strong mother come through.
I'm thinking maybe Katie might not be a good liar or a good liar for long. You know? What do you think? Do you
I
think
don't
she's the
know,
weak
but
link? She'll
yeah,
fall
she's
apart after a while?
weak. She's weak when she should be strong, is how I feel.
Right.
She's weak when she should be strong. Like, she
Right.
should
I
have
agree.
had her hysterical cry, and then there's a point where she should get angry and be like, okay, who has my son? What's going on?
Right. I agree.
You know, she has to come to that point where she kind of, you know, these two men, they don't know what to do. They don't want to hurt her feelings in any type of way, any shape or form. But so they're kind of, I feel like, beating around the bush. They both weren't there. They don't know what happened. I mean, we have intuition of what happened. My grandmother always said, prepare yourself for the worst. So what would be the worst? Quentin.
Right.
You know, to me, is that he possibly could be in a landfill. That would be the absolute worst. So if it falls before that somewhere, you're good. You know, if we eventually find him, if he's really run off with a friend, somebody is helping him out, because he is 15. He's not, you know, 7 or 8. He's really, you know, he's becoming an adult.
What do you think are the chances he has run off with somebody, though, with the way they're acting? Because do you think they're acting mighty suspicious, right?
I do. I think there's certain things that they've done that are similar to previous people who, how can I say it, did away with their kids.
Right.
You know, like that one lady who drove her kids into a lake. I mean, you don't want to come off like that lady.
Right.
You want to come off as somebody caring and loving, and where's my kid? You know, where's your voice for your kid?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, I'm done before I get excited. Okay.
All right, let's
I'm going
continue
to
to
cool
see.
my jets.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So when you want to say something else, I guess put the camera back on and we'll know.
Okay.
All right.
And
And
I think
Katie, for the
I
record,
think that has
but
been a
for the
little bit
record,
difficult.
but right, hold on a second. But for the record, Katie can speak when she so chooses,
Yep.
and she's done interviews without me.
No, I'm not talking about interviews.
But she spoke without me.
Oh my gosh, guys. The time we saw Katie speak without him, didn't it look like she was looking down at a script? It looked like she was reading from a script that he wrote. Oh my goodness. She was guided by the narcissistic, arrogant man.
Okay.
I want to clear up something that Chris said about Sebastian going to live with Seth. And Chris, you may ask, what does this have to do with Sebastian missing? It's all part of the narrative. It could mean he ran away. And that is, Chris, did you not say that he was not looking forward to going to live with his father?
Yes, I did state that.
Seth, did you know this?
Nope.
Chris, do you want to elaborate?
And I'll tell you why.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will be glad to elaborate.
Become a question.
Hold on, Chris. Hold on. I'm sorry, Seth. Start over. And then Chris, we'll go to you. Seth, go ahead.
But I know why I was putting him in online school. He needed his therapy to actually have been started with ABA, so on and so forth, before I put him back into the situation, because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay. So he was going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean, it's just online school.
Okay. Online. Right. Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said homeschool. Right. Online school. Totally different.
Really quick, Chris, the day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever. Was that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like, I don't know. Was that like their normal weekend?
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question, because you just diverted away from what she asked, and let's clear this out.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We want the facts. Let's get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school. Seth was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't. But I don't really care about playing tit for tat. I understand that this may be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the case.
Right.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat on social media. We're not doing this.
Okay, Seth, go ahead.
Chris, unbeknownst to you, had already talked to Sebastian. He knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing. And me and him had already spoken.
Well, that right there is a conversation you should have had with Katie and myself about what your plans were.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Do you want?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was looking at.
What's that?
Give me 1 second. All right, go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, with these kind of kids, the thing that is a very sensitive topic is, like, how much should you do with them at one time? Because there's this thing called overstimulating. And when you overstimulate them, they become wild. They'll never sleep. And I know, like, going out to eat and going bowling is two very stimulating things. And then they also went to an arcade.
Right.
So this is considered overstimulating, you know, where the brain can't, it takes a while to hold in all the information and take it in and process it. It's like a processing thing.
Right.
And it'll take them a while longer to process it all, and it keeps them up thinking longer than a normal, well, you know.
Right.
It's just
there's
a
so
little
much going
different
on.
than other kids. And yeah, I mean, does it help them sleep in the end? No, it doesn't help them sleep to bring them out and over exercise them. It just doesn't.
Right.
And this,
Well, some people say that they feel
this was done also as like a last celebration before, they got rid of him. What do you feel about that?
No, I feel like she was trying to wear him out.
Okay. But okay, so now if that's the case, then that would be something that's done frequently too.
Oh, I would say every weekend. Yes, I would say that she probably does that every weekend.
Okay. But then when Chris is asked that, I forget if they got to it or not because I was sidetracked doing something else in the background.
He wasn't even sure, which is, that's his answer.
It seems like he didn't want to answer that question because he didn't know if it was a trick question or not. Like It might have been a question to see if, I think he's heard the theory that, it might have been something.
Well, they don't want to point any fingers at each other or at Katie.
Right.
It's kind of like they're tiptoeing on eggshells at this point,
Right. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It's a sensitive topic.
Exactly.
And what did he just say here? Oh, darn, I forgot.
What did I say, or what was it?
To me, this is the most important part of the video.
Okay.
But, okay, go back a tiny bit.
All right. I'm going to let me know if all right, go back a little bit. I'll press play.
So on and so forth before I put him back into the situation because he's not ready for certain things.
Okay. So he was going to go.
I'm not going to set my son up for failure. I want my son to succeed.
He was going to homeschool until he was ready to go back to regular school. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. And it's not really homeschool. I mean, it's just online school.
Okay. Online, right? Online school. That's a better term. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say homeschool. Yeah. Right. Online school. Totally different.
Really quick, Chris. The day that they had on Sunday with the spaghetti pancakes and bragging to family and BJ's and Texas Roadhouse and bowling and all of these, like, it sounds like the best day ever. Was that like a normal weekend for them, or was it like it just?
If you ask me, she is trying to trick him into this question to see like the theory of what a lot of people said in the past that, hey, this seemed like a last celebration before, quote unquote, Sebastian got gone. And she's trying to make it not seem like that's what she was doing, but she was visiting that thought. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She's asking the questions. She's asking all the questions that are in her chat.
Yeah, that everybody has, but she's trying to do it without, offending him, so to speak. Yeah. Because, obviously she can't get on his bad side, and he's trying to play in his mind whether she's asking him for that reason or other reason. And she's very smart about it, where she says, well, because I'm asking because, if he is, an autistic child, you can kind of make him, what did you call it again?
Overstimulating.
Yeah, she said you can overstimulate him, and then he starts to think about it, and he's like, well, we don't want to rule out any possibilities.
Has to go through,
yeah, he's like, we don't want to take the possibilities off the table, so that kind of gives him a cushion right there to go with as well, so all right, let's continue to play.
I know with my boy it was like that when he was young.
Right.
It took him a while to process things.
Right. All right, I'm gonna play it.
At like their normal weekend.
Right. Well, do me a favor. Let's pause that question because you just diverted away from what she asked, and let's clear this out.
Okay. Go ahead.
We want the facts. Let's get the facts straight.
Okay.
So yes, I did tell you Sebastian was not excited about going to his father's house because online school. Seth was aware of this because Seth stood in my house with me, Katie, and Sebastian in my kitchen and had this conversation.
Okay. And Chris, you could answer all of Joy's questions. Go ahead, I'm listening.
With Seth, he first said that he had told him, Sebastian had told Seth that he wanted to stay with Seth because I forget the reason, or I don't want to say it. But then all of a sudden, it's like now Chris is saying that Sebastian didn't want to stay with Seth because of the online training. So that's a difference. Like from the beginning, I was thinking, oh God, this boy, he really wanted to go to his father. Nobody's paying attention to him. Nobody cared what he's thinking, But now I'm like, oh, okay. So there's actually a conflict there. They're not even sure who the child wanted to be with, is kind of
Right.
the feeling I'm getting now.
Right.
Where before this interview, I thought, oh my God, he wanted to be with his father. Something's going wrong in his household,
Mm-hmm.
A spanking with a child like that, yeah, they could say, oh yeah, I want to go to the other parent because they don't like the form of discipline.
Right.
Okay, I'm done.
All
That's
right,
what I
no
have to
problem.
say.
All right, we'll continue.
Station where Seth asked his son about, you don't want to go to online school? And Sebastian's retort was, no, I don't. But
Okay.
I don't really care about playing tit for tat. I
It's
understand
not
that this
for
may
that.
be a reason why he wanted to run away, so to speak, if that's the case.
Right.
But we're not going into this. We're not going to play this tit for tat
Now,
on social media. We're not doing this.
Okay, Seth, go ahead.
Chris, unbeknownst to you, had already talked to Sebastian. He knew this wouldn't be a permanent thing. And me and him had already spoke.
Yes.
Well, that right there is
After
a
the
conversation
and
you should have had with
we had
Katie and
already
myself
spoke.
about what your plans were.
I'm sorry, do you want?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
What Seth was saying is that if I had known the conversation that him and Sebastian had, then I would know the whole thing. But the downside is that's where Seth should have had that same conversation with me and Katie, and that didn't happen. But this goes right back to, here's the thing. If you're saying that because he didn't want to go live with his dad, he potentially ran away, is that a possibility? Sure.
Joy makes a great point there on the screen.
We'll put that out there.
Okay.
But quite honestly, what goes on between Seth, me, his mom, and our households is none of the public's business. If it had something to do with his disappearance, I would understand that, but it doesn't.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, I understand that. That's why we're making this clear.
And that's
Right.
why I asked about his day, because
All right, guys, I promise not to interrupt, but I have to say Peace and Happiness is so right. Trezelle West and Jacqueline West, they did the same thing with Orson and Orrin West. Well, their real name was Sincere and Classic. The adoptive parents of, I guess we'll say, Orrin and Orson West, right? They were Trezelle and Jacqueline West, the adoptive parents, are now in jail or in prison for their unaliving, right? And they did not search. They said that law enforcement told them not to search. Plus, why search for people or kids that you know what happened to? You played a part in them not being here anymore. You played a part in their disappearance. The only reason you're going to go out there and search is try to make yourself not look guilty, right? So that's why they're not searching.
Let's go back to the day. Okay, go ahead, Megan.
No, okay. So, Chris, you don't know me very well. I have 2 decades of experience working with autistic children in different capacities. So I do understand they are all different. I do understand that day may have been very overstimulating for him. So that's why I was asking if that was a normal day for him. And if it wasn't, that just gives me more information that maybe he was very overstimulated that day.
Chris?
Say, all right. So one more time. I'm so sorry.
I was just saying, in my experience with autistic children, obviously they're all different. But if this was not a normal day for Sebastian on Sunday when he went and did all of these things, and it sounds like he was gone from home for a while, if this wasn't a normal day for him, would this have been an overstimulating day for him? Is this something normal? Does he normally go to BJ's and bowling and all of these things on a weekend? Or was this kind of like a special thing? And if it was a special thing, what caused it to be special? Was there an occasion?
If it was a special thing, a mother and a son bonding and just having a good time.
I'm not being ugly at all.
I'm not. I'm making the
I mean,
statement.
is this a normal day for them on a weekend? For them to do all
our days fluctuate. Monday through Friday, we're a working family, just like everybody else out there. And when the weekend comes, that's when you get a lot of stuff done. You go a lot of places, you do a lot of things. And a lot of times that's where, you go and spend time with your kids and do extra things. Sebastian's not in sports like most kids. So we don't spend ball time at the ballpark. When Seth has Sebastian on the weekends, he goes and does fishing and things like that with Sebastian.
Guys, don't forget to like and let us know what your number is in the live chat. Also, continue to watch because it really gets heated up in here. Okay,
I do have to say they love fishing. Fishing is something they
Seth
love
works
to
long
do.
hours. I work long hours.
It's easier than bowling.
You said they love fishing?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's something they like to do. And it's very important to teach them how to swim, and he did that. This boy knows how to swim.
Okay.
And I'm not saying any of that is suspicious at all, Chris. I'm just asking if that was normal. Because if it wasn't normal and he was overstimulated, that could be a reason for him to have ran out of the house.
No.
Okay.
He was not overstimulated.
Okay, so that wasn't one of the possible reasons for him to leave.
You look like a model.
Here's what I'll say. Everything is on the table. Nothing has been taken off the table. Period. That's the same statement.
He's in happiness. That is so true. He did not talk to Nancy Grace like that. He knew better. I wish he would try it. I wish he would have tried it.
Law enforcement has made.
That's the same statement I'm going to tell you every single day in and day out.
Katie gave my son to your mother and father. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Say it one more time.
Do you not want to say that? But we can move on. So
No. I want to hear it.
There's a rumor out there, Chris,
that
your mom and your dad have Sebastian. It's been brought up to me.
Seth, you know darn good and well. You got a question about my
I'm
mother.
just asking.
You pick up the
Are they
phone.
taking somewhere to lead a boot camp or?
So, guys, you hear that? Seth just said there's a rumor that your mom and your dad have Sebastian, and things are gonna start to flare up from here.
Or anything like that, and Katie just thought I would.
Yeah, they don't need that rumor spiraling.
I don't think Seth is being accusatory. I think he's just trying to stir up a bunch of beef.
What did you say, Lori?
They don't need that rumor spiraling out of control.
Right. They don't need it spiraling out of control. One thing that they do say during this live is that, this should be addressed privately off of the live, but I think it should actually be addressed publicly. They're going to say, no, this should be addressed privately. No, I think it should be addressed publicly because that rumor is still going to be out in the rumor mill for people. It's going to continue to leak over. And if they want to end it or squash the rumor, it's important that it be heard in public. I feel, it's my opinion. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh yeah, definitely should be cleared out. They should say, hey, my parents weren't there at that time in that place, and I even believe it's not true because I believe it was a pickup truck that was there.
Right.
So it's definitely wasn't Chris's parents.
Right.
And I've seen online a lot of people saying, "Oh, she's the most loveliest lady. She's easy to talk to." So I, I highly doubt she would do anything, nefarious or whatever
Okay.
with Sebastian. Okay, I had to get that out.
All right. Let's
Because-
continue.
Yes, it's been online.
Right. And I'm trying, and I'm telling you, if he's had this suspicion, he's got my mother's phone number. He can pick up the phone and call her. She is not afraid to
No,
answer any
Chris, I'm not
questions.
saying you. I don't want to talk to your mom. I want to talk to you, and I want to talk to Katie.
Well, it's real simple,
Just
Seth.
asking to put it to the rest.
You have seen the video footage of Seth
haven't.
on Sunday. Don't tell me you hadn't. I know you have. You sat in the room
No, I
with
haven't.
all the agents.
No, they didn't show me the video footage, buddy.
So you didn't see, you weren't sitting in a room
Wait a
with
minute.
law enforcement, the district attorney, when they showed you a video, when you wanted proof of life, saying that you hadn't seen proof since Friday. When you've been at my house the first 3 damn days.
Sunday, buddy.
Chris, let Chris.
Do you hear how he's yelling at Seth? He's blowing up at Seth like Seth doesn't have a missing son, and like Seth doesn't have the right to ask a question, to have him like squash this rumor. He's bringing it to him nicely. I understand that Chris could be offended at the mere thought, like we are emotional creatures, and we could be offended that somebody's even asking a ridiculous question. But at the same time,
yeah, I have no idea why he got so angry like that at that point.
he's blowing up here.
Yeah.
It gives you reason to believe that is something wrong. Like, do they have a point here? Is this something we need to investigate more? Again,
There
people
was a trigger there, but we missed it. I don't know what the trigger is there, but he had a thought that triggered that reaction.
Yeah, it almost makes it seem like it is something about that we need to look into more. Again, not to say someone, and it's not to say it's not human nature to get offended. People get offended all the time. However, at the same time, you have to understand what somebody else is going through, and you have to kind of be like, okay, well, if this is how you feel, I'm offended that you feel that way, but I'm going to make it easy on you. I have nothing to hide, and I'm going to show you. Matter of fact, come to the house. Come to my family's house, bring the dogs, bring whatever you want, check it out. We're going to vet them properly, right? Because we want to do this case.
We didn't know that they let Chris stay there for 3 days. So that's important information also.
Right.
That they had plenty of time to talk amongst the 3 of them.
Wow. I don't think I even knew that. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it came up in the chat, but I probably forgot or missed it.
They were together for 3 days. Yeah.
Wow.
And he stayed in Chris's house.
Right.
That's what he just said.
Okay.
So he's like, maybe they discussed this already and it's just annoying him.
Mm-hmm. And that's what would come up like when I would do my readings, that it was like some type of and it's something that I didn't want to believe personally, like, because like who do you get to go in on something like that with you? But I would see like somebody cooperating, I would see help,
Yeah.
So,
well, like he said, he went in that house, he saw the shoes, he saw the backpack. And what else did he say?
What did you say?
Oh, and he saw the cell phone. He saw the 3 things that his son owned right after he walked in the door.
Right.
He saw the backpack, the shoes, and the cell phone. So we were led to believe he didn't have a cell phone, but he did say that he had a phone.
Right. I think we found out later that he had one.
Right. So all phones have internet access, but maybe they only used it for phone calls.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a way to do that. Okay.
Yep. All right. Let's continue.
Just let Seth speak. Go ahead, Seth.
Chris, they showed me video proof of him coming out of Texas Roadhouse on Sunday.
On a Sunday night. You damn right.
Just
So true, Ghost.
Chris.
Seth, I got a problem with you sitting here making these accusations. Because if you got a problem with them, guess what?
Let's watch it.
He sounds like a bully. He's like the lead bully.
I think we're just trying to talk things out, and I don't even know if this should be public, honestly.
Same.
Okay, here's all the public knowledge you need on this deal.
He
Law enforcement has
didn't
talked to my
like
parents.
Seth being in his house for 3 days.
My whole family.
That's what my take is.
What did you say? What did you say?
He clearly didn't like Seth being in his house for 3 days.
Right,
I
he
think
didn't.
That's what I'm hearing. That's where this anger, I think, is coming from.
Right, and I don't even know if he wants Seth being on this show right now. I don't think he likes any opposition.
Maybe he had to
going
leave.
against him.
Maybe he had to leave to go back to work or something. Like, did he leave Seth and Katie alone together in his house? I mean, that would be a little weird. So yeah, he has the right to be a little annoyed about that.
Right.
Maybe Katie wanted him there and he didn't, type of thing, you know?
Right.
Because it does seem odd to me. Like, why wouldn't he just walk through, go through the doors and leave? Why would he stay 3 days?
Exactly.
Yeah, so it created something uncomfortable for Chris.
Yeah, it definitely did. But again, the heat's on Chris, and I think Chris doesn't have a lot of answers for this. He keeps deflecting. He keeps deflecting. Like I said, I feel it's a lot of guilt with Chris. You know, it's a lot of questions he can't answer, and he won't answer.
Yeah,
He won't be able to.
resentment, guilt. He's going through all of it. Yeah.
Right. Ghost says he thinks he runs things, trying to dictate what is going to happen. Wow. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for
They're going through the what ifs and where could he be and how could this happen, and they're going through many emotions right now.
Yeah, definitely. Dumpling says 108 watching. Let's match the views. Hit the likes. Yeah, guys, please hit the like button. We do have 127 right now on YouTube and 28 on Twitter for a total of 152 right now. So if you can mash the like button, I really appreciate it. It keeps
hit the like
on. Huh?
Hit the like, hit subscribe, ring the bell, and on the drop-down menu, hit all.
Yes, and please, and press that share button.
If you're new, you have to go out of chat to push the thumbs up button and then come back in.
Yes. Let us know what number you were. Thank you.
And you can put in chat what number you are, because it should show you.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, we'll continue.
Once again, the statement is true what law enforcement says. Just because you hear a rumor doesn't make it true.
Chris,
I don't think he said it was true. I think he's just trying to clarify.
He said
that's not clarifying. No, stop sitting here trying to defend his actions. Stop.
Okay.
The fact is, Chris, is I'm trying to squash the rumor. We're both here. Squashing the rumor.
Seth, there is no rumor. You know my parents were not with Katie on Sunday.
That's all I'm doing, Chris.
No, you're causing a problem because you know damn good and well where my parents were at their house on Sunday night. They weren't near Katie. They weren't near Sebastian. And if you got a problem, all you got to do is pick up the phone and call her. Be an adult.
You know what the crazy part is, guys? He's not even saying my parents aren't even the type that would do that. My parents have morals. My parents are blah blah blah. My parents aren't of that character. You know, he's using other excuses of why his parents didn't do that. You know, it's not because they don't have the character to do it, just because you know where my parents were that night. So if they were somewhere else, they would have done it. If they could have done it, then they would have done it. They would have covered for you. They're that loyal to you, huh? So we know if they could have done it, they would have done it. That's what it
Right.
seems
You would
like.
expect him to like yell, my parents would never do a thing like that.
Yeah,
They don't lie.
exactly.
They don't mess around like that, you know. We didn't
Exactly.
hear that.
Yeah, my parents have
Yeah.
integrity. That's not how my parents were raised. That's
That's
not what
not
he
how they
said.
operate.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh wow. Okay, let's continue.
Adult, be a responsible adult, and just call her.
Chris. Can you hear me, Chris?
Oh, I can hear you.
Because all I'm hearing is anger and attitude from you. What I'm
And
trying
you
to
should,
do
Seth. You
is
should. Because what you're doing is bullshit, and you know it.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
People
all
are
right,
talking
enough.
over each other.
Enough.
Seth, go, and then Chris, go. Please, Seth, and then Chris. Thank you.
Chris, a unified front squashes
Welcome. Thank you
rumors
here.
together. That's all I am stating.
Okay, Chris.
This is a rumor floating around, and I would like us to squash it.
Yeah, I think that is a great rumor to try to squash. That one's on
Did you want to say something, Lori, or no?
Facebook, and the rumor is actually that about your mom.
Yeah, I wanted
her
to
car
say
being
that.
parked at like Warsham's and him.
I'm sorry, I turned my own mic off by mistake.
It's okay.
I wanted to say that people are going to take sides no matter what they say or do. It can't be prevented. Even though they're trying to operate as, you know, a three-parent unit, which many people do successfully. Right now, there's going to be feelings of animosity, feelings of discomfort, and there's going to be people who feel one way or feel another because they can see the anger.
Right.
You know,
Right.
people can see the anger when each
Right.
one of them has, you know,
You can see
showed
how
some discomfort, some anger, and love. They all need to show more love, but that's very hard to show when a child is missing.
you can see how Chris is, and you can see how Seth tries to calm him down or speak to him in a way that, you know, is respectful, even though he may not want to, just so that they can continue working together. But Chris is just so unhinged that, you know, they're holding on by, I don't know.
Well, during this interview, he is, you know, something, you know, he was annoyed that Seth stayed in his house for 3 days, and that's what I think we're hearing. The annoyed kind of.
Well, I think he's annoyed by everything, but just looking for Sebastian, he's annoyed. He's annoyed by everybody questioning him.
He doesn't want to come across as the boss man, but
right.
In this interview, yeah, he came across as the boss man.
Right.
And there's nothing you can do because that just happens naturally. Somebody has to take over.
Well, did you see him standing over Seth at the vigil? Seth says he was just talking to him, and Chris said that he was talking to him and that it was a nice talk. But as you see, Chris is standing over him in a stance of power. You can say what you want to say. You know, we can pull up the picture. He is standing over him in a stance of power and authority, and that's what he wants to portray, right? He wants to be in a position of dominance over someone. And how he's speaking, that's what we're seeing from him as well. He's used to controlling people, and being an authoritative figure. And I think that's what he's pulling with law enforcement too. And because he has family and people in high places, he thinks that he could pull that everywhere. Where even I feel like law enforcement are even submitting to him at Sumner County, possibly, allegedly, So I think I don't know how.
I think this case is even sadder because they are law enforcement. They are bosses. They are people with good jobs and used to directing people. And I think this is a very difficult thing for all of them.
Right. We just want to make sure Seth has a fair shake at this. More importantly, Sebastian has a fair shake at this. And I don't know how that is with the power that Chris seems to have over Seth with Sumner County right now, right? So, and sometimes we see that a lot. Like we see that a lot with the teacher that I said, I can't think of her name right now. Hold on. In Philadelphia, she was unalive. She was stabbed, what was it? At least over 20 something times. And her unaliving was ruled a suicide because her fiance's uncle was a high-profile attorney in the state of Philadelphia. He was also the one in there to collect her device before he collect her laptop. Like I stated,
that made
her
no
phone.
sense at all. Even if you did yourself 3 times, you would pass out.
So sometimes people get a very unfair shake at things, and I hope this doesn't happen in the case of Sebastian. So Seth definitely needs the best people working for him in this case, so that Chris's connections with certain people doesn't just make him.
So we're having 3 successful people here we're dealing with, and when you're dealing with that, you have to think, oh my God, was somebody jealous? Did somebody lure this child away? There's a lot of things that come into play here.
Right.
With this case,
Right. All right. Let's continue with the audio.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so here's the answer. The final answer to this.
It's not just an online rumor because people have driven up to me and personally spoken about this.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I make the statement?
I wish
this is very simple. This conversation has nothing to do on social media. You want to have this conversation, Seth? You call me, you get Heather, you get Chloe on the phone. Hell, I'll do you one better, and I will.
He has something to hide. You know what? The people on social media are having this conversation. This is a rumor you need to squash. And I'm not saying to go out there and squash all rumors and address everything that's out there in social media, but I think this is a pretty big one that you need to, to address on social media, at least. This is one that definitely should be addressed on social media, in my opinion. Right? Because it's still going to be talked about. It's still going to be talked about. So why not?
You don't want anyone going off on the wrong path. You want people to continue to search.
This is right. People are going to keep jumping to conclusions. If you have nothing to hide.
You don't want people to say, oh no, I'm giving up searching now. This has gotten to a point where I think it's this person or that person. The search has to continue.
Now I see why everybody keeps dragging his mother in the mud, dragging his parents in the mud. That's where he wants to keep it. He wants to address it off of social media. Well, guess what? While he's addressing it off of social media, everybody's addressing it on social media.
What I'm really not getting, though, are they different religions, Seth and Chris?
I think Seth is Catholic, isn't he?
Yeah, Roman Catholic. And what is?
I don't know what Chris is, but I kept pulling up the demonic card for him,
Oh
so
no,
I don't
Chris.
know.
No, Chris is Roman Catholic, and Seth is something else.
Well, is Chris a
Episcopalian or something?
practicing? Is Chris a practicing Roman Catholic?
Remember that preacher? How she preached? So that's not Roman Catholic.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Did you watch the beautiful vigil they had with the green candles in the bags?
I just watched part of it, maybe like 5-10 minutes.
One of the sisters, Terry Lynn, she was allowed to video it, and 2 people were allowed to use drones. So I don't know who used the drones. I just know that there was a Terry Lynn who videoed some of it. It was very beautiful. A lot of people came. It was a big show. Out.
Right.
Show up. Okay.
Yeah, but it's just my opinion is that Seth doesn't practice his religion. Does anybody know in the chat, does Seth practice his religion? All right, I'll continue with the video though.
We'll get Bobby and Carter on the phone, and we'll all sit down and have this little fucking powwow.
We're not going to have a powwow like that.
With the language coming out his mouth, I doubt he's practicing anything.
But I would.
Well, then guess what?
The situation, and I would love for it to be private, because I believe a lot of what is happening right now should not be public.
So explain to me why you don't want Bobby and Carter involved.
I didn't say I didn't want Bobby and Carter involved. I said I was referring to your tone, which is very angry.
Oh, I'm very pissed.
I know that. I think we just all need to take a breath.
He sounds like
because no one is accusing anyone of anything. We are trying to dispel things, because in turn, dispelling these things will take
so full of
some
shit.
of the BS off of.
He is very, very explosive. So nobody could come to me after and say, "Oh, your thumbnail was clickbait. That's clickbait." No, it's absolutely not clickbait. This is 100% this is 100% explosive. It's uncalled for. He went totally ballistic. He's going ham. It's insanity. All right. He needs help. He probably needs to be on some type of medication. He needs to be calmed down. All right. He seems like he needs some handlers. He's not okay. He's not well. This is not something that, or someone, a special needs child should have been around, especially an autistic child, especially Sebastian Rogers. He is, all right, a key reason Sebastian Rogers is no longer here. You cannot tell me he is not. All right, somebody timestamp this. All right, we're 2 hours, 42 minutes into this. His disposition right here, what we're seeing from this man, this is all of the reason why. All right, Sebastian Rogers is not here. He has some unhealed emotions that are not dealt with. All right, he does not belong with. And I'm not saying, guys, I know sometimes people have issues they need to deal with. All right, people, kids may, may need discipline sometimes, we may say, or whatever. But this guy, the way he carries on, all right, and he can't hold mature adult conversation without being unhinged and unkept. All right, he definitely does not need to be dealing with an autistic child on any level. Like, I would feel that child is unsafe in his presence. I'm scared of what he would do.
Yeah, quick to anger is never good for an autistic child. You can never be quick to anger like that.
His rage is like never ending. It just continues.
You can't discipline them like a regular kid in school. Their discipline has to be different.
I don't even feel like this man would turn
It's all
into a
about
wall.
keeping the child calm. And you can't have anyone screaming and yelling in an environment that you need to stay calm.
I don't feel like this man even has in him the ability to turn and hit a wall if he got upset. He seems like he would turn and hit a person. Like, seriously. Like, it seems like he would turn and hit a person, but that's just in my opinion.
I bet you he has a hole in the wall somewhere.
Yeah. Seriously.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue. Like, he's running my blood pressure up. Like, I think I need to go
I
get
think my
checked out.
sugar's going up.
I know something's going up. Like, okay. He's causing us health problems here.
Yeah.
Like, geez, Louise, poor
This is not the
Sebastian.
greatest feeling. Yeah.
If Sebastian had additional health problems on top of him having autism, this would be a reason why. You know? Oh my God.
Of you.
Whoa.
More
That was
love,
uncalled for.
people, more love.
And Chris, I mean, I do understand.
Again, please press the like button, comment, and let us know your number. Thank you.
And your anger, but I know these ladies. I don't know Seth. I just know what I've seen. But these ladies are not full of shit.
I didn't say they're full of shit. I was referring to Seth being full of shit with his comment.
Well, that doesn't help matters.
No, it doesn't. So when you brought him on the show and he wants to start this shit, that isn't going to answer questions. It's going to spiral into the shit it's in. So we can set this shit aside and answer the questions that you got.
Okay. I would like to move on very quickly, but I will say the public opinion is not going to improve unless we can take a deep breath.
That's exactly right.
And I know you are frustrated.
You have no idea what I am.
I'm not saying I know
You
how
don't.
frustrated you are, but I know you are frustrated. And I am not saying that's not valid, but this is not helping.
Welcome, Hot Mess to the panel.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
If it's not helping,
Hello.
Good.
then you shouldn't be talking about
Did
it
you
on
have
social
something
media.
to say?
But
I'm
here's,
trying
As
to.
a PI, you should have said, you know what, we're not going to answer.
Wait, give her a minute to talk.
Hi, I just wanted to jump on with you guys, and I watched this entire interview earlier, and I'm so glad you're covering it. I'm loving your insight. I think a lot of what, in my opinion, we're witnessing right now is narcissistic rage, and that's what Chris is demonstrating. It is absolutely sad that a child with autism had to be exposed to someone that has, in my opinion, this kind of behavior. And he rages in this interview on full display for everyone to see. And that's in public. I cannot imagine what went on behind closed doors. So I'll listen along with you guys and comment with you as well. But the way he is speaking to the other people on the panel and definitely towards Seth was despicable. I know they let him continue because they wanted him talking, but wow. I mean, just wow.
Right, exactly. It was too much, right?
I don't believe that those ladies are the first people who would have invited Chris up either. Like, that surprised me also. I know
He invited
everybody
himself.
wants to speak to Seth, the father, but I would think
Chris
that
invited himself. That's what was also very interesting. He's watching these things. He might be watching this show as well, this channel, because he is monitoring these things and
well,
jumping
Seth,
in
we need
chat.
to see your softer side, please.
Yeah, Chris needs, I don't know that he has a softer side. And I think Seth is going to he'll make a deal with the devil just to find his son, which is just heartbreaking. But you're not going to get the truth out of somebody like Chris. If he tells you the sky is blue, I would go outside and check.
Right. I agree. 100%. 100%. And he just jumped up on there
Yeah.
When he called in, or when he came on the panel, he stated that he was just watching on the back end. They had no clue that he was watching the entire time. So
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. And he's very dishonest and then doesn't ever acknowledge that he was dishonest. Like when he said that the PI had not reached out to him, and she's like, on March 17th, I sent, and it was never an acknowledgement of that he received the message, that he knew it was there. It was, well, go ahead now. I mean, it's like you're not getting truth from this man at all. And it sounds almost like he just regurgitates what he thinks
I
is
wouldn't
safe
say
to say.
that at this point. I would not call him untruthful.
You sound a bit muffled,
Definitely
Lori.
not call Chris untruthful. He just overreacts a little bit here and there, is what we're seeing. I mean, his stepson is missing. He's feeling the trauma also, but I don't think they're lying about anything yet.
Lori, you sound muffled.
I sound muffled?
A little bit. Can you hear her clearly, Hot Mess?
I heard her.
Oh,
All
okay.
right, hold on then. It's just my air conditioner I put on for some fresh air. Okay.
Aw.
Hold on.
Well, I think that he, has definitely said things that have been able to be proven that weren't exactly accurate. It seems that Chris and Katie like to play a lot of semantic games, which
I would have
is,
to
I
go
think,
to his list of lies, but I'm sure he lied about a lot of stuff. Actually, I just don't have
well,
it on hand.
it's like just enough that you can't say it wasn't true, but it wasn't accurate. So it's
Right.
like it's wordplay. There's a lot of word salad that he does too. And they say that they're searching and they're looking and things, but they don't ever tell you where. They just
Right.
say you're not allowed to follow us around.
Right.
They said that they didn't go to the motorcycle shop and they were wearing Sebastian shirts.
Right.
So those are just two I can think of. So I don't get an impression that we're dealing with an honest individual. I don't know I don't believe he was there. I think that he was at the Yogi Bear campground and he went to work. So as far as like he did something to Sebastian, I think that's a true thing to say. But they don't have the behavior of parents that are like really trying to find this child. They're just saying law enforcement's doing everything.
Right.
And
Exactly.
that's not normal. In addition to, no mother leaves the home where her child, quote, her word, left from.
Right.
You can't drag mothers out of there. I mean, a lot of mothers with children that have gone missing 30 years later, their bedroom is the way it was the day that they went missing. They don't leave the house. They don't give up any of their things.
Okay, I'm sorry. I forgot my mic was on.
Lori's off for a walk.
My father cooked bacon and he's choking me out, so I have to go
Oh,
outside.
bacon's good. But that's part of, we're want him back. We want him back, but I'm going to go 3 hours out of town. So if he came home, I'm not there. What is
Right.
that?
Yeah. Like
And
how is it adding up? It's not adding up at all.
no, and Chris he was blowing up the PI to get onto this podcast. So he pushed his way onto this panel because he didn't like what people were saying about him. And if they're really searching and trying to find out where Sebastian is, again, where's Katie?
Exactly.
Why wasn't she on the phone?
Exactly. And that's usually what happens when you have a guilty conscience.
Absolutely.
Allegedly.
Right. Allegedly, in my opinion, I think that every time Katie has spoke, it has been scripted, which is a very big red flag for deception.
Or she's
according to the
looking down at
analyst.
notes. She's looking down at notes, and there's no emotion still, even then.
No.
Yeah, she needs
So
to cry out. She really does.
yeah,
We need to hear her
like
voice like a very concerned mother. Like, where the heck is my child?
2 months. She has had 2 months. She has
Right.
done a few interviews. Chris did
Right.
most of the speaking. And then the things that she did say were verbatim scripted. In my opinion, only. These are my views.
Right.
And it makes me very uncomfortable for what may have transpired in that house. And I think it's 60 days in, you know, I hope they find him, and they might find him close to home. You know, there have been stranger things that have happened. We've heard, other stories about there was a child found in the attic that had been missing for a really long time.
Right.
I hope we find a good ending to this. But at 60 days in, where is a pleading mother? All we have is a very angry, accusatory stepfather.
Right. And we have a mother that's saying, "Oh, law enforcement is doing. They're
Well,
doing."
we have 3 people who are not getting along who need to get along, and
I don't
like
think
there has to be a leader. There has to be one of them has to lead, and right now it's kind of iffy who that's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Chris is only going to allow Chris to lead. Chris is not going to allow anyone else to lead. He won't even give an answer to having a spokesman for the 3 of them. So Seth is trying to do that. And I think that Seth wants information that only Katie can give.
Right.
And she won't speak to him. And that's weird. That's
Exactly.
really weird. And Chris is happy to get out there and defend himself and defend his people. Look at the way he just went off about somebody saying something about his mom. And good for you. Don't talk about mama. I get it, right? Mm-hmm. But at the same time, why isn't Katie acting like that?
Exactly.
And where's Katie's family? You hear nothing, from anyone that's out there, advocating for Katie other than Chris. And that's very, very weird. So I think he's the control freak in the whole thing. And he's not going to let anybody else have charge of this. And I don't know, I'm, again, not accusing him, but is that because he has guilt over the fact the child is gone? I don't know. If you look at the mother.
Do you think he has guilt over the fact that Sebastian is gone?
I think they all do.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you think
I think they just weren't disciplining him properly, and the kid took off.
So do you think they're in any way involved?
I mean, he could have had a girlfriend. At this point, I'm not even sure how much they talked to him. Did he have a girlfriend? Did he have likes? He had to have. In school, you know how the kids are. Oh, my little girlfriend, my little boyfriend.
Lori, let me ask you this question, though. So you don't think that how they're acting would be of a parent that's in any way involved in the unaliving of their child? The possible.
Well, I do question Katie. Katie reminds me of some of those.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the stepfather wasn't there. He does have a quick temper, but then we're not seeing his softer side.
Not at all.
We haven't seen it yet.
Right.
So.
Well, in true narcissist fashion, that would be the love bombing phase. We haven't seen him love bomb anybody yet.
Yeah.
But I'm sure he can charm because he's articulate and he seems to be intelligent. I think that Sure, there. You know,
I
and he
don't know. I
probably
think
did most things
you
for
know,
Seth.
narcissist is a big word,
Well,
and
sure it is. But he's
you know
checking
that's
all
a
the
big
boxes.
word to use. You know, when somebody's missing a child, I don't think that word should be used. You know.
Is he behaving like he's missing a child though, or is he just on a tour of defending himself and his wife and his family? I mean, grieving stepfathers don't go shop for motorcycles
He
on
hasn't
on
said
the day of a
anything
visit.
bad about Katie yet, which a narcissist, you know, they always blame their partner. They're always pretty condescending to their partners. And I don't see that in Chris.
No, but could that be because
Right.
him and Katie are in this together, whatever happened? He has said a lot of negative things about everybody else that has questioned where is Sebastian.
Right now, it looks like Seth is the target.
Well, now we don't know who was pulling down the signs. If he's swearing he didn't do it. But he did make that comment that there was something wrong on the signs. I don't
And that's
know
very
what
possible.
I don't know what it was, the height or weight or something. I don't know.
Right.
And then you know, there's the issue with the blonde hair or the brown hair, you know.
Right.
An up-to-date
But let me
picture.
ask you,
Right, an
Lori,
up-to-date picture. Somebody gave out the wrong picture.
as a
So
stepdad, Lori, do you think he could be doing more to find his stepson?
that's a really good question. They don't show them searching, and yeah, that does bother me. They should
Right.
each do, you know, a little video of them searching, but I believe that all three of them did search
Right.
in the beginning, but I think it was only for like 1 or 2 weeks.
And you know what?
How many days in are we?
60.
63?
Yeah.
64? Something like that? Yeah, like now they're saying they're afraid to search because of death threats, and I can understand that. They could be
I can
fearful.
understand that too.
You
I
know
can
what?
understand that.
You
There
know
has
what
to be a
though?
reason why.
Okay, so Lori and Hot Mess. The reason these
Yes.
death threats are coming in, well, some of these people are having death threats. I'm sure the reason Seth has death threats are probably different from the reason that Chris are having death threats. It's probably because Sebastian is missing, and Chris has not gone out to search for his stepson, and people are, you know, under the impression that Chris Proudfoot may have something to do with Sebastian being missing, right? So that's where those death threats are coming in from. You know, the possibility of Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot being a part of Sebastian's disappearance. So,
Right.
and if you remember in Trezell West and Jacqueline West, the adoptive parents of Orrin and Orson West, it was the same thing. Somebody mentioned in the comments, I forget who. You're able to state it again in the comments, but they mentioned that Trezell West and Jacqueline West were not looking for Orrin and Orson West under the I guess they communicated that law enforcement told them to stay in the house and not look for their kid. That's the excuse that they came up with, and it was in the end it was because they had something to do with the unaliving of their child. But this is the excuse that they used. So you have to also remember, in cases like this, a lot of times it's because they have something to do with the disappearance of their child, right? So we don't know until the end when the case is cracked or whatever. You know, everything is always alleged, but there's a huge possibility that Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot has something to do with the disappearance of their child. And it's not just that Sebastian just ran away and moseyed off. Kids don't just disappear. And had he just ran off, we probably would have found him. 9 times out of 10, we would have found him by now.
Yeah, like I just got my foot stuck in the mud. I out here.
You've
If
left a
something
shoe
happened, we
print.
would
We
have
can
found
find you.
somebody would have found you if something went, left. Okay.
Yeah,
So,
close enough. People can hear me.
so on that note, Goddess, it's, in the interview or the talk today with Chris, he said the boy vanished. And then he says, kids just don't go poof.
Wait, say that one more time, Hummus.
So he said that today, that Sebastian just vanished. He walked off his porch and vanished.
Right.
How in the world?
The boy must have had help.
Well, maybe he did. I mean, you have to look at the situation in some sort of logical manner, because children do not evaporate into thin air.
And that's what he said he believed
He must
happened.
Instead of calling police, he must have called somebody he knew. And they picked him up. A lot of kids have secret phones too.
But see, before we kill with the kids,
A separate cheap phone.
But see, Lori, that's something that we can kind of consider possibly if the parent, Katie Proudfoot, and the step parent, Chris Proudfoot, was not drawing a whole bunch of red flags to say otherwise. Them running off is showing us that, hey, they possibly have something to do with this, right? Because you don't just run off to Yogi campsite over 200 miles away. That's showing me you might possibly know where your child is. Now you're drawing red flags. It seems like you have some closure to this that everybody else does not. You're not crying. You're not worried about this. People online, people countries away, continents away, seem to care more about this child being missing than you do. So that shows me that something's not right here. And I don't believe that it's it has to do with Sebastian running off, going to a friend. It's looking more like Katie Proudfoot and Chris Proudfoot has more to do with it than meets the eye. Okay? They're showing us that they do. They're literally showing us.
And telling us.
Come on, look at all the effort that Seth put into this versus what Chris has put into this, and versus what Katie's put into this. There's a reason Katie's not speaking on the mic. There's a reason she's not coming and doing interviews without looking down as if she's looking on the script. There's a reason to this, right?
Yeah. In addition, her last interview, she had just gotten back from being at the RV with Chris, and she looked refreshed. Like, she had, I mean, she looked great. I mean, I'm not a fan, but she looked great. What mother missing their child for many weeks doesn't look like they haven't showered in days, because they probably haven't.
Exactly.
It's like, you're watching them, you're looking at them, and you're listening to their words, and it's not matching up. Seth was in tears on the podcast today, and all Chris did was rage.
I mean, you have to be so careful when you search, when you go through forests. There's trees halfway down, there's vines on trees. There's a lot of things you have to be cautious of. And if you're going to camp out, you always have to make sure there's no branches above your head. For anyone who's out there searching for Sebastian, there's a lot of trees. A lot of trees came down during hurricanes
that have put themselves into these woods that the terrain is really tough, they're explaining.
Right.
And, they are spending their money, They are spending their energy. They're spending their emotional, you know, input into all of this. And
Oh
you
my
don't
gosh,
see that in Kristen Cage.
an ancient old swing set I just found. Holy. So there's a lot of things people just toss into the woods too.
Well, there is.
That
I have
shouldn't
a
be
43
here.
acre, I have a 43-acre horse farm, and I trail ride extensively. And it's amazing the things that you come across and that you see. And so when you're out in the woods, you know, I'll spend 6 or 8 hours in a day riding, you know, on trails
Yeah.
and woods. And you do have to be careful, especially this time of year with wildlife.
Right.
So, you know, here are so
There's a
many
bear in here
volunteers.
somewhere.
There's so many volunteers putting
If I run
themselves
into the
into
bear,
this
you'll know.
situation. And well, send help, honey. But Chris and
Thank you,
Katie
Chris.
aren't, and it doesn't add up. And they
It's not
where's the
adding up.
reward? Where's the reward? Chris went on a big rant about people monetizing. You're making money. You're making money. Put it back into the effort, which I'm all for, and I think that's a great idea. But where is the reward? What more can Chris and Katie demonstrate that they desperately want to find their boy, other than going around yelling at people or hiding? It doesn't make sense.
I agree with you. Mhm. I agree with you 100%.
And the accuracy of the dogs, that was a misrepresentation by Chris as well. Those dogs are
Like a
pretty
fox
daggone good. And the success rate that they hold in court, Nancy Grace is referenced. So
He had to
I
have been taken
found,
out in a car or something. Yeah.
right,
They would have
right.
found him,
So
Lori. They would have found him. He had to have been taken out in a car then. This is foul play all the way. How do you
yeah.
explain that, Lori?
I know.
And I don't want it to be. I don't want it to
I
be. I
just,
hope Lori's right and some
I
friend of
just
his picks
fear,
him up. I hope that's
yeah,
true.
I mean, I fear a lot of things. I fear that Katie may have given him too much sleepy stuff and he didn't wake up. And maybe she did put him in the trash somewhere and he ended up in a landfill just like Quentin. That's my worst scenario.
I know.
And I think Lori, she always tries to see the best in these
I don't think, at first I said, oh no, another stepfather issue. That was my first reaction. And he does have that temper. But then, you know, he was nowhere near Sebastian at the time of his disappearance.
Yeah, that's true.
And Seth was, what, an hour away.
And on video at a jail.
So
I mean, working. Yeah.
Whatever happened, Katie is the only one who would know. You know?
And she won't talk to Seth. Doesn't that say a lot?
Yeah.
I just don't understand that. I really don't understand that. And I personally think that she has lawyered up. And I mean, I understand doing that. I'm not faulting her if she has sought legal counsel in this situation, but it doesn't make sense that as a mother she wouldn't be doing more even behind the scenes. And there's no one saying she is.
So Joy says Chris did the crime. That's why he's so defensive. So that's food for thought.
I mean, if that's how you feel, but he was nowhere near Sebastian at the time of his disappearance.
Right. You have a point there too, Lori.
He was 3.5 hours away.
You have a point there, Lori, but could he have played the...
So who was near? You know, I could see why people are starting to talk about Chris's parents because
Right.
they were close by, and Kate, they were close by to Katie.
Lori, let me say
Katie
this.
was right there.
Lori,
Yep.
Lori, let me say this. So you have a point with that, but could he have played a part in a premeditated unaliving? And
Okay, well, I
we have not
thought about that.
we did not see him
He
on
would
a
have
ring
had to
doorbell.
drive.
Wait, remember this, Lori. We did not see him on a ring doorbell, and there was not a scent outside of the house. So could he have been in the car? Could he
No,
have been
there was
caught
a
outside of
scent.
the car? Huh?
They went over that. They went over that
It
in the
stopped at a
video.
certain area,
There
though,
was
right?
a scent that went down to the retention pond,
Okay.
and it was the scent was lost there.
All right. Could he have played a part in this, though? Is the question. It's possible that he could have played a part in a premeditated unaliving, right? This could have been
Yeah.
skillfully.
You mean like set it up and paid somebody off? There's always a possibility of that.
I think that if they paid
But
somebody
he
off,
would
they
have.
would have come
He
forward.
doesn't look like a person who would do something like that or be that evil or corrupt.
We don't know how.
Yeah, you have to know somebody very, very corrupt to like try to do something like that.
I think they would be talking by now. I think they'd be making a deal to save their own skin if there was a third party that was assisting. I think that this is Chris and Katie together, and I don't know why. Because I agree. I think Chris at some point is going to throw Katie under the bus. I do. I don't know how long that'll take, but in the very end, I think that's going to be what we see. I just have that feeling. And he was the alibi for sure, in my opinion. And
over this. Wow.
He was also involved in the custody. So his family, according to Nina, very much wanted Faith with them.
Thank you, Ghost.
and would do just about anything. So I think if Chris is involved in this, it was to not have an issue with his custody battle. I think getting rid of Sebastian was going to possibly, in his mind, solve the issues he was having getting custody of Faith. I think that could be a motive. It could also be, I know his mother, it's been said, was very involved in taking Faith from Nina in the beginning. And she very much wanted Faith to be with the Proudfoot boxer feet, whatever. Bowershot.
That would be a motive. Okay, that would be a motive, though. If anything,
right.
That would be a motive.
That's all I can come up with.
He probably wanted his little girl with him, but Sebastian might have been too wild to be around a little girl at the time.
Right. And so you seem to have experience with autistic children. I have fur babies. And let me tell you this, if I can't find one of my barn cats, I don't even go home. I search until I find them. And I am in the woods and I am crawling into things and crazy, crying. Look a mess, right? And that's a barn cat. It just blows my mind. But with a 15-year-old autistic boy, was there some sort of, because they keep bringing up the SA. And was that something that, Chris was like, well, I'm not going to let him have a chance to do that to Faith. So he's got to, he needs to be out of the
that
picture.
would definitely give the boy, like, weird mannerisms.
Right.
If that happened to him. Certain things will be playing in his mind and he'll be thinking, oh, it's okay to do it when it's not.
Right.
Like, he has to learn how to control You know,
Right.
the thoughts he has about what
Well,
happened to him. That's
what
very
we would consider
important.
inappropriate behavior to an autistic 15-year-old boy may not seem inappropriate to him. And
Right.
Right.
so that
Yeah,
may
right.
have been causing issues when he was just being who he was. You know what I mean? And I think that's part of why, again, in my opinion, Chris was pushing for him to go live with Seth, because he was becoming a teenage boy and may have been inappropriate but not meaning to be. Does that make sense?
Right.
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 Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's where Chris's involvement comes in. And Seth is certainly, has his own bag of issues. And I'm not in a position to diagnose anyone, so don't misunderstand that. But we all do, right? I have my own. I'm a hot mess, right? So I get it. But I think that was the reasoning for Chris trying to arrange for Sebastian to go live with Seth, because of him being at that teenage boy stage. And all it would take is Faith going home to Nina and saying, well, this happened. And then they would lose even visitation, possibly. I don't know. So I think that Sebastian being out of the picture in whatever way is what Chris wanted. And I wonder if Katie just snapped, or if it was, like you said, accidental and she gave him too much of something that made him
Right.
sleepy, or he had adverse reaction, and then she panics and I've done this for you, Chris. And then she gets help from that side of the family to cover up. So again, because how's he going to get custody of Faith if
Well,
they're
I
in the
mean,
middle of this child is now
she's also military. She would know what to do. You know,
yeah.
she
So
did something. She did
my
something wrong
husband,
here. She should not have hid him if something went wrong. She should
my
have been
husband
able
is
to call.
he's a retired chief from the Navy. I live
She
near one of the
shouldn't have
largest
been
naval
afraid of law
bases in the world.
enforcement, right?
Well, so the military component, I think they're getting a whole lot more credit than they should. So average military personnel, I know she was in IT and communications and such, but you're not getting special forces training as an average naval personnel. You're just not. So these are not people that are on SEAL teams. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have skill sets that only the elite have in the military. Now, if she's in the reserves, she's still accountable to that kind of command. So I also am very curious, where's the command on this?
I mean, if he's in the forest somewhere, they need to find him before all the animals wake. Like, and the bees are already coming out.
Oh,
Snakes
yes, they
are
are
already
out.
coming out.
Yes, they
I
are.
mean, they need to find him. One thing I was thinking too is that maybe they could put those solar lights on along paths in the forest. So if he's at night trying to get back, he could find a solar light to follow. It was just a thought I had.
Well, if he was out in the forest, first of all, hopefully he would know how to survive, because he would have ran out of food by now. So
You got it.
yeah.
You got it. He didn't have survival and training skills. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, you have to remember that in late February, it may not have been snowing, but let me tell you, I'm out here in the barn at 10 o'clock at night and the end of February, and it's cold. And so you're in the woods. You have to talk about food source. He'd have to, know how to get sticks and make them into a bow and arrow to shoot rabbits, or they're not even awake in February. So there we go again, right? So what food source would he have? He didn't take anything. That's another huge thing. I mean, and I know maybe in his mental state, he may have just said, I'm out of here and left. That's a possibility, but if he was going to leave, wouldn't you take, they went and got snacks that day. Lord God, Katie talks about getting snacks. So why didn't he take snacks if he was going to go and live in, because people do that. Oh, by the way, we have a 10-year-old boy in the area that I live in recently in the past month or so, and he keeps running away, but he has come up in the Boy Scouts. And so he's got all kinds of gear. They find him. I mean, it, sometimes takes a little bit of time, and he's not far from home, but
Yeah,
they'll
they'll find those boys.
But he has gear. He has survival skills. At the end of February, with nothing and no survival skills, 60 days later, I don't know that we're going to be able to find a healthy boy.
Yeah.
Well, it means that somebody took him, or he chose to pass away somewhere.
Right.
It was
possible.
his choice. He chose to pass away somewhere because, so many people have been out looking for him, and even on horseback.
Yeah.
That he would have had a chance to say, "Hey, I'm lost,"
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I know that he ran and crawled under a car before too. So if he ran and crawled up in somewhere and just didn't come
I
back.
thought about that too. And
Yeah.
did he crash in someone's car? Just open the door and lay in there?
Or a shed. I think about that. If he went off in the woods, you just found an old swing set. What if he curled up under something out in the woods and we haven't found him?
Again, a lot of the what ifs goes away when you see parents that are not actively looking for their child.
Right.
The what if theory kind of goes away.
I mean, it doesn't take much to walk through the forest. I mean, you could get bit by things, but the thing, you have to climb over old trees. That's the biggest problem when you're searching.
A lot of the what if theories goes away when Katie has shown us what it is. If her child was literally out there lost, she would be going through the woods trying to find him. Okay, did she go out one day that we know of? I heard that Chris went out there at least one day looking.
Oh yeah, I think they went out searching for a couple of weeks. I think it was every day for a couple of weeks. But then they got death threats. They started to have people
could threaten
negative bad reactions.
People could threaten my life all they want. You're on here twice, Hot Mess. Let me know which one you're talking on so I could remove the other one.
Yeah, let them follow me into the woods. They'll never find me.
Yeah. That's your child. People could do death threats all they want. I dare them to come kill me. And that's what they would have to do at the point of it's my child, because nothing's not gonna let me stop searching for my child, You have to be a
this
coward.
is dangerous.
Stop searching for your child.
This is dangerous right here.
So yeah.
And there's always that possibility a tree or a big branch the size of a tree could have fallen, could have hit him.
Lori, in my opinion, and allegedly,
what the hell is this?
The reason Sebastian is not around is because of Katie and because of Chris Proudfoot, point period. All right, and so you also stated that Chris Proudfoot hasn't told any lies. Okay, well, we have Brittany Cole here. Brittany says the problem is the interview with Nancy Grace and the interview, the live from last night. A lot of things are contradicting. It makes him look suspicious, and he's deflecting. So also, Lori, what are your thoughts on? He's been saying a lot of contradicting things. That's been brought up a lot. There's been a lot of contradicting things he said in regards to Nancy Grace interview compared to what he's saying now.
Oh yeah, he was pretty mild in Nancy Grace interview compared to this one.
Yeah. Also,
but with Nancy Grace, he wasn't with Seth. I think Seth brings out some anger in him. because he said Seth stayed at his house for 3 days, which I thought is a little strange too. Like,
I
why
didn't,
did
I
he?
didn't catch that, Lori.
I think Seth should have went in and searched the house, top to bottom, like crawled through the attic, crawled through the basement, the crawl spaces. I think he should have been a little more aggressive in the house and then left. Like maybe spent 10, 12 hours there and then gone home. Like why he stayed there 3 days. It is
I think
strange.
All right, so Seth is in the chat. I appreciate y'all covering this, but this is, as I fear, more talk about me and Mr. Chris instead of Sebastian. I just want to find Sebastian. He is lost, and we as people can find him. Thank you, Seth Rogers, for chiming in. I appreciate you. I understand.
Okay. Is he coming up? You want us to go down?
No, don't go down. He didn't ask to come up yet. If he asked to come up, I would bring him up. Seth Rogers, we appreciate you chiming in. I agree. We're gonna do this one day, hopefully, and that's what I found with true crime. A lot of times, and I noticed that I used to cover it a couple years back before YouTube's shadow banned me. I was shadow banned for a couple years where I wasn't getting views anymore and blah 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 till recently. Actually, with this case, Sebastian Rogers, I wind up getting unburied again.
I thought it would be quieter out here, but it's not.
But what I noticed in the past with true crime, it always turns into drama. The more you don't want it to, it does somehow.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Right, so what I would like to do is hopefully after this case, after this live, we're gonna go back. We're gonna focus on Sebastian, and we're gonna turn away from this. Right? This was the topic. It got heated.
Well, yeah, nobody wants to hear bad stuff about themselves,
Right.
That really, wasn't the purpose of the initial interview.
But I think you know what?
I think they need to talk more about the child's personality is what we need to hear. His likes and dislikes, because that could lead us to him. If we know he likes to play basketball, we could be checking out the basketball courts, that type of thing.
Lori.
Well, Chris said in the interview he didn't play ball. They didn't go to the ball field.
I know he likes to play in arcades.
Wait, one second. Before you guys get into it, I do want to continue just to cover this story, and then we'll, take a break from all the drama. We're going to not take a break, but we'll leave the drama in the past, and we'll continue to cover the story of Sebastian and finding Sebastian, right? And stay focused. However, I do think it's important to cover what happened last night because it does show a part of Christopher Proudfoot that I think people do need to see, because this is a part of what Sebastian had to deal with, right? And this also shows, oh my God, it touches my heart because it shows Seth's heart, right? And his ability to try to put everything aside, no matter how upset he might be with Chris for not kind of being on the same page or aligning with Seth the way he should, right? He's still trying to put that aside just for the goal for finding Sebastian. So it shows just what an honorable man that Seth is and has been, and what his goal is and what his mission is. And I truly respect that and I honor that. Seth, and please put your Cashapp on the chat, in the chat. And your GoFundMe in the chat, because I wanted it in here earlier and I wanted it to actually replace mine. I was going to go look for Seth's. So please put your information in the chat, or if somebody else has Seth's information, put it in the chat. And I also will be donating to Seth as well.
Very much. I will donate as well.
What did you say?
I said I'll donate as well. I support Seth in doing everything he can do to find Sebastian, and you have to pay for flyers and PIs, and you know what I mean? Like, he has expenses involved in the search that I want to help with.
He likes video games. I want to know which ones.
Yeah,
I want to know which ones so I could tell my kid, watch out for somebody on this platform or that platform. I want to know more technical stuff.
Didn't I hear in the
Is it
podcast
Minecraft? Yeah, but
Minecraft, and there was Fortnite. I
What
know
did you
Seth played with him.
okay. See, that's what we have
So
to tell the younger kids. Watch out for somebody
yeah,
new on the games, you know. And if
yeah, that's
he calls himself Sebastian, question it, you know. Tell your parents.
right. Right. That's super helpful, Lori. I hadn't thought of that. I'm not a gamer.
Well, my son is, and also my nephew is very good at gaming.
And those are communities like any other community, right?
Yeah,
Like
they have
people,
giant meetups in Atlanta, Georgia. They all go down there and they have these giant competitions. They really
that's
get
a
into it.
great perspective and point of reference that I haven't heard anybody say, Lori. That's really cool. You brought
If
that
he
up.
was one of those professional players, that could even add a new ball game to everything.
Yeah.
Brittany says that she doesn't believe Sebastian. That and I don't believe that either. We know that's not a lie. That's not the truth that Chris only hit Sebastian once with the belt. I don't believe that. All right. Did anybody put his Cash App in here? I'll pin it to the top once I see it. Okay, guys. Let's play a little bit more of this. We already
I
started.
think, isn't it like TBR Fleming? Okay.
Huh?
TBR Fleming? Is that his Cash App?
I'm not sure.
I think that's what it is. Something
Once
like
I
that.
see it in the chat, I'll pin it.
It's his sister's Cash App.
Oh, his sisters. I want to donate straight to his.
Yeah, I don't know, like he doesn't have one.
Ask him.
He doesn't have one for some reason.
Okay.
He uses his sister's.
Okay. I'll ask him. Does he prefer it going to Cash App or GoFundMe?
Ooh.
I mean, in the podcast too, my heart just broke when Seth was saying that he's not even functioning right now without his son. And that's just such a demonstration of a grieving parent. You that's what you expect to see. And with the vitriol coming from Chris, you don't see that. It's the difference between the two is dramatic, and that's where the drama's coming in.
It's a huge difference for sure.
Huge difference.
Right, and that's the same thing. When I was watching the Pascal show yesterday, I saw a mom that I didn't even watch the show. I think I was just driving. Was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? And I just caught the last couple minutes. And I think she said her son was 29 years old. His name is Harley.
Oh, that's dangerous too.
For the last, I forget how many months, 2-3 months. And she was in an emotional wreck. And I said, you know why she's an emotional wreck? She's an emotional wreck because she literally does not know where her son is.
Can I walk under this, man?
Right.
Lori,
she's so desperate.
Exactly, Lori. That's the difference you see in a mother that does not know where her son is versus a mother who knows where her son is. The reason that lady on Pascal was so emotional like that is because she has no closure. She has no clue where her son is. Now, Katie, I believe she knows where her son is, and that's why she wasn't going through that emotional state. And I would say
it looked like she got back from a spa.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of people who still want to know what's going on with Sebastian, they don't have that closure. You know what I mean? So,
doesn't that help find Sebastian though? Asking the questions of, there's a mother that doesn't know, and you see how she acts, and then you have another mother who looks like she's reading a script and got back from a spa. Don't we have to question that? Doesn't that help find Sebastian?
So Seth Rogers says, no, thank you for going on the panel. Have to head out soon for a search area. Okay, so he's still out searching, guys. Oh my God. I bet you, guess who's probably not going to be there? The people who are teaming up with him, supposedly teaming up with him.
Exactly.
I don't know how he's doing it. He has. God bless
Sorry
him.
I bothered your home. I don't know what that is.
I think that the way he's doing it is because he doesn't have another option. You just don't quit.
Exactly. I mean, he has done. I know how he's doing it, but I mean, like, whew, the energy. He has to fight every day for this energy. He has to literally fight every day for this energy to go on. God bless him.
I mean, I pray for Seth every.
Ant house.
Yes. Yeah, but we administered you administered John, I administered Sid, and then you and me show each other, oh, Sid got this, John got this.
Did Hot Mess get kicked out?
I don't know. Was she talking?
She was.
She must have got kicked out.
All right, I'm gonna continue to play some more of the live. If anybody's has Seth's GoFundMe, please put it in the chat. Thank you.
Answer that question. We're going to do that privately. That's where that should have
I did
went.
say that actually several times.
You
And
did.
you can listen to that recording later.
So let's move on to the next question.
I just got to say one thing. You want the public's help. You want them to be behind both of you. And
we need them to find Sebastian.
Exactly. And it's a very good chance that somebody in the public will find
that's
him.
my biggest frustration is that we all collectively have to deal with all of this instead of focusing on Sebastian.
Right, and it's a disadvantage to Sebastian. Really, it's sad because we're not any closer to finding him as long as we're all arguing like this.
Yeah. And mods in chat, you're removing these comments, I hope, because I've been removing some too. And we've got extra people, extra mods in chat. Anything rude that said, they're banned, they're gone. Okay. So we'll get them out there as quickly as possible. And let me go through chat really quickly here to get some.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. Lindsay found the GoFundMe.
Some more.
Lindsay found Seth's GoFundMe, and I pinned it to the top of the chat. When I see his Cashapp, I will change his Cashapp, my Cashapp to his Cashapp. All right, let's continue.
More questions here. You've been on here for many hours, and I so appreciate this. I really, really do. So,
Can Chris hear me?
yes, he can.
Oh, how did I get over here? All right.
Can you? Well, you can't throw us in a back room for me to think we talk real quick.
I wish I could. I wish I had that ability, but I don't. I can take you both off, and you can.
And if anybody's watching on replay, I will also put the GoFundMe in the comments.
Call him. You want to do that?
Let's finish this first, and we'll do that after the fact. Let's get these questions out of the way.
Listen, you may not like my opinion, but when we got rumors out there, if you and I squash these rumors,
there's something out here.
then they stop being rumors, and everybody just looks at the people who are spreading them like they are shit. I was not trying to upset you.
Oh, I'm gonna sink.
I'm trying to squash these stupid rumors that are literally filling up my privatized email address, their inbox, with crap, which is crap. It's not helping find Sebastian, so if it gets squashed, then people will stop. Not everybody. Lord knows there's still going to be stupid people out there. But it will stop. It will, I mean, literally, it will stop.
My report is
The
real
only thing
simple,
I
Seth.
want is to find Sebastian, Chris, and there are rumors out there that we have to put an end to. You may not like them, but we have to put them into them publicly, because right here we can end rumors. So people know when I told them to fuck off, if they didn't like it, they know that I meant fuck off because they don't like it.
So stop right there, Seth. Stop.
That's
Let me
weird.
help you with something real quick. You want rumors to die? You want to stop with all the stuff that's coming up and flooding these PI's inbox? How many terabytes do you want of videos where you have gone out there and you've said some very harsh things that should never have come out? You never should have.
The rumors started when you didn't get off your behind and go look for your stepson. The rumors started when you took off with your wife and fled the area to go to a campground in an RV instead
Oh,
of
whatever that is, full of bugs.
hundreds of miles away instead of looking for your stepson. The rumor started when what you said on Nancy Grace was contradicting what you originally stated, and you got caught up in things that it was lies, actually. Lori, I remember it was some lies, contradicting statements. I don't have them on hand right now. I could pull it up if I need to, but there were lies that he told.
Bees.
Also, Lori, he also stated, and I can pull up one. I could come up with one right now. Actually, Lori,
I'm here.
Okay, I have one on hand actually that I remember right now. Hold on, let me pull this up. Shoot, I'm trying to. Give me 1 second. I remember one offhand. All right. I saw it in a screenshot. I wish I was on the live. I saw where he stated it was on on social media. Somebody, he was asked, did he take the lie detector test? This was before taking the lie detector test. He stated yes, he did, and he passed. He also, this is just one thing. This is just one example. So imagine all the other lies. He also, he could always say, oh, that was a fake account, that was a false account my behind, because I heard him loud and clear on audio where they asked him, did you take a lie detector test, did you take the polygraph? And he said yes, he did. At this time he did not take any polygraph, so he lied. Why would he lie and say he did? What was the lie about? At that time he did not take any. Right? So by the time he did wind up taking one and he passed, there are certain tranquilizers that you can take.
Only Katie took one.
Right. At that time, I don't know if either one of them took it, but maybe she took one then. I don't know, but I know for certain he didn't take any. So what was the lie about? Why did he have to lie about that? He had something to cover up? He lied for a reason. And it took him long enough to finally take one.
Yeah, I didn't understand him at that point either. I think he just meant Katie took it, and he said we or something. He said the wrong word.
That he took it. He said that he took it and then he passed it. And also he said that I have the screenshot. If you want me to search for it and pull it up, it's going to take some time now.
Yeah, can you? Because I can't remember exactly what was said there.
It's also on an audio as well. Okay, and then what else? So he said he took it. So why would he lie? All right. And you could see in his eyes that he was scared to take one the entire time. By the time he got the guts to take one, there's all types of tricks that you can do to try to pass your lie detector test.
That get across this.
And there's pills you can take, and there's also a tranquilizer that you can take. Ooh. So who knows what he took to try to pass this lie detector test, right?
Yeah, I don't know, but they say there's something you can take. I don't know.
Yeah, there's most.
I don't know.
You take.
And it's not admissible in court, so I'm not really sure.
Hold on.
But they should take it just for the heck of it. They might be advised not to take it, but they should take it.
Yeah, you can.
Whew.
Where is it?
Gotta get out of these woods.
There's a tranquilizer you can take to pass your lie detector test. All right. There's a whole bunch of stuff. I think I sent it to you before. I don't feel like looking for it. I'm trying to, but give me a second. You can learn how to alter your breathing during a lie detector test. All right. There's a whole bunch of things you can do. It'll take me a minute to pull it up, so I'm not going to do
I
it.
always think only a true criminal could pass something like
Yeah,
that.
don't take this the wrong way.
Well,
That is a conversation for
My
later.
ear swings much.
Let me finish.
There are things that I put out there.
Once again, you can't talk to a fucking log.
Okay, what? Okay,
Chris,
so
Let me finish.
Chris, that's not productive.
It's not. So let me finish. You all are playing one-sided here.
no, we're not.
I don't think that's fair.
So then tell Seth when I'm talking, let me finish.
Okay, Seth, let him finish.
Yes, Seth, please let him finish.
There's conversations you've had that should have never been
Can't
out
see
in the
the
public,
screen.
and you know it. And because you did that, it started a lot of rumors. Own it, accept it, and move on from it. I told you on Sunday, I supported you. I would be there for you, no matter what, how ugly this got.
Started a lot of
But I'm
rumors, and
not
then
going to
what
stand
happened?
by
We
and
can't
watch
hear
you
it.
disrespect me, my family, my wife, or anybody for that matter. A lot of rumors got started because you went on social media and you opened your mouth and said some things you shouldn't have
Yeah, I
said.
was walking in the woods.
Accept it. I'll show you the videos.
You don't need to show me the videos.
Now, in hindsight, that is a conversation you and I need to have offline, away from everybody else, in our own private conversation. You and I, we sit down and we can talk. Literally, Lise, you had people watch us doing it Sunday at that vigil.
Well,
They were snapping pictures because they were trying to get some juicy information.
Trish,
So let's answer.
can we move on to the question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, let's. There's a question here in chat,
Did
and
I
I've
knock
heard
myself
this.
off?
And Chris, this is a good one. I'd
I
like
think
to
I
clear
knocked
up.
myself off.
Is it true that Chris told Seth?
I don't know.
All right, hold on. I think.
Oh, I'm there. I'm sorry.
Okay, guys.
I'm
So under my name, I have my Cash App. I put Seth. Thank you so much. Who gave me the Cash App? Risa. Risa gave me the Cash App for Seth. So I think I got the GoFundMe from Lindsay. It's pinned. Risa gave it to me too, but I have it pinned to the top of the chat. The Cash App now has Seth Rogers instead of mine. It's under my avatar or my picture, whatever. So you can donate if you want. You know, you can know from my live True Crime Psychic, or you don't have to. It doesn't matter. Send him there, whatever. It doesn't matter. Just put for Sebastian. So
Awesome.
I'm gonna donate probably during this stream. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and continue. Does anybody have to say anything before I continue?
Well, the way that he's speaking to a grieving father is just mind blowing. I mean, just talking down to him and manipulating the conversation to be about me and mine and mine and me, and you know, you can't have it both ways, man. Either it's about finding Sebastian or you're just up there talking about yourself. And what we just heard him do is just mine, me, you're the bad guy, Seth, you're causing these problems. Like, just the projecting onto Seth that he's the problem. And it's uncomfortable because Seth is just broken. It's like beating somebody when they're down. And I got that triggered me, to be honest with you. I just wanted to be like, dude, you need to shut your mouth and stop talking, because nothing of what he just said was productive or appropriate. It just
Nothing.
wasn't appropriate.
I agree with you 100%. What's your thoughts on that, Lori? Oh, she's muted.
Well, I was, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Yeah, we need more production. We need more knowledge about this boy.
It can't be work together, and then
can a teacher come forward?
I wish they would, Laurie.
Just give us like an overview.
I am curious about the silence from the people at the school.
Yeah, who are supposed to care about him.
Well,
right?
From some of the exactly, and they did. It seemed like from some of the photos. I know that they've given some statements, and it's weird. Are they being intimidated in some way to be silent? Because all the rest of us,
or even like a Sunday school teacher, like a Sunday school teacher or their preacher, somebody to give something about the personality. You know,
well, he had relationships that he didn't want to leave at school, is what we were being told, as to why he didn't want to do online classes. Right? So he had people at school that thought the world of Sebastian. And I'm baffled at these people not being more vocal. And I mean, there may be a very legitimate reason. Maybe we just don't see it. I'm not in Tennessee, but we end up in the drama on the social medias because there's so many people that aren't intimate with the family or the regular day-to-day of Sebastian. Where are those people? They exist, but why aren't they talking?
There is so much that goes on, like to get the kids to talk to each other, to get them to build friendships. There's a lot that goes on.
Right.
Those teachers are,
like
amazing.
My son got the high five award because he just started high fiving everyone. Like that kind of stuff. Would be nice to know, like, his awards and what he has accomplished.
Right. Well, I teach horseback riding lessons in my facility here with the horse farm. And I have some students that have come that have processing disorders or might be on the spectrum. I don't teach therapeutic riding, don't misunderstand that. But, I would be a person, if one of these little girls went missing, I would be more vocal than you could probably tolerate.
I know.
This little girl, this is what she did. She liked to hang out under the willow tree and paint butterflies on the horses' stomachs, and butterflies in your stomach. Isn't that cute? Very smart.
Yeah.
So where are those people? Why aren't they talking? We're not hearing anything other than the social media speculation, and then we're being attacked in a way, in my opinion, for being social media drama when it's like we're trying.
We do follow rules. People don't realize we do follow rules on the YouTube.
Exactly.
We don't just talk about anything. We talk about what we're passionate about, and if you donate, that's up to you. We're not pulling money, out of people.
No,
we're doing what we love.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I donated to his GoFundMe, by the way, because I felt I didn't donate to Seth's GoFundMe. I donated to Seth's Cashapp because I didn't want them to take out fees. GoFundMe takes out fees, so Cashapp gets that money tax free. Guys, I have his GoFundMe linked to the top of the live chat. So if you want to donate that way, that's fine. Or the Cash App, you see it right under my picture, right there under my avatar. It's the Cash App TMB Fleming, whatever. That's Seth Rogers. Yeah. So I just donated there. So when you guys have time, even if it's $5, guys, even if it's only $1, whatever you can contribute, it's awesome. For Sebastian. Yeah.
I don't think people realize the amount of, like, just even gas that Seth has to expend just
Right.
to get to places, and it's not, and that kind of bothers me that he's being put in a light where he's like,
There
getting
are
money for
expenses,
people.
and there are
Yeah,
definitely people who do YouTube full time.
And guys, I'm
yeah,
putting Joy's information up there, but let me tell you, some people are very upset and they're taking it like Sebastian is their own. Okay, they're taking
I
yeah.
know it feels
his
that way to
case
me
as
too
if
sometimes. Like, oh
they're
my
their
God,
own. And
where
I
is he?
remember when I did a reading on Summer Wells, sometimes I look back at the live and I'm like, that was a bit too much. I got a little bit too heated in the case, and I'm like really stressed and frustrated, and I'm getting a little bit too temperamental in it. But I'm seeing like kind of visions of things that Don Wells did to her. But can you imagine kind of
Mm,
seeing that in your mind's
mm,
eye? Of course, you're going
mm,
through certain emotions and stuff like that. So certain people are
yeah,
taking Sebastian to be their own child, so they're a bit frustrated. So
yeah.
yeah,
Fix
And
on
we
um,
have
him.
to give those people grace too.
yeah,
I think that it's like you ask people, you ask the public, and you ask people to help and to invest in time, money, energy, prayers, whatever, and then you're like, but don't you get dramatic about it. And it's
they're
like
trying to cope. Yeah,
yeah, it's like you have to give some grace because people aren't perfect, and some people need to rein it back for sure. And those people you do have to kind of check. So I'm not saying it's everybody, but I think that in situations like this, as much as we need to give grace to the people that are missing the child, we need to give grace to the people that are really taking Sebastian on as kind of like one of their own. And that's saying a lot for good people. Otherwise, you'd lose all hope in humanity.
Bobby
right.
and Carter are the investigators. TBI is the FBI in Tennessee. They're
Yes.
on the case.
Which is concerning because of the Summer Wells case. TBI has been on that case for years.
Well,
Right.
I mean, I think there are some legitimate concerns with TBI. I mean, I'm not a citizen of Tennessee, but it makes you stop and look at you know, what's going on and why are there so many missing children in Tennessee? I think there are lots of missing children all over the place. But specifically now, attention's been drawn to that state, and there may need to be some serious reform within the TBI because these things shouldn't be tolerated. I'm not blaming TBI. Don't think I'm blaming them. I'm not.
Right.
But I think that it's now been highlighted that there's some issues that may need to be addressed, and this is another one of those cases that you asked for the public's help. Now you've got our attention, and then stonewalling the public and going, well, we don't have the information, just isn't acceptable. And TBI can't have it both ways. We need your help. Keep looking, but we don't have anything to tell you. You
Right.
know,
well, from
their
what
press
I've heard
conference was
from people searching there is that
Oh, yes. I gotta
they're
interrupt real
the
quick.
TBI are in the forest.
Remember
yes,
we were
they are
questioning
searching.
what Seth is? Seth says, I am Roman Catholic and practicing. Okay, he's practicing. That's why we can see his disposition is way, way better than
Yeah,
um Chris Proudfoot. Okay,
yeah,
actually practicing. All right.
yeah. And that's why he's been so active in the vigils too, because it's his practicing faith.
Right.
The praying is important to his way of living, and he
Right.
shows that.
If he wasn't praying, he wouldn't probably be so understanding. He wouldn't have the grace to be so understanding.
Yeah,
Right.
talk about that
He definitely
patience.
has grace to be understanding. We can definitely give him that.
Right.
Patience of Job, just in this podcast right here that we're listening to. Patience of Job, because
Right.
I would not have done that kind.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, yeah,
Job was tested and everything was taken away from him.
yes,
And he still stayed with God. Yeah.
yeah,
Significantly a good story.
yes. And I think that Seth is getting strength from his faith too to be able to keep going every day. I do believe
Mhm.
that. You can tell.
Yeah. I admire Seth. He's shown a lot of strength during
Yeah,
this time. He has a great personality. I don't know how he keeps the mental fortitude. He's a very strong man.
he is
So a
strong.
lot of prayers have kept him going.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
and I think it's unfair with some of the criticism that he's had, from people that don't know the situation or aren't really involved specifically with him. I think that's been unfair in the recent days of going
right,
after Seth for, his shoulder injury. And, it's like people that don't sleep don't act like them normal self. And then add your heart is broken on top of that.
right.
So I think all of that is really, really unfair. And kudos to him again for not even getting wrapped up in that nonsense. Um, because he has every right to come out and be a viper about people saying those things, like we witnessed Chris in this interview. Like he
Exactly.
could have stepped up, and people
You
were
know,
mad. And
at first,
I
Seth looks like this big, loud man. His looks are deceiving. His looks
yeah,
are very deceiving. Like, I really expected him to come out yelling, "Where's my son? What have you
right.
done? Did you scare
And
him? What's going on?" Really
See,
expected
see,
some
Lori,
yelling, and yet he keeps his patience and his grace.
he
It's
does.
Lori,
truly amazing thing to watch, actually, because some of the
Lori,
other parents, I mean, you can compare him to some of the others and you'll know what I mean.
Lori. This
Right.
is where I say Katie's actions kind of tell on her, and Chris's action. Joy says, if my son was missing, wild horses couldn't have gotten me to leave my houses. I wouldn't deal with a narcissist like Chris. I would give him the boot. So she's saying wild horses wouldn't have gotten me to leave my house. That's what I say. When
Yes.
somebody has something to hide, they react different. When
Yes.
you're a mother that really has a missing child and you want to find your child and you're not involved in any sort of way, you're going to stay around and you're going to figure out what's going. You're not going to leave the scene. That's a
No.
huge red flag.
And another thing, why is your husband more important? I've got to go spend time with my husband at the RV park
I know.
than
And
finding your child. I mean,
exactly.
love your husband with all your heart. I think that's great. If you have that kind of relationship and marriage, I think that is fantastic. But
Right.
it is not more than your child.
Especially a
It's
minor, and especially a
not.
minor with autism.
Right. Right. And what spouse wouldn't support that? Why is it that she feels she needs to be with Chris when Chris should be throwing her out of that RV going, get back to the house, woman. I'm fine.
And you know what? Why hasn't TBI took this to the
I think
FBI
I don't
yet?
know why they took that little trip. I have no idea. It,
If
it made
anybody has
it
the
made no sense to a lot of people. That was a question that probably should have been asked.
if
Why did
anybody
you
has
take that trip? When your son could walk in the door.
if anybody has
Shouldn't law enforcement ask her that?
FBI.
They probably did already. But
I
we're not
hope.
privileged to all of
No.
that information. All the police work that's being done, we're just not privileged
And
to it.
we shouldn't be. With an
They
active
should give us
investigation,
something.
they need to give us, some updates that are relevant to helping search. But I don't think that the intimate details of interviews of Katie are necessary to be published. But I hope they're asking her that question because they're the only ones that can.
Okay, guys, I got the change. I think this the petition. Hold on, no, give me 1 second. I
think they made the quota on that petition.
I have the petition from change.org to try to get them to turn this into an FBI. I think it's to try to get it to turn to an FBI
investigation.
Yeah. So I have that. Can everybody please sign the petition? I will try to leave it in the.
It's not like a criminal investigation, though. There's no crime scene. So that's why it's not like a criminal investigation.
Well, it needs to be turned
to an upset 15-year-old who ran out the door. There's no crime scene there.
They have no proof that he's to run out the door either, because he's not caught on anybody's ring camera running out the door. And also, no one has been ruled out in this. So although it's not a criminal investigation, at the same time, it's not ruled out either that it's not foul play. It's not ruled out that it's not foul play.
So they seem to be running parallel investigations, right? Missing person and a potential criminal investigation. But I think the problem is they didn't do it from day one. And every state operates differently. I know in Virginia, we just had a conviction in a situation where it was not this, but similar. And they just convicted the father and they didn't have a crime scene or the body.
Wow.
And so, it's at minimum. I mean, there should be some sort of.
They had to change those rules.
I mean, well, there has to be child something involved. I mean, how do you?
What case was that? What case was that?
Bixby. I think his name is Bixby. It just went to trial in Virginia, in Norfolk, I believe. Yes.
You know what? It really depends on the state you're in, because the same thing happened in the case of Orrin and Orson West, the adoptive parents, Trezell and Jacqueline West. They are in jail right now for the unaliving of their adoptive children. They're in jail for the unaliving of their children right now.
And that's why it needs to be.
They have not found the bodies. They have not found the bodies.
So Tennessee, what in the world, right? There's something going on within that state, and maybe it's a legislation thing. Laws need to be looked at. I mean,
anybody that kind of contemplates unaliving
they need bigger police departments because there's too many people moving into their state.
Listen, anybody that premeditates having their child, quote unquote, going gone or, got gone, as they say, Tennessee would be the place to go. Okay. Tennessee is the place to go. If you want an area who doesn't really investigate, go to Tennessee. Is that a reason that they moved there? How long ago did they move to Tennessee, by the way? Because if you're going to plot the perfect place to have somebody go missing, that would be the place to go, because Tennessee doesn't do a good job at all.
It's a great question.
Listen, how long ago? I know they took that move to Tennessee, but how long ago did they move to Tennessee?
It's been a few years because Nina had to move. She was still married to Chris when they forced her to move to Tennessee.
Okay, I'm sure.
I say forced, but you know what I mean? Like, she didn't, according to her interview, she didn't want to do that. And Chris's mom took Faith as a baby. I don't know how old Faith is now, so that would be however many years. So we're talking maybe 8, I think is kind of a ballpark.
Okay.
So that would have made Sebastian 7. Okay. And that was also going back to around the age where he had the.
They're like 2 totally different women.
All right. If it was the last 3 months or so, it would
Nina
have been definitely a
and
red flag.
Katie are totally different.
Yes,
Nina
they
wants
are.
to be cuddled and, wants everything sweet. And Katie's like
Bless her
more
heart.
of a
She
tough,
appears to be
okay,
very
where did
codependent.
this child go? And look what he's done to me. And how are we going to fix this? Where Nina would be like crying and, they're two totally different people.
Right.
That's what Lindsay said, and that's exactly what I say. Lori, this is what you have to pay attention to. Lindsay just said it. She hit the nail. She hit it on the nail. She said, you do not search for something, you know where it is. You do not search for something, you know where it is. That would make sense as to why they're not searching. Sebastian didn't just vanish. He didn't just take off. And that is exactly what Chris wants us to believe. That's what he said on the live. He literally told us like we're done.
Yeah, Lindsay, that's true.
He said that, well, what happened is, I believe happened is, Sebastian just went outside and he just vanished into thin air. Or
he vanished off my porch.
He said Sebastian went outside and he vanished into thin air. And he expects us to believe that. Like, seriously, and that's why they call him narcissistic. Because he's so arrogant enough to think this is what we should believe. Like, he is training us and coaching us to believe this.
Well, he believes it. That's what's scary. I think he believes that he can, if he says the lie enough times, that we will believe it.
Because he has been able to do this with other women, or with women, period. So he can do that to other people. And I think I have a family member like that. I'm not going to call them out. So there are people in this world that's like that, Lori. Okay.
Katie and Chris, though, are very similar, where Nina was softer. You know? And so they drew each other together, but was it the best for an autistic child? Probably not.
No.
Because you need a lot of patience and kindness.
Sebastian.
Well, you have to put the special needs child first. You know what I mean? Like, if you are a selfish individual, you can't have a special needs person. You can't be their primary person. You just can't.
We always say, like, when she went from Katie to being Sebastian's mom, that's it. There's a big shift there. And you have to go with it. You know, you're somebody's mom now. You know?
Let me tell you, Lori, Sebastian didn't run off to a friend's house. If he was met with this much anger from somebody else or from his mom and stuff like that, he probably would have been there in his condition. I don't know, allegedly, whatever. I don't know Sebastian like that. He probably would have went breaking some windows because he probably may not have been able to control his emotions. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But sometimes when somebody is not able to deal with their emotions, it could trigger them to do something like that. You know? It can trigger them.
And people talk
that would have outbursts. So I'm just speaking for myself. I had a kid that would have outbursts, you know, and temper tantrums. And
they do. That's the worst.
Done. So speaking this coming from me.
I've been there. I'm like, what in the world? Me and my brother and sister never acted like that. We never did that. What am I supposed to do?
Oh, Seth Rogers said, I will gladly be the target if it keeps people looking for Sebastian.
Right.
I know, Seth. I know. And that's what I think is so, like, you know, people like us want to be there for Seth because he is absolutely, he'll do anything. He would give his life to get Sebastian back.
He swallowed his pride.
I mean, anything. I mean, I think he would give his literal physical well-being which I think he is giving his well-being, because this is not good for his health.
It's
And
not good for any of us. We discussed that.
no,
It's definitely not
no,
good for our health either, our hearts, our sugars, our everything.
no,
He probably wants to
exactly.
curse. He probably wants to curse Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot out more than any of us wants to. But he
I
has
think that
swallowed himself. He has swallowed his pride, and he's done everything he could because
so.
Sebastian means
Bonnie
everything.
said earlier that he stayed in the house for 3 days with them, which I didn't know. And I think that's what we're all saying. Like, you wouldn't leave the house. They would throw him out.
Right.
He went to that den where he was the target and stayed for 3 days. So if his child wandered back over, he was there.
Right.
You know, I mean, this is what we're missing. It's like, you know, and then you don't see that with Chris and Kate. They can't get out quick enough. And I get their reasoning, you know, and I understand it may be truthful that they were receiving threats and probably have and those sorts of things. So, you know, there isn't lack of understanding, but look at what Seth did. You could wander up to his front porch and do all the death threats you want, but his son knows where his house is. He ain't going nowhere.
Exactly.
Just in case he came back, or just in case somebody had him and he could know somewhere to go. You know, that's Seth. And I love him for it. I don't know the man, but I love him.
Seth said, I know, right? He says too many days, in my opinion.
Too many days. Too many. 2 months is too long. 2 months is too long. At some point, you know, there has to be a break. There has to be a break. And I think that's part of what
Makes me
the
cry.
drama is. I know, don't cry. I know, you'll make me cry. I have to hug my dog. No, seriously
Where's my
though.
cat?
Oh no, squeeze the kitten. You know, and that's the thing. It's like we're all getting dramatic and being accused of causing drama, which is true-ish. But it's because, you know, we're also like, why are we having meltdowns, but you don't see, you know, that coming from stepdad and mom. You don't see it from mom at all. You don't see it from mom.
Want to deal with Chris for Seth.
Say hi.
Right.
Seth just wants to find his son at the end of the day. You know what I mean? But a lot of people feel slighted by Chris again, like it's our own son. You know?
Yeah.
Like I have a son coming up on graduation, coming up on prom.
Congratulations
on that. Yeah, thank you. We're supposed to be focused on that. We're here taking on Sebastian as another son in our life. You know?
Right.
And
it's taking joy away where you should be not having to think about something so sad.
Right. And I love doing true crime, but like for him, and we go from different true crime cases here and there, but usually we'll bounce from one to another. For some reason, Sebastian has occupied a lot of people's space, like from the time we wake up to the time we go to sleep, almost. Like we think about him.
I mean, I'm guilty of that.
Yeah, we were talking about that. It's time consuming. Like you wake up and you're like, oh God, I have to check my phone to see if he's found. You know,
this is literally
almost as if he's, you know, our kid.
Lori, do you remember that text I sent you? And I was like literally crying. I was almost embarrassed when I was done my rant to Lori. I think
we wrecked each other with emotion. Yeah.
I don't think I did that for Summer or Brian Laundry or anybody else.
Yeah, I don't think we. Yeah.
You can't make it affect you like that. You're gonna talk true crime, but for some reason,
why is it?
Sebastian did it.
But I think that's a spiritual thing, though.
Yeah, I feel so too.
I feel like that's a spiritual thing. I feel like that, you know, this Sebastian was such an amazing soul. Just is an amazing kid that we all feel it on a soul level.
Right.
That's different.
I
And I don't
think
know
he
why.
was very innocent.
Yeah.
Very, seemed to be a loving, innocent type of boy. He didn't
Absolutely.
strike me as an
Right.
autistic kid who wouldn't hug you.
From UK
Right.
to Australia, from Paris, all right, South Africa, East Africa,
Wow.
everywhere around the globe. It's like
Yes.
everybody has commented on how he's touched them, and I feel like
Yeah.
he's not letting people rest until he's found. It's something
And
about
that makes me
not letting
ask
people
on a
rest.
spiritual level, why? Why? What are we going to know in the end?
Right.
You know what I mean? I think we're going to get that why question answered. And it's because it's something that isn't normal. It's something that isn't okay. You know what I mean? He did not. I don't
Well,
believe for a second.
we know
he
that
wanted
an autistic kid, even if they take off for 2 or 3 days, you know that they're coming back within a week. They wouldn't
Right.
spend a week out in the forest. And that's what
No.
the most concerning, bothering thing about this whole thing is
Yes.
that you wouldn't stay gone that long unless something happened.
And in such a way that is beyond
Like if he's like,
comprehension.
I'm going to punish my mother, and he
Right.
went and hid food and water somewhere, and then
Right.
he disappeared for a couple nights, he would have came back.
Hey guys, I
Or
gotta say
some.
something that Lindsay says right here. She says,
Yeah.
"Look at poor Seth. He is running himself down, trying to find his son. His life has stopped." That's so true. And I would say, like for me, if that happened, I wouldn't be able to do anything. I wouldn't be able to function. I would need everybody's support, or I would be homeless. I'm just telling you, I wouldn't be able to work or do anything. So I would just appreciate everybody that could go fund me. Okay, literally.
Yes.
So and this is the truth. I just don't know how I would do it. And I remember when I would see Seth on all these channels, and in the beginning he looked, okay, but the more he did, he started to get exhausted. And I forget what live. Eventually I saw him on somebody's live, and you would see bags under his eyes, and that's not how he looked in the beginning. He was so drained from being overworked, overwhelmed on all these searches, and just
the worry.
Talking. Yeah, he was putting all his energy into it that he was expending. But Katie, she's looking like she just came from a spa. And also Chris, and you know what? And Chris is complaining, saying, "Oh well, I have to get sleep." Seth is out there getting little to none. You know what I mean? Are you serious?
So when he said, I have to sleep and I have to go to work, it goes back to when he told us, well, we
I
have
think
to
that was
eat.
a little strange. I have to sleep. Yeah,
But it was the same story, because weeks before we're in a restaurant with flowers upside down.
Did they really need his okay for something? I couldn't understand it either. Why would they need his okay for something?
Right, exactly.
It didn't. That whole air thing didn't make sense.
Right. I think it's a matter of access to the property. I think that's where
did they ever get access? Let's continue to play the
Didn't they have that written agreement that they would have 24-hour access, or access from daylight to dusk? There should be some type of written agreement there. Why would they want access at night, though? They'd probably want access between,
That's
who knows, 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. That would be logical.
Trying to bring in outside, people that can assist with the search, and they're not being given answers or access. And that's where it's he can't just go on their property. Nobody can. And I understand, don't trespass. I appreciate that. But at the same time, what's the big holdup? And Seth touched on that in this podcast. Don't answer me in a week from now in an email.
All right. So
This
how
is
did
a
guys? Do you know how Chris answered that question? Did he answer it?
He said he was considering it.
Oh, consider it. What an a-hole. Oh my gosh. That's
Yeah,
why that's where
I
the drama
know.
comes in.
Yeah.
We don't want it to be drama. Just Chris, do the right thing. Oh my God.
Well, they won't. And then they want to play word salad and go, they won't give a yes or no. There's no real answer. Well, we're talking about it and considering it. Your kid has been missing for 2 months.
See, Lori, where there's guilt here? Because if Sebastian just ran away, if he just went to a friend's house, or if he just did this or that, then why is it so hard for Chris to cooperate? It's guilt here. They did something.
It's not a hard question. It's not a big ask on Seth's part. Seth is not asking to move into their house. He's asking to fund people to help search, and that was the last known location of Sebastian. This is a logical, reasonable request, and they refuse to respond.
You see that, Lori? Why? Why is that?
Well, maybe this is why they left, so that the TBI and all the detectives from the local police department could come in and do a big search. So now that that's done, maybe he feels that they shouldn't have any more access because they went through everything already, right?
I respect that. I understand and respect them saying law enforcement has come in 12 times, according to this podcast by Chris's own admission, that we've been searched multiple times, a dozen times. Why would you say no to any help? Why? Any and all. You come every day.
That's true. I mean, they could put somebody new on the project, and the new person would need to do their own evaluation.
That's what Seth is trying to do. Seth is trying, and he's trying to fund it himself through Good Samaritans and fundraising. That's why we need to donate to him, because this is where it's going. He's telling us, and these, I mean, to get a well-trained dog like that is $10,000 for the dog. That's not even the time, the care, the regular maintenance. I mean, I can go on and on into that because I take care of critters. But these people can't be expected to do it for free either. Exactly. So Seth is trying to raise money to pay for these things. And when Chris made that comment, well, if money grew on trees and we'd have the money to solve this and he'd be home.
Does anyone know how much a search dog is?
Not sure.
I don't know what their per day hire rate is. I guarantee you it's not cheap, but I can tell you if you want to purchase a Malinois to be a canine officer for your local police department, you're looking at $10,000 for the purchase of that dog. That does not include upkeep, veterinary, housing, etc. Okay? So the organizations that have these dogs, there is a lot of overhead involved. And whether they donate their time or not, it's wrong to expect something of value for free. So it's not wrong that they need to be hired, but we need to help Seth fund it because Chris has told us they're not giving money for it. Or else he would be the first one to come out and say, I paid for this. What have they paid for? Seth is not working. He is doing everything in his power. People are donating time, resources, and energy. And then Chris and Katie just expect everybody to just give it to him. There's something wrong with that. That's a red flag.
Yep.
I went on a rant. Sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. A little passionate.
That's all right. Passion coming through.
Well, but that's what Seth is doing. And instead of the vicious, angry rhetoric that Chris is spewing, you know what? You're big man, you're boss man, you got resources. Put your money where your mouth is, my friend. Put your money where your mouth is. And if you are good, if I don't know that, I don't know that.
Well, we don't know the behind the scenes what's going on.
But here's the problem. He's quick to tell you everything else. Don't think for a second he wouldn't be quick to tell you what check he stroked. He would be the first one to tell you how much he spent out of pocket so that everybody knew he was the man. Because that's how he acts. That's how he acts. I'm the man. I'm the one. I'm telling you. And that's another thing.
There was 20 search dogs, and there was over 200 people that searched for this boy. I mean, it was a well-orchestrated and well-done search. They did it for 2 days, and he should have been found. If he had wandered all the way deep into the forest, I think he would have been found.
But here's the thing.
200 dogs.
We look at other cases where extensive searches have been done, and then they're found in the end, and they were, 2 miles from their home. Right? Yeah. So I think Seth's point is don't quit. As many dogs, bring dogs every day. What does it hurt? What does it hurt? It's not detrimental. It might be overkill.
There's a person with 2 dogs who goes out to the calls. He tracks down, what people say, and he goes out. There's still one person with 2 dogs.
Equisearch
seems to be very involved.
Yes, but more. What is wrong with more? Because it's been too, like Seth just put in here, it's been too long. So why would you deny more help?
So he's most likely in someone's house. He has found a place to stay.
Lori, what about this?
And he has to want to come back.
Lori,
wherever he is.
Lori,
even if it's on a spiritual level, he has to want to come back.
Lori, here's something that Brittany says. She brings up a good point. She says, I remember Katie saying Sebastian didn't have any social media or a phone, but now he does. Kids talk on chat all the time. We only know what we are told, but seems like it's a lot of lies. And that is something that she stated. She stated that he didn't have a social media or any phone, but now all of a sudden they're saying that he did. So what's up with that lie? Because that, they weren't being forthcoming with that.
That's a great point, Brittany. That is a great.
Were they that naive that they didn't realize there's internet on the phones, or did they just pay for calling only? Is there such a thing as calling only?
I think there's a lot of parental restrictions.
There's a lot of questions with the phone situation.
I also, maybe flip that around a little bit.
He could have called somebody and planned it all out, and the kid could have put the phone down and walked out.
I don't believe that people would do that quiet. People talk.
Left everything.
People talk and people get seen. It's just human nature. It's human nature. And if he is hiding out with some really awful person that picked him up, which is a possibility, right? Maybe he got mad and said, I'm leaving, and wandered out and went toward that retention pond and ran into a very terrible person that has him. I just don't.
Okay, and there's one other thing that ran through my mind that I really don't want to talk about, but I'm going to talk about it. Like each state is allowed militias, and there are militias that hide women from abusive men.
Well, let me say something.
And I'm thinking maybe there's a group that nobody knows about. They're very secretive. That does go out and remove children that they think are in danger. I mean, there is a big possibility of that also. It's really not spoken about anywhere, but there's a possibility of it because People have a protective nature, you know, and there could be a group that does
Yeah,
that.
there could be a group that does that, but even if there's a group that does that, there's usually a parent that's going to go look for them. And since the parents aren't going to look for them, that would mean that the parent's suspect, all right, and the parent has something to do with the disappearance. So I don't think that that particular group went and took Sebastian. It's looking more as Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot has something to do with the disappearance. Seth
Yep.
Rogers is saying, I am not perfect and God knows this, but I try to be better every day and I fail a lot. Well, Seth
Oh,
Rogers,
Sarah.
it doesn't really matter like your
Oh,
imperfections. It doesn't matter what Chris Proudfoot might have against you or whatever. All we know is that you're a parent who's looking for your child. You know, everybody got issues, areas where they fall short on. But
I'm a hot mess, Seth. I'm a
yep,
hot mess.
right? We see that you're authentically looking for your son. You want to know where he is, right? So Katie Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, they don't seem to care. I don't care the skeletons in your closet. It doesn't really matter to me. I don't think it matters to the rest of the world. What matters to us is that you want to find your son, right? You want to find your son
And
at the end of the day.
what
Well,
I
I
don't care
can't
what
understand the
he,
vanishing thing either. There
I
has to
feel
be a
like,
reason for this vanishing thing.
you know what?
This kid has
Screw Chris
vanished
Proudfoot and whatever he's trying to
without
hold
a
over
trace.
Steph's head. I
yep,
don't care about that. It doesn't
yep,
matter.
right.
Right.
I just want to say, Seth, what a sweet, sweet man, and it's so real. That comment he just made right there. You know what I mean? Like he is so willing to accept he's not perfect, and my goodness, in this situation, you can't be perfect. It's impossible, and have a lot of forgiveness for yourself, man. Have a
I
lot of
guarantee you
forgiveness for
this.
yourself.
I guarantee you Seth's not hiding children. You're not making them
No,
be missing either, right?
no,
You're not missing because of
no, no. And I think that a lot of children in the end could be saved because of all the things Seth has done.
right.
I think he's going to be a force after this. I think this is going to change stuff, and it's because of everything he's doing, and that's a blessing to children that end up in bad spots. So keep fighting the good fight, Seth. We're with you.
Mm-hmm. Marie Marie looks like a model. She said, Seth Rogers, we understand no one is perfect. You're a great father and deserve answers. Yes.
Yes.
Seth in the house. All right, we'll continue to play this as I go through the comments. If you want me to stop for anything, just get my attention by making some noise.
You will find your son at church.
No.
Okay.
No.
That's
what he stated was if I went to church, maybe I'd find my son.
So in other words, if you went to church and talked to the Lord, is that what you were saying,
yes,
Chris?
That is what the whole conversation in reference was.
I have a question.
You go to a church and you'll find it.
Everybody, please press the like button and let me know what number you are. Also the state that you're in or the country that you're in. And also, if you have time, please do find the time to donate any amount to Seth's Cashapp. It's under my avatar or his GoFundMe that's linked to the top of the chat. Any amount you can spare. Thank you. For Sebastian, for the search of Sebastian. Thank you.
Hold on, Seth. I'm sorry, Chris, finish. I'm sorry.
I'm talking because why? I understand. I see where people got that.
Right.
But that is a conversation that Seth and I had privately. I'm sorry, but we're not going to sit here and drag certain things into this. It has nothing to do with it. I told Seth, basically we should all go to church. We should pray. That's exactly what it was in reference to.
Understood.
All right, Lori. So Seth says he thinks if his son ran away, he would have ran to the church or would have called him.
Seth,
Yeah,
go
see,
ahead.
that's a
It's
big
your
thing to
turn now.
say.
Go
He
ahead.
would have searched for his father first, in other words. Yeah. But then we did learn that he didn't want to stay at, do in-home schooling. So maybe he thought, oh, maybe I shouldn't call Dad first,
No,
He must have.
no, like
In the beginning,
all right,
maybe.
it's either that or Survive was out there.
Maybe he thought his real father would just send him back to Chris and Katie, and he didn't want that.
But
Now,
Lori,
what's not being talked here about here either is that at 15, you can go before a judge and tell them what you want and who you want to live with.
I think it depends on the state, because I asked a friend of mine
And
that who has children in Florida,
the
and he
young,
said they couldn't do that.
at
And
15, yeah, they can decide who they want to live with.
all right,
That's
but that's
pretty
not
much
what
it.
happened. He disappeared, right? And the thing is, like Seth said, if he would have ran away, he would have went to the school. I said the church, I'm sorry, but he said he would have ran to the school and then he would have called him. Again, Lori, it's a lot of red flags in his disappearance. The parents took off. You don't take off if you're looking for your child. You go search for your child. It's a lot of red flags. Again, Chris stated that he took a lie detector test previous to taking it, right? He never took it. Why are they lying? It was a lot of contradictory statements during the Nancy Grace interview. Why would they lie?
I know. I feel like too, like they didn't ask all of the right questions. Like,
I agree.
Could they have taken played a part in the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers? Yes, they could have.
Mhm.
I say that's in my opinion and allegedly. So we can't rule that out.
And they really stressed about the clothing, but he can't possibly still be in the clothing he left in. He would have changed by now. If he's, hiding out
Into what?
somewhere, he definitely has more clothes. I mean, apparently he has so many clothes, they weren't even positively sure which shirt he left in. They just knew it was
Do you
black
believe that?
with
Do
something
you
on the
believe
front.
that? I mean, I have a hard time believing that, because I think that was more word games. I do, because now we can be specific about there were 3 shirts, but I don't know how many had the emblem, and you couldn't get a straight answer. That was deflection, in my opinion. And I'm, a grown person, a woman, and have a lot. I find clothes. I'm like, oh, I bought that. Ha ha ha. So maybe you don't know every item you own, right? But if you can be so certain that he was wearing this long sleeve black shirt, you have some sort of idea of what the writing was on it and how many are left.
Yeah, but he wasn't there. It was Katie who was home. He's going off of what Katie said. He wasn't there. He doesn't know which shirt it was. He doesn't know.
Yes,
He should have just
exactly.
said, I don't know. I wasn't there,
Exactly. So why
Or
the
he should have
deflection?
said, Katie
Why the
said,
word game?
right. Or he
Why
should have
the
said,
word game?
Katie said a black shirt with
He's
Star
trying
Wars.
to muddy the water and make it like we're being weird because we're asking for some specifics to help find Sebastian. And he's like, oh, well, you don't know what's in your closet. That is so backwards thinking. That was ridiculous. That comment alone was
He's
just
very
like,
defensive.
Yeah, but Katie would have been in charge of all that stuff, not him.
Katie has been with Chris. Katie has not been speaking majority of the time without Chris. Conversation that they have had, something they have talked about, that is something that I'm sure law enforcement talked about in front of both of them. Right? So the fact that he needed to play a word game about that is
Well,
a
you have
major red flag.
think about it. You have 3 adults, and they're looking at all these shirts, trying to figure out which one's missing. Probably because Katie can't remember the exact shirt. You know, that's what
Oh,
happens. You
I
know.
get not remembering
And
exactly, but then
what
you go
I
to
asked is,
logical
what
deduction.
I asked
Then
is,
you
why
go
wasn't he in
what shirts are
pajamas?
lost?
Don't these people wear
What shirts are
pajamas?
still in the house? What shirts are still in the house? Didn't you go, I don't know what emblem that was. Let me go find all the black shirts I know of. Okay, it wasn't these, right? So then you have logical deduction, right? I think Seth
Well,
would do that. I think
they
Seth did
couldn't.
do
They couldn't. Apparently, they couldn't figure out which shirt was missing.
that. Doesn't that seem strange?
It's very strange. It's a lot of strange things in this case. It's a lot of red flags in this case. And I feel like because of that, we can't keep, or shouldn't really point the finger at, well, because they said Sebastian ran off, that's what happened. It's more looking like the issue is with them. It's more looking like Sebastian didn't run off. Okay.
No. Stepped
So
off the front porch and vanished, remember?
you gotta take things for what they are. He's literally telling you he thinks Sebastian went to the porch and just disappeared in thin air. He said that during this audio. He said that during the live. Does that even make a drop of sense to you? He didn't even say that somebody came by and swooped him up. He didn't even say that.
And here's another big question. Why aren't they pleading for whoever has him to bring him back? We'll pay you any amount of money. We will do anything. Whoever has him. You know, those comments have in 60 days have not been made. Seth has made them, but Chris and Katie have not. Why is that? I mean, it's just a glaring point, right? Like, I don't know, maybe somebody took him. I don't know what happened, right? But I know he didn't vanish. And the fact that somebody makes the statement, he walked out my front door, stepped off my porch, and vanished, is absolutely absurd. No grieving parent says that. Step parent, parent, you know what I mean? Like, nobody says that. We aren't even step related to this child, and we're all, you know, we would do anything. If you have them, tell us, call us. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, we are not going, oh, well, he stepped off the porch and vanished. How in the world does somebody have the arrogance?
Thin air, huh?
Right. How does somebody have the arrogance?
I can't even imagine somebody saying that to a police officer. Oh, they must have just floated away.
Well, that's it. You got it, right? Like, if you say it enough times, and but see, that's, again, we go back to wordplay, right? So they're smart enough to know we only say the script. Otherwise, it's stepped off the porch and vanished. How are we supposed to know? You answer it, law enforcement. You answer it, whoever we're talking to, right? We were only going to give you these words. And then they shut it down. That is not people that are like, I don't know what, like Seth, I don't know what happened. I don't know what to think. I don't know where to look. I'm going to look everywhere. I'm going to ask everybody. I'm going to continue to search. He did not vanish.
Exactly. Lori, she said she has a huge point. Anybody that has a missing child, they would have said he did not vanish. My child did not vanish in the thin air. What parent would have that has a missing child would say that my child vanished in missing air? They would not say that. They would say my child needs to get found. They did not. They absolutely did not vanish in thin air. They would want you to keep looking. The only person that would say something like that is somebody that does not want you to keep looking. Why don't they want you to keep looking? Because they played a part in their disappearance. They played a part in the disappearance, and they want you to be naive enough to believe that they just went poof. They went poof like a fairy out in nowhere.
Yep.
right?
Listen, if
And
the
it's like,
stipulation happened, there would be more missing than Sebastian.
and it's like, even with the footprints, when the footprints came up as a topic, as soon as you said, "Oh, it's a footprint out there from somebody's channel," and you sent it, I was like, well, we need to wait for TBI to say whether or not it's a match or anything like that, because I don't want to go running off. That could be anybody's footprint. It could be planted. We see a lot of people are trying to get attention with this case as it is, right? So let's wait for TBI to come back. And the thing was that, what was it? That, well, now we know that Katie wasn't lying, that Sebastian ran off. And I was like, wait. We can't jump the gun here. We don't even know, number one, whether or not it's Sebastian's footprint, number one. Number two, we don't know the story behind this footprint. Turns out TBI, nobody else is saying anything about this footprint, right? This footprint clearly is irrelevant thus far, because had it been, we would still be having conversation on it. There's a lot of things that are being brought up to deflect and to turn us off focus, right? So again, in this case, if Chris was not guilty, he would be telling you that Sebastian didn't disappear. He wants every house knocked. He wants no stone unturned until Sebastian is found. But guess what? He wants stones left unturned because he wants you to believe that he vanished into thin air. That's not what happened here. Right?
I think right now, I think more people have to become aware, especially people living in apartments. Like, start to question who's in your apartment building. Excuse me, my allergies.
No,
who's in the apartment building?
Who's in the house with you? Who was in the house with Sebastian? It was.
And if somebody says, "Oh, no, my brother's visiting, my cousin's visiting," or question it. Like, look into it, make sure you see their face and be like, "Oh, okay, they look like you."
Lori, I think I've noticed, and I've told this to close friends and family for a while now.
They must have cameras. It's just that the awareness needs to get out.
Yes, but know your neighbors. Like my neighbor, I live on a cul-de-sac, and I know my neighbors. We don't do cookouts every weekend. I see them, I wave. That's kind of about it. But I also know that my neighbor will come up and go, "Hey, I saw a white SUV at your house 3 days in a row. Who's that?" I said, "Oh, it's my dad. He's dog sitting."
Right.
Cool. Right? So if we all kind of go back to the mindset of community and look out for each other, maybe, hopefully we'll find Sebastian. But maybe we can help other kids.
I mean, most neighborhoods have neighborhood watches now. Neighborhood watch teams are important to have.
They are important. And I know my neighborhood has one, but here's another thing. I've never spoken to them. I only have my intimate people that are 4 or 5 houses surrounding me, and they know my dog. If you see the little black boxer, bring her back. This is my address, in a strange car, right? Or all of a sudden I have a kid.
I've called on a strange car before, and so have my neighbors. Oh, yeah.
Sort of knock on the door and say, like my neighbor did, "Who's the white SUV?" "Oh, it's my dad." "Okay, cool. I'll introduce myself," right? We need to go back to that, because this would solve more than just Sebastian, right? Like, it's almost like it's trite to say, if you see something, say something. Well, if you see something, knock on the door. Introduce yourself and say, "Hi, I live across the street. I notice you have a crazy black boxer that runs around loose." Get to hold your dog, you crazy woman. And she doesn't. But the point of it is, people don't do that anymore, right? And we've watched
people don't. They don't. Like, if you start go into a new neighborhood, like years ago, everybody'd bring over an apple pie, a cherry pie, whatever, just something to say hi, and I help you with anything, and that's it. Yeah,
it was nosy neighbor. It totally was. but it was the good kind of nosy neighbor. And I think maybe if we all act a little bit more like, the 1950s style, like you said, show up with a pie, welcome to the neighborhood idea, right? Then you kind of have a feel for, why is that 15-year-old kid at your house? You don't have children.
We still do
Right.
that around here.
Yeah, well,
It's
I
a
do
New
with my
Jersey thing, I
cul-de-sac.
think.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think some places still do, but we are witnessing in our social cultural fabric now, people don't do that. And that's why like you said, in apartment buildings and things like that, kids come and go. Nobody knows. Nobody says anything.
Right. I mean, a lot of people come and go out of apartments.
Totally. And they're busy places. But, I think it's because we lost that community. I hope that we get back to the mindset of know your neighbors, have an idea of what is normal. And we could find Sebastian,
I think,
and
that politics. Anytime it's time for, a new president or whatever, politics plays a terrible part in causing people to become irritated.
Yes.
And I don't want anybody irritated. Don't get irritated over something you can't control, or over anything political.
Right. So my thing
because
is,
we need to bond. People need to bond in their communities again.
Yes, and your politics, that's what makes our country amazing, right? Like the differences make us strong, right?
Yeah, like they always the old saying, never talk about politics or religion.
That's right. Exactly. Talk about the weather. Talk about your
talk about politics. Never talk about your religions.
But at the same time, it doesn't mean not talking. And we've gotten to a place where nobody's talking.
It means discuss everything but,
Right. There's a lot of conversations I can tell you about bald eagles. I can talk about hurricanes. I mean, I have all kinds of things I can talk to you about. So, don't go to the places that cause, great debate. But maybe if people just, go beyond see something, say something, like literally knock on somebody's door and say, hi, I'm a hot mess. I live across the street. I notice you have a 15-year-old mowing your lawn now.
Right.
Is he for height? I don't know. Something, right? And that might be that brings us to a place where we can help.
It's always more difficult though when somebody is having like a garage sale or somebody's having their house worked on, where they're bringing in strangers or tree work.
Yes.
You're bringing in a lot of strangers into the neighborhoods.
I have met every landscaper that comes to my neighbors' houses. I have, you know what I mean? Like I know the pool service, and it isn't because I go get nosy. I just pay attention, right? Or when I see my neighbor, hey, how you doing? It was Easter, happy Easter. You opened your pool, did you? Yeah, we had the pool guy over. Those kinds of things. It's the good kind of nosy neighbor is a bad way to say it, right? And I wish more people, because I think we could help a lot of these situations where it's not just calling some weird tip to the tip line.
Yeah, we need better community get-togethers. Yeah, better community bond.
And what's going on with the neighbors around the Proudfoots?
Right.
I don't understand that. Where are they? Now, I appreciate they don't want people driving past their houses. I know I wouldn't want it in my neighborhood. The looky-loos, and no offense to the YouTubers that are driving by. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't need to happen. I wouldn't appreciate it. But where are the neighbors? Why aren't they coming out going, I know Seth was a sweet kid. I saw him take the trash out every Thursday. Where is that? You don't get that. You're not getting it.
We need more of that on the local news.
You brought up the fact that I know Seth was, I'm sorry, it just had me flash back real quick to Seth, like always maybe feeling like he has to prove himself because obviously Chris knows something about Seth or is holding something over his head, dangling it over his head. Like, if you do this or say this or you act out, I'm going to bring this up on you to make the world go against Seth. Like, you know what? Whatever Chris knows, like, F you, Chris, you know, because it just bothers me. It's like, see, this is what I'm talking about, Lori. Why would he care about holding something over Seth's head when it comes to finding Sebastian? You see what I'm saying? You don't want Sebastian found. Why don't you want Sebastian found? Why don't you
The
want
priorities are out of order.
Why wouldn't you want?
Got to get the priorities in order, even if you have to write a list.
1 second, Lori. Why wouldn't he want all efforts on finding Sebastian? If all efforts go on to finding Sebastian, then it's you know, you have to dangle this over my head. Then that seems like you're suspect of something. You're gonna tell the world on me because of what? You know what happened to my son, don't you? I don't care what it was. Let's say, for instance, it's the worst case scenario. Okay, guys, I'm not saying this happened. I don't know anything. This is all alleged. Now, matter of fact, because I don't want to say anything negative, make up in your mind the worst possible thing that Seth could have done, right? Besides taking someone's life, because we know he didn't do that. He's just too sweet of a person. But besides that, okay, and Chris is gonna tell on him. Now, Seth doesn't want this known because obviously it might change your image of how you perceive Seth, right? That's BS for Chris to call him out and tell on him, right? And let the world know this. And this is what Seth has to deal with? Seriously? That means that Chris knows something. Lori?
It feels
Chris
like it sometimes when they get like that.
Sebastian didn't run anywhere.
Well, there could be a lot that they know and they're not even telling us. You know, they should give us a description of a car, any cars in the area. You know, there should be something because at every, you know, usually at every stop light, they have a camera nowadays.
1 second, Lori.
We have to check all those stoplights.
Lori, and that's why also, you know, Seth.
I'm thinking they must know something.
1 second, Lori, and that's why Seth also may feel the need to let us know that he's not perfect, because that son of a bitch, excuse my language, Chris feels because he's holding, that son of a bitch, Chris. That's what I'm talking about, right? Feels the need to hold whatever over Seth's head. And any, you know, if Seth comes out of pocket, that's what Chris is coming out and letting us know what happened. We don't all need to know that. We're not here for that. We don't care about that, right? Whether it was an essay in the past, we don't need to know about that. We're here for Sebastian, please, kindly, right? Whatever Seth did in his past, that's his problem. Let him take it up with God. Let him open up his Bible, dust it off, take it up with God. We're here for Sebastian only. So for him to hold whatever he's trying to hold over his head means that it's something suspect in this, Lori.
Right.
All right, I'm sorry.
Like I always say, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. You know, it's so important. Don't lose your feelings. Don't lose your heart. Don't lose your wisdom over anything. Keep yourself intact.
Good advice.
All right, when y'all are ready for me to carry on with the video, let me know.
Okay, go ahead.
Go for it.
There's better way to say it, Chris.
Okay, and that's semantics.
For you to think that I don't go to church.
Seth, I didn't say anything about you not going to church or going to church. Can we go to the next question?
Sebastian?
No, it's not. Can we move to the next question?
All right, thank you.
Okay. How about this? Because you guys have been on here for almost 3 hours, and I really appreciate it. And I do think Chris and Seth need to talk off air. Let's
and everybody, please press the like button and let us know what number you are. Thank you.
talk about what we do know. We do know, and this is how we started out the live stream. We do know that Sebastian was last seen publicly at Texas Roadhouse on Sunday. We know he was seen on camera taking out the garbage at some point. We know that there is a possibility that the cameras did not pick up Seth leaving the house because it was so dark.
Sebastian, not
I'm
Seth.
sorry, what did I say? I'm sorry.
You
I'm
said
so tired.
Seth.
Seth, I'm sorry. You're not missing Seth. You're right here. Sebastian.
I'd like to be missing.
Yeah, I understand. I hear you. Sebastian was not seen, a possibility that Sebastian was not seen leaving the house because it was too dark. Okay? There were certain scent dogs that hit on Sebastian. There were 3 of them that went down to the retaining pond. According to Chloe, that retaining pond has been searched.
It was actually been drained and it has been walked and searched.
Okay, so that's good. I think that's what we know about that night and the hours before he went missing. I think that's all we know for certain. Now, I want to ask all of you, what is the next step? Chloe and Heather, I'll go to you 2 first, and then I'll go to the two gentlemen.
I'm sorry, my dog was barking. What did you say?
That's okay. I said, what is the next step? What is the next step for you? What is the next step for the public? What would you like us to do? What do you think you guys are going to do?
Well, for us right now, we are really focused on getting Q in. Chloe and I are working on a report and some maps to try to give them an idea of areas that need to be searched or researched. And I think really the next big step is getting us all on the same page and working together. And even though this is a mess right now, I think this is a huge step in that direction. And I'm hoping that, as I said, Chris had called me earlier and just right before the show started, I messaged Chloe and was kind of talking to her about what you guys were going to talk about, because I wanted to, some of the things that he cleared up with me, I wanted to make sure she was aware of. But, reaching out to me and then reaching out to you guys on the podcast tonight, I think it's a huge step in the right direction. He's angry, but once we get past that, I think maybe we can all work together and start putting our heads together on where we need to look for Sebastian.
Thank you. Very good. Chris, what would you like to see us do? What do you think?
At this point, keep spreading the flyers, keep keeping his name out there in of good graces, not of in a negative light. Spread the words. If you know something, say something. Don't wait 2 weeks. Don't wait 3 weeks. I told Heather the same thing. There's so many tips that come in weeks later instead of the moment that they come in. When you get these tips, you call 911, you call TBI, you don't call these PIs, you don't call Seth, you don't call us, you just call the law enforcement agency. Keep spreading the flyers, spreading the word, prayers. Trust me, keep the prayer warriors out there. We need them.
Thank you. And I think, because of all of the noise, people have not been reminded to continuously search their properties. And like I said before, everybody else came on here. There's a lot of really large properties in the area, and the terrain is treacherous in a lot of areas, and things get missed. So I think it's important to center it back to the local level, first of all, because this has become national, and nationally people are giving their opinions. We need the community to come back together and search their acres and acres of property, because I believe he could be very close to home.
There you
Now, I
go.
will say this much, that everything that she said is exactly the same thing law enforcement's been pushing. If you're not comfortable searching, call law enforcement. They, I'm sure, can work in getting a team out there to search the property. You know, please, everybody that searches, do not. I can't stress this enough. Please do not just walk on private property without having prior permission. Please.
By the way, there's comments in chat and we're removing them. Chris has been searching. Okay, he has been searching. Just because you don't see him searching, because you personally don't see him, doesn't mean he's not searching. So that needs to stop. Okay, that needs to stop right now. And Seth, what do you feel the final word should be?
I need people to keep the faith. I need people to keep faith that we will find Sebastian. I don't know. I don't know what people's mindset are right now, but it doesn't need to be about me. It doesn't need to be about Chris. It needs to be about Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
Sebastian is the goal. Sebastian is what is lost. Sebastian is what needs to be found.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
There's going to be easier for me.
I am so sorry.
My son is missing. I need people to continue with the flyers, as Chris said. CBI has already stated that most of their tips do come in from flyers. I have
Okay.
I have 100% faith that the humanity that still exists out here, that we can come together, heads up, eyes open, see something, say something. Contact FBI, contact TBI, call 911 for your local. Tell them that, you think you just saw the missing child from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Get them on it. All right. At the same point in time, if you feel that they're not doing it, you just fix it. Law enforcement is short-handed. All it takes for evil things to exist is good men do nothing. And that's good females too. I'm not, it's just for evil to exist and continue is good people they do nothing.
Right.
Don't fall into the simplicity. On your way to work, on your way to the corner store, on your way to Walmart, you might see my son.
Absolutely
You might see him, and I need you to say something. I need you to call 911 immediately. If you're not in Sumner County, I need you to call 911. After you call 911, call TBI, so that way they know that 911 has already been called. I have found that law enforcement groups do not communicate with each other, and I don't mean this as a negative, but I mean this as a Facebook lead came through, and I called Lebanon, which is here in Tennessee, and they didn't even know that my son was missing.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I will second that with Seth. There's a lot of people out there that don't know locally.
Right. They don't communicate, and they need to. They absolutely need to.
Well, I'm not saying communicating. I'm just agreeing that he is saying that there's a lot
Not
of
everybody
folks.
gets the information that is necessary. Somebody forgets to do a pass down, and the next officer on duty doesn't get the information that he needs. So he doesn't even know. It's not his fault. The officer before him could have been working at 16, or have even been working.
I'm gonna pause this for a second. Denise brings up a good question. Where's the neighbor that has a footage of Sebastian getting into a vehicle? There was a Ken Davis, and Lindsay had sent me the screenshot too of him mentioning on social media that he has footage of Sebastian getting into the vehicle with, I believe it was Chris Proudfoot's mother. I don't know if TBI ever verified that or confirmed that, but I'm pretty sure that hasn't been confirmed because they are still walking free. But if anybody got any updates regarding that, let me know. All right, we'll continue to play this out in the meantime.
More than the 16, which is illegal, but we still have to have law enforcement out there.
Mm-hmm.
None, Rob, that I know of.
I just need everybody to work together. The rumors are killing it. The rumors are killing people's time. And that's the one thing Sebastian doesn't have.
Right.
So if you've already called TBI with your information, but you think it might be a rumor, if you heard it from Joe Blow down the fucking road, you're not helping find my son. You're part of the problem. People out there listening that are doing the death threats, I don't see you at my door. You're going to sit there and pick on people. You're a coward. You are a coward. And if somebody has my son, understand that I love him and I need him back.
Mm-hmm.
I need him back. Not that I want him back, it's I need him. Because my life has stopped. Because
Seth.
my son is not here. And
Okay, Rob IS says Missing 411 by David Paulies has also discussed this case regarding, I guess he said something about a time portal being open.
Oh Lord.
I don't know about that. I feel like the parents have something to do in this case, but if you want to, I guess, watch it for entertainment purposes, there you have it. All right, let's.
Hey, I have a comment real quick.
Huh?
I have a comment really quick.
Okay.
Yeah, so if we listen to the last section we all just heard, it was, again, a very, very big difference between, it started out when we started the playback there, was Chris was blaming people for not calling in.
Right.
Don't call us. Don't call the PIs. Don't reach out, these different ways. You're bad. You're wrong. Don't do that. You're not doing it right. Which is like, what? And then the conversation goes on, and then we hear Seth going, if you have my son, just bring him back. Just, he's pleading with, if it's still even an option of someone who has his son. Not even close to what Chris said. Chris was admonishing the public of calling in their tips wrong.
Right, exactly.
I mean, it's glaring. It's so glaring. And then you get, Seth goes on further and he says, it's normal for law enforcement agencies not to be in constant communication with each other, right? We see it in lots of cases. And he goes, maybe that guy that got off a shift didn't know about the other guy, right? So the empathy he's showing for law enforcement in that statement, in the midst of his heart being ripped apart, is like, oh my goodness, baby. He's not blaming law enforcement. He doesn't want anybody else to go after law enforcement, and we shouldn't. But we do have to question, what are you guys doing? That's what we're supposed to do as citizens. But
honestly, there's times though, even though a lot of times people don't want them to be questioned, there's times that the ball has been dropped. I've seen
absolutely
in the true crime cases, and if you don't question it, like, wasn't your person or the person that your family member worth the effort? So
Worth the effort, exactly. It's not a target on the law enforcement that made the bubble. I mean, they dropped the ball. We're not going to crucify them, but it's like somebody has to step and go, hey, wait a minute, no. Pay attention. But it's the
sometimes
attitude.
a new set of eyes are needed as well.
Oh,
Detectives, all of that
yeah.
to be evaluated.
Yes, and I think the good ones support that. You know what I mean? Like, the all-knowing, I'm arrogant, people, don't question me, I've got this, that's a problem. And they need to be monitored. But there's so many good law enforcement out there that go, this didn't sit right, and they talk to somebody else and they go, oh, I didn't notice that, and somebody else goes, hey, this is the thing, you know, and and that's okay. But it was just so strange to listen to Chris speak, and it was, y'all need to do it this way. Do this, do this, do this. Doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong, people. Right? And then,
Hot mess. If I'm solving a case or if I'm law enforcement on a case and the case is still not solved, I'm going to want somebody else to come in on the case with me who could possibly help me get it solved, because we're still at a dead end here. The child is still missing, and I really want this case solved. I might want some extra help in on this.
yeah. And outside objective of, observation a lot of times is really valuable, because I think that these detectives we think we're invested, right? They're eat, sleep, and breathing this, I'm sure. And, so fresh eyes for good investigators are welcome. And that's, and I bless Seth's heart, like he said there, it's for good men to do nothing. That's just so sweet. And I don't mean that like bless his heart sweet. I mean that like it's so pure. It's just pure, and it's true. It's not, a statement that he heard that he wanted to regurgitate. I think he really believes that, and so he's like, I don't care who you are, and Chris doesn't have that tone. So it's really interesting to hear the two talk just there, and give their final thoughts on it. Whereas Chris is like, you're bad, you're doing it wrong. And then you hear Seth going, just again, anybody who knows anything, or if you have my child, just come forward and we'll work it out. And if you have any thoughts, bring it up, such a major contrast. So anyway, you won't play on, but it was dramatically different.
Right. Bubbly,
for a reason.
That person's channel was deleted. I know one of my subs had mentioned my name in her channel, and she didn't want the mentioning of creators or my name in her channel. So yeah, that's another reason we don't really mention too many creators in my channel too. People don't return the love. So so yeah.
That's good.
All right. So that was for Bubbly. Anyway, so I'm gonna continue to play. So I agree with you 100%. All right.
Amazing.
I find it hard to function.
Can you ladies get here?
Regular life without my son here.
I'm sorry, Chris.
Seth.
What did you say? Go ahead, Chris.
Right. Seth, I know what you're doing and I understand the plea, but hang tight, man. You and I need to get off this panel. You, me, Katie, PIs need to get on a phone call.
Absolutely.
Not on here. Our message is simple. Find Sebastian, you see it, you say something, you call it in. Don't wait. Don't go down this track, man. Don't. I'm looking out for you. Don't.
Can I just say one thing? I don't want to ever discourage people from reaching out with information that they think might be pertinent. Now, getting the same tip 100 times from everybody on social media, just sending the screenshot. Did you see this? And we've already seen it 500 times. I mean, that's a little excessive, but I don't ever want people to think like, oh, this might not be important, because that might be the one tip that actually was important.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a different message to send. I don't want anybody to feel discouraged. Please reach out to us. Please reach out to CBI. Do not keep anything silent because you don't think it's important.
Absolutely. And I wanted to reiterate, like I get a ton of messages, and even if I do not respond to you, that doesn't mean I haven't looked at it, and that doesn't mean I'm not looking into it.
Mm-hmm.
So please, I mean, I get them on Twitter, I get them on Facebook, I get them in my emails. If I don't respond.
All right, I think they're pretty much done there, because it seems like the flares have ended now. So I guess I'll remove that. I'm going to hold on. Let's see. So now, Bubbly says, "I believe in your reading and vision." Yeah. Only thing is, sometimes I can't see. Thank you, Bubbly. Even clearer and hear clearer, and I want to. I'm getting clues here and there. I want a big bam for Sebastian so we can find him. I want one of those readings. So, I pray something comes through. It would be really nice. So hopefully within the next week and a half or so, I'll do a reading, and hopefully we could get even more. I feel drained. I was planning on not coming back on for at least another week or so, or close to it. But this went down, and I just wanted to talk about it. Well, not a week or so, but at least, a few days. But this came on, and I wanted to talk about it. But
I'm so glad you did.
Thank you. And I didn't want to do another reading for at least a week. But yeah, hopefully I can get some more clues, though. That would be really great. And I wish everybody was the same. Because like I said, some people I could hear very clear and very specific. And I would really love that for Sebastian, especially since he has taken a lot of energy. Like with a lot of you guys, he's like, we're waking up thinking about him, and we're going to sleep thinking about him. So it would be really nice if I could come up with very concise clues, which I did have some, which I posted under the playlist, but I want more, guys, right? We want to find him.
I think that Ken and the Ken is huge.
Yeah, I would hope. I'm just like not sure how Ken is related. Like, is Ken, I just hear and then it goes away. So I'm not sure if Ken is for Kentucky, or is Ken a place in Tennessee? Is Ken Kenton Loop area of Hendersonville, or is Ken another area of Tennessee? That part I don't know yet.
I wanted to say, even if you don't have any feelings of psychic abilities or anything like that, pray and keep saying in your mind, like, Sebastian, come home. It's time to come home. Sebastian, come home. It's time to come home. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Just keep saying that to yourself.
Yeah, I think all of us can do that.
Because maybe he, sometimes these boys are intuitive and do have some abilities, and maybe he could hear the cry for him to come home to his father.
Yeah, he will.
Just come home. Come home, Sebastian. We're all rooting for you to come home. There's a lot of us out here on the YouTube. Come on home, boy.
And let's
play some video games.
A part of it too is Seth ready for whatever it is? Either way, you know what I mean. Either way, is Seth going to be ready for
I don't know
the results?
I don't know.
Well, like my grandmother always said, you have to prepare yourself for the worst, and when it's not that bad, just be like, hallelujah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I couldn't even imagine. So guys, I put in the chat. the playlist for Sebastian, because I think this is like, I don't know, part 11 of my discussion on
Yeah.
Sebastian. Thank you guys for, coming each and every time, or the majority of time, whether you're here for like 5 minutes, a half an hour, or however long you guys stay. I really appreciate you guys. I love you so much. Put your green hearts out there. Let me know your like number. I really appreciate that. Does anybody have anything to say before we head out that they want to
I
add?
just think the world of you guys. I love you all. I really, really love this channel and everyone in the chat. I'm seeing lots of very insightful comments, and it's making me think. I continue to pray. I'm glad Seth felt comfortable to be here. I support him. I'm going to donate, and yeah, you guys are amazing. So much love to all of you guys. I'm going to go kiss a pony.
And everybody in Tennessee, check your properties. There's some big properties out there, and if you can't fully check them, call your local police department to send out some men to check them. It's very important that all your properties are checked. Try to keep up with it at least once a week until Sebastian is found.
Yes, definitely do that, guys.
Just like it got it.
Okay. Love you all. Thank you very much, Thea.
I think the
The
world of you
psychic
too.
goddess. Thank you very much, Thea.
Thank
Prayers.
you.
Best of luck and love and everything.
Love to you too. So here's the playlist for Sebastian. Again, there's Seth Rogers, Cashapp. Thank you, Seth Rogers, for joining us today. I think the world of you guys too. Thank you so much for being here. Green hearts in the chat. So Lindsay shared some information regarding, I'm going to see if I could get that up here real quick before I take off. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up. Okay. Give me 1 second. Screen. So Lindsay shared with me. I don't know if you guys can see it here, but it was, I think this is, from Facebook. It's either Facebook or X. I think it's Facebook. But here's a screenshot. It says, "This is my first cousin, Kathy Guy Bowersock's grandson, and she asked me to ask everyone if they would please share this post, hopefully bring home Sebastian, and here's the Bowersocks, family member of Bowersocks, right? And it's from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Here's Sebastian here. All right. Now, if you look, the name Shane Bradford, it's the Bowersock's cousin. He owns the funeral home director. Boom, boom. So that's how he is also related to Seth. So I just wanted to share that with you guys real quickly. Yeah. You see that?
That's interesting.
You see that?
Add it to the list.
Yeah. We will talk about that next
We
time.
don't own a funeral home, is what he said.
Yes.
Huh.
Yeah. So just a little FYI for you guys. Thank you so much for that, Lindsay. I think I got all these comments.
That Lindsay's pretty sharp.
Yeah. She sent me quite a few things. All right, guys. See you next time. Love you. Bye-bye.